Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever here. Just wanted to do a video, kick off 2024, give you guys a quick channel update. Had a couple things on my mind that I want to get out there, specifically about my channel and the direction that it's going to go in 2024, the upcoming new year, which is right around the corner. Hope you guys had a good Christmas, Happy New Year. I did a podcast the other day. Sorry I had to leave so abruptly, but I was waiting for my cousin to stop in. And he actually came a little bit earlier. He came actually an hour early. But it was good to get to talk to him. I haven't caught up with this guy in like years. And he's my younger cousin. I got him by like about 10, 15 years. And I'm not gonna lie, man. We kind of grew up, kind of an influence on him a little bit. And he moved up to the mainland, dude. And I didn't hear from him for a little bit. Followed him like everybody else. We follow on Facebook and stuff like that, but we didn't really communicate. And it was good to see him. It's good to see where he is in his life. Um, In fact, it kind of sparked me to want to do this podcast in a sense, because going forward in 2024, man, I'll talk about it specifically in this podcast. And sorry about the noise, guys. It's the middle of the day where I'm at right now. I actually got off early from work. But what I want to do with this podcast moving forward in 2024. And there's reasons why, and we'll talk about that as well, because it has to do a lot with the Xbox community. As you guys know, I'm a pro Xbox channel. I focus primarily on Xbox, and then we touch on um, pop culture as well, and also politics. We've been doing a couple. Some of the guys have got a little bit passionate about the politics on my channel. That's not basically what it's for. I'm thinking of actually doing a channel talking specifically about politics. But on this channel, the politics we're going to talk about tend to be more like what happened with Microsoft and the FTC and the CMA. When politics, because you guys know the way it used to be when I was growing up, man. There's three things you didn't talk about. That was the rule, the golden rule when I was growing up, right? It's politics, it's your faith, and the other thing is finances. But you live in a 24/7 news cycle nowadays, and politics inundates every single thing, whether we like it or not. Like for me personally, I think, in fact, I think a lot of men should do this, man. Go back to doing this kind of stuff. It's something that I've done in my own life, man, which is basically starting to put things back in boxes. That's kind of an old school mentality. I know a lot of experts out there don't want men to do that, and like I grew up in a time when men were men, and you didn't cry and all this kind of stuff. Right? And I think we need to go back to them. And if anything's showing me in modern times, or what's going on in this day and age, man, is that there's value to it. And like anything else, man, you just take the value from it, and whatever doesn't work for you, you can toss that to the side. But definitely keep a more open mind. I'm not saying I'm not really going to change, but the one thing I do believe right now is that people are just too inundated with stuff, man. Just to shift way too much information, way too much misinformation, and a lot of the stuff I'm going to be moving forward in my channel, as far as what I do as a YouTube channel, man, as a quote unquote, as people like to say, influencer. Um, which I don't really go with that title, man. It's just me being me. This is basically my video vlog, whatever that. I'll just put my thoughts out there, man, because if I want to talk about something, I talk about it. I don't, as you guys know on my channel, I don't really care about the subscriber count or how many views I get. Um, as long as the people that are in my group communicate with me regularly and stuff like that. There's a lot of loyal followers for myself, especially on the Xbox side, and in the group of people that I hang out with that I respect. And that's all I really ask for, man. It's really cool to have people that you can talk shop with and stuff like that. And then moving forward, I also keep that in mind, man. Don't trust me. I'm not gonna turn into something like Fox News or anything like that. But what I will say is that we will cover topics as it pertains to pop culture in general, right? But especially the gaming industry, because there's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening in 2024. I'm looking forward to it myself, and we'll see how it goes. But let me get set up here for a second, guys. I know T Reaper wanted to join me today, and we'll talk a little bit. It'll be just like a regular casual hangout and stuff like that. I do want to get my stuff out there for the channel though. That'll be the more structured part. But yeah, man. Hopefully everybody had a good Christmas. I can't wait till 2024 kicks off, especially on the Xbox side. But please bear with me. I'll send out a link to T. See if he can jump in. Oh, he's already just messaged me earlier. So hold on. This is not working. So let me just send this. And I also want to check YouTube, make sure we're streaming. Yeah, so again, thank you for the guys that did watch the last video and that actually was in the chat and stuff like that. A lot of the stuff I'll talk about today is kind of what I wanted to touch on. But I'm kind of glad I didn't do it back then because I really didn't have like all my thoughts together because there's so much stuff going on. But as far as 2024 is concerned, man, for my channel, I'll probably be doing a lot more content. I'm definitely going to bring back the Wrecking Crew podcast. As you guys know, which is our bi-weekly marathon, and that's what it will be. I was debating whether to do it every week. I just don't have the time, but I can do it every 2 weeks. I'll set aside time every 2 weeks to do it. Like Friday today, I won't be doing it. And then next week I might. But I'll let you guys know. You guys will see it when it pops up. But whatever date I'll kick off with it, because I think I'll have my kids next week. But if I don't have my kids, I'm definitely doing one next week. But you guys will see it, and then it'll be what I'll do is I'll do it in a rotation, right? Like I said, bi-weekly, so that everybody can kind of get used to the cadence of how I do my podcast. And I am doing it on Fridays, usually Friday nights, early evening for me. It'll be a little bit later for you guys. So I'm not sure how many of the guys will be able to jump in, but I appreciate those dudes. They do a pretty, I mean, they support me so much, man. I mean, they don't have to do it, and a lot of them have to go out of their way, man, because of the time difference with that they do these things. So, and I always appreciate their opinions, man. A lot of us kind of operate in the same circles. We have the same tastes. A lot of the stuff that we like, we tend to like a lot of the same things. But one great thing about at least you guys know the usual suspects and the Xbox community that I hang out with, man. We also have varying taste on certain things. Like for myself, I like Yakuza, and some of my guys don't really care for that series of games or are not that hardcore into Japanese games like that. And then some like Sega Man says all the time he likes shoot 'em ups. Um, he plays a variety of different types of games. If you watch his channel, I know I've fallen behind on the content he has on there when it comes to the gaming as well as the figures. But he plays a lot of variety of gaming. That's just like I like to do, right? Just like there was this mech game that I saw on sale that I picked up. I just took a chance on it just off of the trailer, and it actually is pretty cool. And you know, like I said, a lot of the dudes, it's varied enough where we don't necessarily agree on everything like that, and I think that's really good, especially moving forward, right? And then with 2024 right around the corner, man, I'm telling you guys right now, it's going to be hold on, let me see. It's going to be damn it, dude, trying to do these two things at the same time. But moving on to 2024, man, it's going to be it's going to be crazy, man, and in a good way. I mean, you already seen how 2023 was. It was awesome, amazing. Xbox had a spectacular year. I'm not like these other Xbox guys. It was like, well, they finally had a good year. No, they've always had a good year, dude. They've been having good years ever since Phil Spencer took over. Some better than others, I could say that. Just by the fact that Xbox is firing on all cylinders, like adding Activision King Blizzard definitely is a big upgrade, stuff like that. But if you go back and look at what they've been doing this, building this program, not just on Game Pass, but on everything that they're doing, man. They've been doing it for years. So I've never had a problem with them, man. It's just a lot of these dudes that you listen to online that are supposedly Xbox guys, man, they're just always glasses half empty kind of thing, man. Where I'm like glasses half full. And with 2023, man, it was totally full, man. They overshot. They overshot by leaps and bounds, man. So if you see a lot of people, it's so much so Xbox has such a great year that what it is, it's actually pinpointing the problem with both gaming media and some of these gaming influencers. It's actually showing like how actually bad they are, right? Because they're getting exposed, in other words. But okay, I sent that out. Let me come back here, dude. Hey, sorry guys. Let me just, like I said, bear with me, man. I'm just trying to make sure everything's up in order. Make sure this stuff is on. But that's why Xbox in 2024, man. That's why I'm looking forward to it. Because I can only see upside, right? I mean, they didn't miss a beat at all this year. And I know a lot of people will throw like Redfall in my face. Well, bad news for you guys. I actually like the game. So, like any other game, it has hiccups, man. Not every game is perfect. And that's the thing and that's why a lot of these people are getting exposed because they would hate on something like Redfall. So much so, man, they would look at it and nitpick it so badly that when people actually play the game, they're like, oh yeah, it's not that bad. And then that's why these people's credibility are getting blown up. I tell you, to be honest with you guys, man, I bet you a lot of these people didn't even play the game. In fact, I'll even go as far as to say some of the people that you're listening to don't even have a console. Right? That's how bad it's getting for them right now. They can't hide behind, like how Sony likes to hide behind sales numbers with the way that they run their operation and the way they announce stuff. They can't do that anymore because Microsoft's taking over. Microsoft got Call of Duty away from them, and now you see how everything's falling apart. Even Jim Ryan admitted it right at that moment of clarity, where he basically admitted to everybody what was really going on. Oops, sorry. Oh, okay, it's on. It's on. Hey, what's up, guys? Anthony. Hey, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'll send you guys a. Um, like I said, I'm trying to just set this stuff up. Okay, it's running good. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not on the stream right now. Okay, I'm back. Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah, I'll send you the link, dude. I'll send you the link. I sent one to T. I don't know if he's asleep though. He might be sleeping. But unlimited, if you want to jump in, I'll send you a link as well. And I'll just send a link to everybody and see who shows up. Hey, what's up, Anthony? Man, cheers, bro. Welcome. You know what time it is. But thanks for joining, Anthony. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll send the link to you guys. I'll send the link to everybody, in fact. And then whoever pops in just shows up. And that'll work. But yeah, so I'm just look, dude. Even this week, man, as good as Xbox has been doing, as much as they killed it, as much as the media has to admit how well they're doing, right? This is why it's good to look at all types of media, right? And you can dissect for yourself, like what's false, what's not true, and the stuff that actually works for you. Because if you guys are like us, man, you bleed green, you already know what Xbox is possible, is doing, what is possible, what's not possible, right? What Xbox future looks like, because you are experiencing it in real time. So you don't need anybody to really tell you, right? So when you do read the news, just to get updates and stuff, you want to keep up with what's going on, current events and stuff like that. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? They're not going to tell you anything you don't know. So when they start lying and when they're just doing it to get clicks and stuff like that, you'll know because you own the console and you play the games and you're in the ecosystem. That's what I like to tell everybody, man. Just follow Phil, enjoy your ecosystem, and play your games. That's the three things that'll keep you sane. Because like you see it all come because everything happens in a cycle when it comes to Xbox hate, right? It's like everybody's jumping back on the Starfield hate wagon, which absolutely makes no sense as successful as that game is, right? I think the only negative about it is I feel sorry for Bethesda, the people over in Bethesda, the actual company, not their fans, because their fans are pretty hardcore anyway. I'm used to that. My daughter's a hardcore Bethesda fan, so it doesn't bother me some these reviews and stuff like that because they're just a different type. It's just like me. A lot of people get pissed off at me because I'm always talking bad about Marvel, and it's not that I want to talk bad about Marvel, both the comics and the cinematic universe. It's just that they're bad. And the reason why I'm so hard on them is because I'm a huge Marvel fan. They should be doing better, is what I'm trying to say, right? But then I have a lot of people come at me that they're like, "Oh, you're like a DC fan, or you just hate comic books and stuff like that." I was like, "No, dude," and they can't tell me anything, man, because I've done this the entirety of my life, dude. I'm 50 years old, and for 45 of those 50 years, man, I've been a nerd. So it has nothing to do with me hating on something, man. It's just when a product should be better than what it is, right? Then this, and you're a fan, like you're a true fan. Like I'm a huge Steeler fan, man. Dude, when they don't do good, right? When Mike Tomlin's fumbling the ball, it's time for that dude to go. Right? It has nothing to do with all the politics and all that stuff, whatever, man. I've been a fan my entire life. So I'm going to speak as a fan, right? That's the way I am. And that's what you're going to get from this channel. That's another reason I want to do this video. Hey, what up, T?
Hey, what up?
Sorry, man. I'm just trying to get all this stuff set up, dude. Go ahead, man. Shout yourself out. And if you want to. By the way, I played COD last night and got killed. That was not fun.
Yeah, I'm level 67 now.
Oh, are you now?
Yeah.
When you talked to me last time, you're 65.
Yep. I leveled up twice this Christmas, and then I just stopped playing.
What's really funny is the modes that they have, dude. I'm not really good at them, so I was playing Shipyard, which was a big mistake because there were people on there, man. I know they have like some kind of system that's supposed to funnel out, like for me, the way the system should work is like if they see my level, I should be playing people on my level. But for some reason, last night, dude, I was playing on guys we was just getting wiped. I was just in groups that like I died like 40 times, maybe had
Yeah,
12 kills.
yeah. The boosting is hard right now. Yeah.
That's nuts, dude. I don't even know if I were playing. Like, I don't think those guys were in a group together. It was just a bunch of 55s, man. But these dudes could have been 1,000.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered. But go ahead, team, man. Just shout out. I'm gonna be sending out invitations to everybody.
No, I'm Auto T Reaper. I exist on Xbox. And hopefully in the next 2 days I'll have my PS5. So
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what you were talking about last time, right?
yeah, I got the money for it, so I am ready to buy it. I just have to go get it.
Oh, so it all came true, right?
It all came true. Yep, it did. And then I even got blessed this morning when I saw Z's video went to 6,000. I was like, yo, thank you God. I appreciate that to hell.
Yeah, I know you shared that with me. Cool, man.
Yeah, that was insane. And then I listened to Dustin and listened to Crap, and they were talking about the new Xbox in 2026.
Oh, so what were they saying?
Just that it's destined to come before the FTC's regulated date, which was 2028, and that it's just gonna come at 2026.
Man,
If
the
it comes at
FTC
all.
I mean, I was just talking about politics and stuff like that. Dude, they're so funny to me.
Yeah, and then I guess Game Pass won itself $9,000. Good for them.
Oh yeah. The people are saying that it was what is that? That's the value or something like that, right? Of all the games.
Yeah. And all I said to them is just wait for next year, and then we'll see that number go even higher.
Well, people on Twitter has already been sharing the games coming out throughout the year. People been
Yeah,
sharing.
I want Skull and Bones, and then I also want Sparkling Zero.
Oh yeah, Skull and Bones. Everybody's excited about that game, dude.
Yeah.
And what's the other one you want?
Sparkling Zero.
Sparkling Zero. I don't know what that one is.
That's gonna be Tenkaichi 4.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yep, I can't wait for that. That looks so dope. It's gonna be amazing. I got into a little bit of a back and forth with different people today, so I've been everywhere this afternoon. So,
This gaming or other stuff?
kind of just people just asking me for money and be telling me to go F themselves.
Dude, well, you know how it is, man. People, you know how people are needy nowadays, dude.
Yeah, no, no, it gets even interesting when it's African dudes trying to basically school you in the way of Allah, and I'm like, no, I don't really care. You're poor, I'm not. Go F yourself, please.
Oh yeah, that's all over the internet, dude. Everybody like.
And then there's chicks that try to scam me into getting game cards again. That's just starting to get really annoying. I absolutely cannot stand that. I almost got consumed by a pony that was a PS3 pony. I almost got screwed by that. I got lucky and I was able to block her before I was able to do anything damage to me. But that was kind of nice. But other than that, I've been having a fun time playing Kakarot again. I just went through that for the second time in my life.
Have you looked at your stats?
No, I have not. I haven't checked them in a while.
Yeah, mine are starting to rise back up. Hey, what's up, Unlimited, man? Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, dude, sorry, I'm on a little bit of a delay. I'm sending out all the stuff now.
Nah, you good. You good.
I'm almost done with your podcast, man. I was trying to finish it up today, but this dude came in and interrupted me at work. I was like, oh, man. Because it was like dead today at work and then at the end. But
Yeah.
I helped him out. This dude's always busy, man. So, oh, yeah, no worries, man. I got it. So,
Oh shit, yeah, man. Me and Hebot had a good one yesterday.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, you know Hebot, man. He'll bring that. In fact, I sent him a link. He said he wanted to. Hebot, if you're there, man, I sent you the link. It's on Twitter.
Oh yeah, he'll be in soon.
Yeah, let me just I'm gonna try and even shoot E-Rock something. Just in case
Yeah.
anybody else wants to jump on. But go ahead, continue. don't mind me as I try and get all this stuff out.
Uh, Reaper, you're still spitting, man.
Yeah, no, I tried to sign in. That's why
Oh,
he wanted
okay.
me to check my stats again. I was like, oh, I was gonna do that right now. But other than the Kakarot game, I've just been floating between Halo, COD, and finals.
Oh man, how's the finals?
I enjoy it. It's fun. It's worth downloading. It's free.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
I was trying to tell Doc that this morning. Doc was so proud of himself for beating Red Dead Redemption 2 again. I'm like, yo, you realize that's from 2018, right?
Mm.
That's not anything new. I don't want to hear about that shit.
Yeah, what's up, Zing? Yeah, just the usual Friday marathon. So hopefully the people jump in and get their spots where they can.
But I had a good Christmas. I got $450 in cash,
Mm.
and then I got a new bed that I sleep on now, which is absolutely very comfortable and very comfy.
Oh, that's what's up.
Right in front of my television. But it's like a blow up dog bed,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all silver cushion based, and it blew up all by itself.
Right.
And then I got new headphones, and then that I got myself God of War Ragnarok on Amazon. And then
Oh, you got a PlayStation 5?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm getting on Sunday.
How much was it? How much did you get on sale, or was it?
I'm gonna get the Spider-Man one, and that's about $499.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna get the Spider-Man 2 game along with God of War Ragnarok. So I'll have two games to work on while I break in the system. Hopefully, I do not break it, but we'll find out.
I actually bought the game for my son, but he wanted to get it for PC, but he didn't think they were going to bring it out to PC. And then I told him the other day, I was like, "Oh, looks like PlayStation's bringing out games."
Well, I saw that there was a DLC to it too, and I'm like, oh, I didn't buy the DLC yet. I should do that when I have a chance.
The DLC for what?
Ragnarok. It's called Valhalla.
Oh, Ragnarok.
Oh yeah, I think that's free.
Oh, it is. All right, that's even better.
Yeah. Didn't you see that Windows Gaming article, man? They was praising it for, or I don't know if it was Windows Gaming, but they shared the article where somebody was praising it.
Someone on Twitter just beat it. That's why it became known to my attention and they were posting it. So I was like, oh, okay. But then I guess they also were prideful that they beat Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and it took them 142 hours to beat it.
Really?
How the hell did it take them that long? Valhalla's short.
I don't know. That was kind of confusing to me.
Yeah, Valhalla's real short.
Yeah.
You know that's why I'm probably in the minority for saying this, but what I loved about Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Those are games. They're some of my most played games on Xbox for a reason, man. I love them games, and I played the hell out of them. With Mirage, it was cool, but
did you think it was too short?
Yeah, I thought it was way too short.
Oh,
okay. There's no.
I mean, I finished it within a day, so it was short.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I didn't do you, man. I didn't drink a case of Red Bull and beat it in 15 hours. I ain't that hardcore.
Yeah, that was fun. I think that Diablo 4 and Hogwarts Legacy are my favorite this year.
Yeah. For me, it's Hogwarts, Starfield, and Hi-Fi Rush. Xbox just dominated this year, in my opinion.
Well, I like Sarah Bond's Twitter feed. I liked what she said this morning, so I was like, that's cool. But I also got Adobe to use now, so I can use Photoshop and edit my videos properly finally. So I was like, yay! If I have enough energy to do videos. So.
Yeah.
But the the fun part actually comes this Sunday. So the Sunday I go back to dialysis, and then I get to watch the ball drop by myself, which is going to be fun.
Oh, don't worry, you're not the only one. I ain't going anywhere either.
Yeah. But it's the first year I'm going to be doing that. Normally I do that with my family, and I haven't done that by myself yet. So it's kind of interesting. My family went to go visit my sister this week, so they're all in Vermont.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe we'll do a hangout, man.
Yeah.
We'll do a hangout because my kids are in the mainland right now with their mom, and then.
Well, I just noticed the time difference between you and me, bro. That's a doozy of a time difference.
Mm-hmm. But it won't really affect me because I'll be up. Like I get to midnight, it'll be early here, so I'll ring it in, dude. The only and it's probably better because the only bad thing that would happen if you were doing it my time, midnight, is you wouldn't be able to hear me, man, because this place turns into a war zone. Hawaii is one of these states where everybody pops fireworks, dude. It's crazy, man. In fact, if you go on YouTube and you type in like Pro City Firework New Year's or Hawaii New Year's or something like that, you'll see it. It's crazy. The whole island's lit up. And from one end of the coast all the way to the other end, everybody does it. So that'll work for me, man.
And then my next big thing that I'm excited for is the Halo Season 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna start playing it, dude.
Yeah, I wanted to show you Minecraft this weekend, bro. Before Sunday.
Oh, we can play tomorrow
if you have the time.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, dude. I was saying about running through dungeons again. If you want to do that, or do you play dungeons?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do it another time. No, definitely check out the world.
Yeah.
My daughter was kind of playing it the other day.
They're gonna make a Minecraft movie, and it's gonna have Jason Momoa in it.
Oh, really?
Yep. I couldn't believe that when I saw that shit. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
I give him credit.
It's slated for 2027.
But I give him credit. You know why? Because like unlike The Rock, so Jason Momoa is like he's part Hawaiian, right? So and he's not really like he grew up in the mainland. So I think that gives him an advantage. Like Keanu Reeves. Like a lot of people don't know Keanu Reeves is Hawaiian, right? When you look at him and stuff like that. But I think growing up in the mainland, they're able to like diversify themselves more as far as acting. I'm not saying he's an acting savant, right? But if you see some of the movies he does and stuff like that, he has a lot of range as far as, he's just as long as he does the likable dude, bro, kind of thing. And then like, my sister, like my family knows his family too. So
I guess The Rock's Moana remake isn't gonna come out until 2025.
Dude, they should cancel that, dude.
There's a remake of Moana. That movie's not even a decade old.
Yeah. I know it's gonna have a live action remake in 2025.
I don't think so, bro. They'll go bankrupt.
Come on, Disney.
Disney's in big trouble right now, bro. Because they won't change.
I can't stomach these remakes, man. No, by the way, I don't think any of them has been good by any stretch. They've all been terrible. And look, man. And I like Tim Burton, but even that Dumbo remake doesn't compare to the classic. And Tim Burton's my dude.
Yeah.
But Disney used to have that Disney magic, man. Now it's Disney corrosion because that magic is gone.
Just people are not creatives. People doing this stuff don't have creativity.
Yeah, well, I mean, how creative can you be when all you do is remake your fucking classic movies? There's nothing creative about that. That's why I don't like Sony. How creative can you be when you just reselling the same shit you played a decade ago? Well, in Sony's case, 3 years ago.
Well, you want me to be honest with you as a Disney fan? Yeah, I wish they would just recreate it. And that's the problem. What they're doing is they're taking what works and they're trying to make it their own because they can't write. They can't come up with their own ideas, or when they try to, it fails. So they try and glom on stuff. They're gonna do that with X-Men. This is what Disney Marvel does now. Right? And fans are telling them straight up across the board, is like, dude, we don't like this. Even their hardcore fans that they've created. That's the funny thing about the cinematic universe, Marvel.
Yeah.
Is even those fans now, because they have 10 years. They have 10 years in, which is more than enough time to create a fandom. And even these guys are like, oh, what are you guys doing? Like, we don't understand this. Because the problem that they're having with these fans, they're not hardcore like us. Like, if I ask you something about like Perez's Wonder Woman, right? You could probably tell me in detail like your favorite story and all this kind of stuff, right? Or like if I talk about the X-Men and stuff like that. These guys can't do that because they're not that type of fans. So they're not hardcore enough, right, to keep the brand going. You know, and that's the problem. You know, a lot of these guys watch influencers, they do reactions. They're not hardcore Marvel fans. They're definitely not Disney fans. I mean, Disney is already on the clock, right? Because it's an old brand. So they're not wrong for trying to reinvent themselves. What they're wrong is trying to appease a certain minority.
Here's the the thing. Here's the thing about Disney. It's weird because in the late 80s and early 90s, they reinvented themselves brilliantly when they started putting out their classics, their animation classics, starting in the late 80s. A lot of people counted from what's that one with the girl that swims? It had a terrible remake as well. Little Mermaid, thank you. But for me, I start counting their renaissance with my movie, the one with Basil the rat, and he fought Ratigan. Mm-hmm. That was a great fucking movie too.
Yeah.
And they did a great job reinventing themselves. Yeah, The Great Mouse Detective. Thank you. Yeah. So and they did a great job with them movies because those movies are classics, all of them, right? But this ain't reinventing, remaking the shit that worked 30 to 90 years ago is not. Cause, and that's the thing. When they did in the 80s and 90s, it's not like they remade it Snow White or nothing. They start to do more works or
Snow White's still not out yet. I hope it gets canceled.
Yeah, I hope so too. And if it doesn't get canceled, that shit's gonna burn more money because nobody wants to see that. And then another thing that they're doing is that stop trying to adopt these fairy tales that are written. For example, many of them are European fairy tales, right? Stop doing that shit for modern audiences. It doesn't work. It doesn't translate because what was written 200 years ago for a German fairy tale does not work in 2023 where we have our own different standards and cultures. So please, that's another thing that the whole, I'm not, Snow White was this and that, stuff like that. Just don't make it if you're going to modernize it because it was never written to be modern.
No, but that's the point. They don't care, right? So they want to modernize it, right? Because when you look at something, it's the 100-year anniversary of Disney, and you don't ever see them talk about Walt Disney at all. And there's political bias behind all that kind of stuff that they don't talk about it. And then he represents what a lot of people feel is like the old way, the old patriarchy and stuff like that, right? So these people, not only do they not want to acknowledge it, they want to destroy it. Right? So that's what they're doing with all these old classics. They're turning into that. Then in the modern stuff, where they need to make the money, right? Everything's about representation. Look, dude. I mean, I look at an actor like Jason Momoa, dude, and I just look at him as an actor, dude. Like he doesn't. I don't look at him as a representation of myself, even though we share the kind of the same blood, right? But I like the dude because I like him. He played probably one of my favorite characters of all time in sci-fi when he's on Stargate Atlantis, right? He plays Ronan Dex.
Yeah.
And he fit the role, dude. He fit that role, right? And that's because of the it was kind of funny for him to get. I believe it was that one. It was either that one or Game of Thrones. I think it might have been Game of Thrones, where he played Carl Drogo, right? I forgot the Carl Drogo or whatever his name is, but he actually did like this haka, right? Which is traditional dance kind of thing, and that's how he got the role. Because people were like blown away by it, right? Because it showed that he had that fierceness. But still, dude, when you go on the set, you got to perform. And he had probably one of the coolest scenes in Game of Thrones. You know when he does that fight, he fights the other guy that wants to kill his wife or whatever she was.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, dude. So even though, and that's the thing, right? Like back in the day, they're like, okay, well, we're gonna be sensitive to this kind of stuff. But if you showed up for work, bro, and you couldn't pull it off, your ass was gone. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I grew up, man. It's kind of like, dude, okay, oh, you're Hawaiian, oh, that's cool, man. Here, you got a job, okay, fine. You should, but if you're not pulling your weight, but oh, bro, you gotta go, man. Because I grew up in a time when now you making me look bad. You know what I'm saying? But my point is that they want to kill the old stuff, right? And then they don't have the talent or the ability, and they have all this ideology that's blinding them, that's hurting their current stuff. Like, dude, you have black characters in Marvel. Why aren't you making those? Why are you race swapping? And I can tell you why, man. Because these dudes don't have the talent. Black Panther was a huge exception, man. The dude who directed it, I forgot what his name is, man.
Ryan Coogler.
Yeah. Coogler. Yeah, Coogler. Yeah. So that dude, when he was at Comic-Con, he said to everybody on the stage, he goes, "I was back there. I was you, so much years ago." Right. So this dude he's a comic book dude. Right, but he was able to bring his sensibilities. He was able, dude. The way he did Black Panther to me was excellent, right? Because he brought the complete package, man. He wanted to do cultural stuff, which he did. He wanted to bring in some issues, which he did, right? But he made it a complete package, and the message didn't overrun everything else. And that's what a lot of these people can't do, man. It's like I tell you, man. I tell my daughter all the time. I kind of feel for her, but she's trying to go into this industry, and if you don't have the talent, dude, then you're not going to be successful. You know what I mean? So. But in a nutshell, to me, that's what that. And I only bring this up, man, because this is the thing I have a lot of problems with. When people say, "Oh, you're just hating all this stuff to hate on," and I'm like, "No, I'm not, dude. It's just I know they can do better." And you guys haven't even experienced a lot of the stuff that comic book guys like me and you have experienced over the years, like the Green Lantern Corps. I bet you if you ask anybody who watches like DC movies, they probably don't even know what a Green Lantern Corps is. It has to be somebody that's a fan.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The same thing with the X-Men. It's like, oh, the X-Men is this. Like, no, it's way more than that, dude. They have a whole universe unto themselves. They could create a whole universe within movies and TV. But the problem is and that's why everybody's like, oh, well, they're just doing too much. No, they're just doing stuff that sucks, right? Anybody would be that way. You know what I mean? You're just not going to be successful. But sorry, we've got on my rant, but it's just irritating because I hate to see this happen, man.
No, you good, man.
Like gaming is our last hope, dude. Honestly.
Hey,
Yeah, as long as Sony don't have their way.
Oh, they won't. They're done.
Do you know what's actually over 20 years old?
What?
What's up?
Xbox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I just figured that out this afternoon when I asked Alexa that. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm actually in my 20 years old age now. That's kind of nice. I can't believe it's been 20 years, but that's insane.
Yeah, it's girl, you're 22 now.
Yeah.
And then that Troy movie is going to be 20 years old next year.
Which movie?
Troy.
Oh, is that the one with Brad Pitt?
Yep.
That has some pretty cool scenes in it.
Yeah, that fight's going to be 20 years old next year. I can't wait.
Oh, is that what? Yeah, that's what she put out earlier, right, T?
Yeah.
Sarah's man. She's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That's how I know, like 2024. I'm so excited about it. You know? And look,
So am I. And the fact of Val is finally coming, man. That alone got me excited for the whole year. I'm ready. I'm ready for Obsidian to finally get their flowers at the studio. Another I told you so, because I love their games from years. From because remember they made Knights of the Old Republic 2, not Star Wars, South Park: The Stick of Truth, Alpha Protocol, The Outer Worlds. And their name has never been in people's mouths in terms of RPG makers, but now with Avowed, I think they're finally going to get that big game that people are going to see. Like, yo, these guys are for real. Oh yeah, and Fallout New Vegas, which people love, but they often forget they're the ones who made it, not Bethesda.
No, but then that's why I'm kind of worried, man, because I saw online in the news, man, that Bethesda and Obsidian aren't getting along right now.
Well, it's not necessarily that they're getting along. It's just that, but the Obsidian would like to do, they like to do more spin-offs with their Elder Scrolls and Fallout universe, and Bethesda are saying no to that. But which is fine to me because Avowed is Obsidian's own universe. I don't think people realize that's their Pillars of Eternity universe that they're building off of.
Well, you know what? You want me to be honest? I don't believe that.
Was that?
I saw that in the news, right? Or I saw that online where people were talking about that, like supposedly Bethesda told them no, and I'm like, it's really funny because
no. You know what it is? This is what people get mixed up. Those reports are from years ago. That was before they were even purchased by either company was either purchased by Xbox. So they're thinking is that in 2023 they went to Obsidian went to Bethesda and they said no, that's more like it was from like 2014 2015 guys.
Well, then people are pushing it that way too, right? And I'm like, no, dude, that's and then so I pissed people off because I was telling them, oh, that's great, and then what does that mean? That's great. I was like, oh, competition, right? That's what because here's the thing, right? This is what I always gauge it on, right? Because Avowed was starting to be shown, people are getting like it was kind of trending, in fact, I think, right?
Yeah.
So it was starting to pop out there, right? And every time that happens, dude, you see either the gaming media or ponies or a combination of both, right? They start going into that negative thing.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And so what I did online was I was talking to these guys and I go, that's great. And he goes, what's so great about that? Fallout Lost New Vegas or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, because that's competition, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that what you guys always say? Like, if Xbox buys everybody, don't have a competition. Because what I say online to a lot of people is like, yeah, competition won't be a problem. When you have 40-something studios and then you gain even more studios, they'll compete with themselves.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of company Microsoft is.
Yep.
And this is why it just pisses me off, and we'll talk about this. This is what pisses me off about the guys on our side, right? The pony bots and even the Xbotians with pony tendencies, right? These guys piss me off the most because they'll sit there and I'm like, dude, didn't you even watch? Like, go watch that documentary you guys talk about all the time, Power On. He specifically said that in like episode 2 or episode 1 or episode 2, where they talked about how Microsoft would pit people, which I already knew because I grew up in that time, right? Microsoft would pit these people against each other, right? To see, it's like steel sharpens steel. It's not out of hate or animosity or they're trying to destroy one or the other. Right? But it's just like put your best foot forward, and whoever does better, then that's who we're gonna go with, man. Because money talks at the end of the day.
Yeah. Competition brings out the best and you.
Yeah. So to sit there and think that Microsoft is gonna totally, because number one, Microsoft can't buy every single body. That wouldn't make sense. And plus, if Microsoft did buy every person, then other people will sprout out. This is why I can't stand people nowadays, right? Especially when it comes to gaming. Gaming is very fluid. It's a creative. It's an art, right? In and of itself, it's entertainment. It's also an art, right? And there's a business component to it now, right? So when you put all of that together, this is why Microsoft, again, looking forward to 2024, because I think they're going to absolutely dominate every single aspect. Like you guys were saying in the podcast on Monday, how Microsoft had 308,000, you said,
articles written this year about them,
right? As opposed to Sony having whatever
258.
Yeah. And I bet you those Sony ones was mostly about Microsoft.
They're referencing from the FTC case and all that.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, Rebel.
Well, I sent E-Rock an invitation. I'm not really sure if he's gonna pop in. Yeah, but T, man, I'm happy for you, bro. I'm glad you're gonna get to play your game.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have a fun January and February. It's gonna be kind of fun going through those games for the first time. I'm gonna enjoy it.
I'll probably hit you up early in the morning tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I'll be awake. I normally wake up around 6 in the morning nowadays, so.
Yeah, I gotta check out your our status on Xbox because I see everybody else, but I never see you, and I know you're on. I don't know why I don't get a notification. So I probably gotta change the friend status or something.
I'm always doing something, so all you have to do is just send me a message, and I would join the party.
Yeah, I'll do that too. But it's weird. I'll see people pop up on my thing. I don't know, but that's one thing Xbox. I hope they can they start to do that, man, quality control a little bit more on their stuff, especially in 2024 moving forward. Like one of my things that I really hope that they do is they start doing better with their localization. I follow a lot of people from South Korea, and that's one of their biggest complaints, right? Is that they don't get, like Microsoft is pushing into their market, but not localizing their stuff for their language.
Right.
And to me, that's twofold, right? The one thing is it's good for them as fans, right? Especially if you want to build that fandom, right? You have to do stuff like that. But the number two is that Korean pop culture is so popular now, right? If you put a foothold in, it's basically like Japan back in the 80s when I was growing up, how it dominated like pop culture, had a lot of influence on a lot of the stuff we like. But that's in Korea right now, right? With all their dramas and their music, their culture, their food, right, is becoming even more popular, right? They're starting to do the fusion thing, like Japan did back in the day, right? Because if you eat traditional foods, like if you came to Hawaii and told me, "Oh, Sega, man, I want to try like real authentic Hawaiian food," I'll tell you no, man, you don't want it, because it hasn't progressed on that level. Where like if Chinese food has, like, you have American Chinese, yes, Southwest, you have all these different type of certain cultures have different type of flavors and styles now. So that's like stuff like that. I would like to see Microsoft, especially if they keep on talking about pushing into these markets, right, and having an impact on the mobile market. And I'm not saying they're not, right? I mean, you can tell by all the purchases and stuff that they're making. But I would love to see them tighten it up a little bit, like with their controllers as well. I have the Elite Series 2 already. The trigger button isn't working right.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I rarely, I use it for shooters. That's it. It's not like I use it for every single game. Like when I play Redfall, dude. I mean, I don't roll like you, where I buy 20 million.
Oh yeah.
Every single Redfall. But I bought the one that I like, right? And when I play Redfall, I'll use that controller, or when I play Forza, I'll use my Forza controller. That's just the way I am.
Yeah.
And then I use my regular controllers for just basic games, like a lot of the indie stuff that I play. So, yeah, I was kind of disappointed. And then when Microsoft came out with that video, how to fix your Elite controller, I was like, okay, that's not a good sign.
What did they come out with a video with?
How to fix your controller.
Oh.
If you're having problems.
It
tells me that they know that they're having problems because their quality control, because they probably get a lot of their stuff made overseas. And with the pandemic and the shipping lines and the materials and stuff like that, they probably can't maintain that level like they used to. So, because this is my second Elite controller I had a problem with. They cost money, dude. They're not cheap.
Oh, lucky you, dude. I'm on my fifth.
Yeah, but I think if I played as much as you, I'll probably be on my seventh. Honestly. It's so for all the people out there says, "Oh, you guys are Xbots and you guys just total party line." No, that's you guys. That's you ponies, man. I've never seen a.
I love my red controller. My red controller is my best gift to myself this year.
The which one? What controller?
My Red Elite 2.
Oh, Red Elite. Oh, so you got the red one.
Yeah, I got the red one, bro. The red one works great.
I got the Panda because I like that combination.
Did you want to hear my stats now?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll.
All right, my stats went up a little bit. They went to 2,023 hours, 72 games, 205 achievements, 3,571 gamer score earned, and my reward points are 36,022.
Dude, it's funny because very impressive. But it's funny, right? How now they put that out there. Now everybody's talking about it, which is cool.
Yeah. No, I beat everybody. The only person I'm just not sure I beat is Crap. I want to know if I beat Crap. That's what I mainly want to know. I already know I beat Phil. I already know I beat Dustin. I already know I beat 100, and I already know I beat Z. So I was like, all right, I already beat everybody. I just want to know if I just beat Crap Gamer.
Dude, I'm pretty sure.
If I beat Crap Gamer, I'll be happy.
I'm pretty sure you did. Where did you pull that from? From the app? Because I can't see it.
Yeah, all I did was just sign back into it, and it gave me a new stat.
Yeah, I know I did it the other day. See, look, I'm old, man. I can't keep up.
And then I also got Spartacus, the series, for myself.
Oh yeah, you're telling me that list. Yeah,
I'm loving that. I already watched all of it. I was actually quite happy with myself about that.
The funny thing that you say that, and that's what we're talking about as far as with Disney and all these other companies, these streaming companies, and they're struggling. And that's another thing too, because people don't have to watch your stuff, dude. We can go back and watch the stuff we actually like.
Yeah, no, my Instagram is at 2,400 now.
2,400 people on Instagram.
Yeah.
Dang, dude, you blow me away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not the best at social media anyway. I mean, I
don't be on social media like that either. I'll pop in on Twitter once or twice a day, BS around for about 10 minutes, then I be getting back to it. I can't do social media like some people do, where they be on there all day. I'm like, oh no, I can't do all that.
Oh, Zink says you just got a bad Elite Series controller too. Just send it back. My Elite Series 2 controllers are excellent. I only have one break and it broke inside of blue. Yeah, possibly. I mean, overall too, like even my daughter, like one of the things that we because we play so many shooters, man, is their thumbsticks don't last as long either. So I got proactive this time. You know, you buy the covers and stuff like that. But that's kind of I feel bad, right? Because my daughter has her own controller that I got for her, so she doesn't really use it because she doesn't want it to get ruined, right? And then you don't want to put anything on it because then it takes away from that thing that you created. I know, man. First world problems.
I got to admit, playing that Kakarot game actually really puts in the work into the controller. Yeah. All I'm doing is button mashing.
I mean, I think the worst thing I've got was I've gotten like the buttons like don't respond at all, and then I have the stick drift, not as bad as other people.
Yeah.
But it's something that I would like for them to work on. You know, a little bit more. Just tighten it up, dude. I mean, they have great controllers, man. There's nothing I have a problem with the design, how it feels. I like a lot of the features that they've added to them, right? I mean, they do an excellent job. It's just those little things, right? And I feel bad for Microsoft, dude, because they don't. But this is how you know people don't really play the games, man. Because these are like actual issues, right? As a gamer, because it matters, right? If your controller's not working, you can't play the way you want to. If your connection's having a problem, the network's having a problem. But you don't really hear them talk about stuff like this. That's why when people talk about stuff like this, I actually like it because I'm like, okay, so you're actual number one, you actually game and you actually use the Xbox. Right? But then a lot of these other guys that like the whole Starfield thing that came back into play, right? Where everybody's complaining about it. Like some dude said he spent 800 something hours. What?
Yeah, man, these guys are nuts, man.
Dude, I can't believe that, dude. It's just like, okay, so, and he showed the receipts, I guess. I don't know what that was, but he showed that he paid $872. I'm like, all right, okay, so you played the game for $872. But I'm like, I can't picture anybody doing that.
Yeah.
Dude, that makes absolutely no sense to me, dude. At all.
Nah, man. That's kind of insane, really.
Like I even hate watching, dude. I can't do that either. That's why I follow some of the guys that I follow, dude, because I'm like, like I told you, bro. The only reason I went to watch Shang-Chi and Doctor Strange was my son wanted to watch it. If it wasn't for my son wanting to watch it, and then my daughter went with us because we went together, we all went to watch the movie in the theater, and I'm fine with that because I'm with my kids.
I pissed off my boomer stepdaddy for Christmas. Want to know how?
What
happened? I almost made him change his mature settings on his Disney Plus.
Mature settings? He has mature settings on Disney Plus?
He doesn't have mature settings on Disney Plus. That was the problem. And I wanted to watch The Punisher.
Oh.
So the old man got really pissed off because he didn't know how to change it on his phone. And I was laughing my ass off. And I was like, yo, this is a beautiful Christmas present for me. I don't care if I can't watch it. I can just watch it on my phone. But at the end of the day, I wanted to watch it on his big television, and he wouldn't change his settings for me. So I was like, damn. But the boomer got triggered because I had to make him change his settings that he normally doesn't touch. And I was like, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys would be going back and forth with each other.
Yeah, that shit was funny, and that guy's 57, so he's a lot older than you.
Well, is that the Punisher from Netflix? That they brought
yeah, it's on Disney. They put it on Disney. It's there. You can watch Netflix, all Marvel Netflix on Disney too. You can watch Daredevil. You can watch Luke Cage. You can watch Iron Fist. You can watch The Defenders. You just can't watch X-Men 2 no more, which is not fair. But oh well.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, they took that off. I was kind of pissed off about that. They have everything
Oh,
else.
man.
They have Logan. They have Wolverine. The 2 Wolverine movies.
Disney's doing.
Them Fox X-Men movies, man, they're pretty good.
But I don't understand how you get rid of X-Men 2, but get rid of but you could keep X-Men 3, but you could do away with the first 2. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, you can't watch the first 2? I liked X-Men 3 at the time. Matter of fact, that's where my stupid ass gamer tag came from. Because you know that scene, the
X-Men 3 used to be my favorite.
Yeah. You remember that scene on the Juggernaut, bitch? I thought that was so great. I think that's my gamer tag on Xbox. Yeah, that's why my stupid game. That's why my gamer tag is Juggernaut, bitches, because of that. And I couldn't fit the whole quote in there at the time in like 2006 or 7, wherever that movie came out, man, on the 360.
Yeah, it was pretty fireable.
But I thought the Silver Samurai one was my favorite.
Oh, I think that's the second Wolverine movie.
Yeah.
Really?
I thought they did a really good job with that. I watched that a couple times this weekend.
It was okay.
Logan was great too. You know, it adapted the Old Man Logan comic.
Yeah, so, they said it did.
Yeah, and that was a great comic. That was a great brutal comic too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But the movie isn't as dark and brutal as the comic, but still, you clearly see the influence with it. That was a really good movie, though. I really enjoyed Logan.
They should have learned from that, but they didn't.
Nah.
Because a lot of people were asking for that for years.
Oh, why give them that when you could have the Mandarin just be a joke, and then have Ultron be a joke?
You know, do you really think they're making a Mandarin game though?
Nah, hell no, they ain't making. No. Listen, they already consider him racist, so we ain't never gonna get the real Mandarin.
That's what ruined Shang-Chi, right? They shouldn't have put him in there anyway. The 10 Rings thing. I'm like, why did you even do that if you weren't gonna do it? I mean,
the Mandarin is one of the most brutal villains in Marvel, and they just bastardize him. Apparently, it's racist. It's not racist to make one of their best, most intimidating villains a joke, but it's racist to have him as a legitimate threat that people would have been into. Come on now, Disney.
No, that's what I was telling you.
Listen. Even as a DC fan, the stuff they do in the Marvel just drives me up the wall.
No, so what they should have done, right? There's definitely somebody that could have came in and updated, like they did with Captain America, the first Avenger, right? They brought in the right people to do that. So the people that they have there, they can't write around that. And the people that they have there, they'll look at that and they'll be like, oh, that's all they see is the racism, and they don't look at it as like most normal people, like, okay, well, that was definitely a character from the time. So how can we update him? And they could have done something cool.
Yeah, and not only that, I'm gonna be real with you. Even if they were some type of racism, I still think the Mandarin was a great villain in Marvel. I'm sorry, guys. He was a legitimate threat. He was legitimately intimidating, and then as you see how he counteracts and counterbalances with Iron Man, I always thought he was a great villain. At no point in the Mandarin's history, that at least that I've read, did I think, man, this guy is just some racist. Anytime I read the Mandarin, especially when he paired up against Iron Man, I'm thinking, damn, dude, how's Iron Man's going to stop this guy?
Well, they're going back to the old Mandarin, right?
And that's what drives me crazy about all this. Oh, but it's racist or it's from a different time period. I don't give a shit because they were well-written villains at the time. So in Iron Man 3, which I still think is a terrible fucking movie.
It's garbage.
Yeah, and when people try to debate me in 2013 against that and Man of Steel, when they turned the man into the joke, that's what I almost walked out the theater. But I was like, shit, you know what? I paid my $10 for this fucking movie. Let me just see what else happens. It ended up being nonsense. Iron Man quits being Iron Man and literally comes back the next movie. Come on now, guys. So spare me that this whole Mandarin's is racist when the comics I read, dude's a legitimate threat. So we can't have a legit threat as a villain, but being a joke is okay. Come on, please, somebody educate me to what I'm missing here. That these grand writers have that I don't. I'm just a fucking comic fan.
Well, the bad thing about Shang-Chi is that he has a history, and that history changed. Just like Moon Knight has the same problem. Right, but then every once in a while you get somebody that comes on the book and actually does a fabulous job. And then, but unfortunately, Kevin Feige and the people that he's hired, for some reason, they can't do that. They can't pull the stuff out of there. It's like on the first Wonder Woman movie. I know I get a lot of crap for this because people are like, oh, you didn't like Captain Marvel, but you like Wonder Woman. I was like, yeah, because Wonder Woman was just better.
The first Wonder Woman movie was fucking awesome.
Yeah, that movie was amazing.
And the thing I love
the trench scene in No Man's Land, god damn, that scene was phenomenal.
Well, Wonder Woman showed what a strong female can be, right? She was strong. She was a warrior. She's an Amazon.
Yeah, and you know what that movie didn't have? It didn't have the line every female movie has now, where it's like, "Oh, you men." And no,
Yeah.
it never had that line in the whole movie. And I know that the Marvel writers must have been pissed. You guys put out a female superhero and you didn't have her bash men. No, because Wonder Woman literally never hated mankind. Hell, the reason why she left them is scary is because she wanted to save man's world.
Dude,
Duh. Come
Kennedy
on
is
now,
running
guys.
she's running Star Wars, one of the most lucrative products ever, and she shows up with a Forces female. Her and her crew, Forces female stuff. I was like, oh crap, the writing was on the wall,
Yeah.
right? Because that's not what it should be about. Right? The Force is balanced. It's not like one side or the other. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is over. Hey, so anyway, sorry, Rock. Real quick, learn to fix Xbox controller on YouTube. Yeah, thanks, Box. Welcome to the podcast, bro. Yeah, that's there's a video that shows that, guys.
Hey, E-Rock, Merry Christmas, bro.
Hey, happy holidays, everybody.
Hey,
Yeah, welcome,
same
bro.
to you, E-Rock.
I know you're busy, dude. I just decided, well, I'll just shoot you one just in case you want to jump in.
Oh no, I missed the last 20 podcasts, man, because I don't know when you have them, and
Yeah,
usually, man, usually, man, I'll be like knocked the fuck out, man. I'll be having so much going on here at the house, but I said, damn, I gotta get on the 24-hour podcast again, and,
even if you sleep, man, I'm pretty sure we'd still be on. So no worries.
Yeah.
it's not like I've been ducking you, man. It's not even the case. These guys will tell you, man, like.
Just like others, they know we all busy, bro. And then I know the hour difference, dude, is nuts. So. No, but
So what are we talking about tonight?
Well, I started off by hating on Marvel, so that's not. That'll probably give me some good comments.
Because I've been following it. I'm a huge fan of everything. I've been following this shit all my life. I write about this shit. I review cinema. I'm a film reviewer, not a movie critic. I hate that term. I hate movie critics because just like video game critics, you're never going to get an honest reaction to anything.
Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Who's here tonight, by the way? Who is that? Who's that up in the upper right hand corner?
Oh, that's T Reaper.
Oh, what's up, Reaper?
Hey, Reaper. Yeah, that would
All
be
right.
me. I wish you had Merry Christmas, bro.
Merry Christmas, brother. Entertainment in general is undergoing a change that to me is really disturbing. Something somewhere happened where people who love these intellectual properties are not writing it, and the people who have a mild interest in it, T Reaper, and a mild interest in it, Unlimited Production and Sega Forever, have somehow gotten these jobs. And instead of making these franchises better, they're either inserting themselves in the franchise or they're trying to ruin these franchises from within and try to fix stuff that never needed to be fixed. And it's all across the board. When I came in, I heard y'all talking about DC, right? And
do you think the new Deadpool will fail, E-Rock?
The new what?
The new Deadpool.
I don't know what it's going to do because as I've told people before, you cannot predict box office. You don't know what these movies are going to do anymore because
even if it has Logan in it, you don't think it's going to fail?
I don't know. We can't predict box office. The first Aquaman made $1 billion. This one is I don't think it'll even see 300 million. I think there legitimately is superhero fatigue. Some movies have been able to dodge it, like Guardians of the Galaxy, but there's legitimately, T Reaper, this shit called superhero fatigue. People have gotten tired of tights and flights, and it's not DC's fault, although they reacted stupidly to this shit. The only person I can lay the blame on is Disney and Marvel. They put out 30, if my count is correct, They put out 36 movies, unlimited production,
Yeah.
in 13 years. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
goddamn lot. DC, on the other hand, put out, I think, 15 or 16 movies in the last 10 years. That's not a
Mhm.
whole lot, but they're guilty by association. See, people are like, I'm tired of superhero movies, so I'm not going to go see Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go see The Flash, which was fucking. I thought The Flash was great.
Mhm.
I'm not going to see Aquaman, which I haven't seen yet. It's probably good. And two, you got the streaming services where if you just wait 35 days, you can see the shit, right? So, I mean, the entertainment industry is changing, some for the better with streaming, some for the worse with entertainment. Like, I just got finished watching this movie on Netflix called Rebel Moon by Zack
Mhm.
Snyder. It was fucking amazing. He
Did you
did
like
a,
that? You liked that movie?
what's that?
You liked it?
Well, to me, he did a better Star Wars movie than the last 3 Star Wars movies by Disney, and he did a better Dune movie than that fucking shit made by Warner Brothers that'll put you to sleep. It's a Zack Snyder movie. It's full of action. He has a comic book sensibility, and if you can fucking get with that, you can enjoy Zack Snyder. I mean, look at all of the shit he did. The Living Dead back in 2004. 300, which I love. Man of Steel. That zombie movie with Batista on Netflix. He has a singular style of doing comic book movies, and that's what Rebel Moon is. And if you with that, you with that. I don't know why motherfuckers went in expecting Citizen Kane. That's not what this shit is. Rebel Moon is some shit where you turn off your brain for 2 hours and just watch it. Like, if you thinking about this shit, you're doomed. Like, if you're thinking about this shit, why watch it? Like, motherfuckers, y'all didn't think for 13 years about the Marvel movies, how stupid they were. Y'all just went along with that shit. Did Thanos snap half of the world away, and instead of the world being in tragedy, like in Batman vs Superman, niggas is sitting around having fucking coffee and talking about shit. Like, you can like fuck you, man. Right.
They just totally just glossed over it. That's one of the things that irritated me about it. I was like, dude, there would be ramifications for this kind of stuff.
Everybody I know is like, you didn't like Infinity War, you didn't like Endgame. No, I thought it was all right. Just because you can cram 1,000 superheroes in a movie, don't mean this shit is good. You got to be able to pull that shit off, right? Like Watchmen did, and it has to be a narrative, it has to be a story, and these motherfuckers have to have a reason for being. But anyway, entertainment as a whole, T Reaper and Sega Forever is under attack. It's being fucking destroyed, man. Like, look at DC. Look at the bonehead shit they did. Well, we've been counting box office since day one. Never mind that Zack Snyder, everything he directed and produced gave us huge successes. Wonder Woman, he was involved with that. The first Aquaman, the first Suicide. All his fucking DC movies made fucking money, right? The only shits that didn't make money was shits where he wasn't directly involved. And so whose fault is that? That's your fault. Now you're going to reboot with this dude, James Gunn, who I have to agree with, Hebot is a fucking hack, right? Like, so you want me to reinvest in your shit after I've been invested since I was a kid. I've been invested in the DCEU for 10 years and bought all the movies. So now you want me to be excited about David Cornsweat and Superman Legacy? You're going to try to catch lightning in a bottle again, and you want me? No, I don't care anymore. I really. You want me to get invested in a Harry Potter TV series? How the fuck are you going to replace that iconic cast of British legends that we grew up with for 10 years? You can't. Like, everything they're doing makes no sense. Paramount decides to continue Star Trek, and none of it's fucking Star Trek. They literally had an episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds where the Klingons was rapping and motherfuckers was singing. And no, I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding. That actually fucking happened. It was called Subspace Rhapsody. It was a fucking affront to everything that Star Trek stood for. Bold, heroic Star Trek. What the fuck else? The legendary British sci-fi series that I've been watching since 1978, Doctor Who, that goes back to 1963, probably the oldest IP other than James Bond. They got their hands in that, right? And they fucking ruined it. The Doctor Who is gay now. They spent the whole episode coming down to him about using the proper pronouns. and he spent an entire episode telling a transgender chick how beautiful she was. I said, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck happened to my science fiction? Or when I was a kid, what the hell happened to Doctor Who fighting strange aliens in cheap ass costumes? But at least it was science fiction. They ruined everything by putting current year shit in it. And as far as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they destroyed that. Kevin Feige destroyed that. He wrote on the shadows of giants. Jim Johnston, the Russo brothers, Josh Whedon, who they fucking completely fucking just tossed him to the four winds. He wrote on the shadow of giants, and everybody kept telling this guy Kevin Feige how great he was. And I said, Marvel has a plan. Marvel Phase 2. I said, Marvel ain't got no fucking plan. What they have is in their garage a dartboard, and they throw a dart to see where the dart landed, and that's where the next movie they was going to do, right? And because every movie critic was bought and paid for, and they had all of these shills called the public access media, Grace Randolph from Attack of the Review, fucking John Campion from AMC Movie Talk. They had all of these bought and paid for shills telling you constantly how great Marvel was. And I said, yeah, they were great once, but that greatness stopped with Guardians of the Galaxy and Captain America the Winter Soldier. That shit went off the rails with Avengers Age of Ultron. When the goddamn robot is telling jokes, and the goddamn robot, who was created by Hank Pym, Ant-Man, by the way, not Tony Stark, when the goddamn robot gives the Avengers an hour to evacuate the Russian city, I'll give you an hour to evacuate the city. Who the fuck gives you an hour to evacuate? That was Marvel's direct response to DC having the balls to kill everybody in fucking Metropolis, which I appreciated.
Same here.
Did Al Qaeda give y'all warning when they was going to do 9/11? Fuck no, they didn't give y'all warning. Did anybody give anybody warnings over the Gaza Strip? Fuck no. It's called fucking war. So I was done with Marvel after that. But that's a minor gripe. My gripe now is it's more blatant than just stupid writing. That was stupid writing. Thor Ragnarok was stupid writing. Thor Love and Blunder was stupid writing. Fucking Shazam Fury of the Gods was stupid writing. DC had some shitty movies too. Shazam 2 was a movie that should not have fucking been made. All their focus should have been behind the Flash, but Warner Brothers was too busy marketing Barbie to great success. Everybody come out and see Barbie. It's the doll y'all all grew up with. All you women for 60 years grew up with Barbie. We made this funny comedy, but don't tell anybody it's actually Destroy the Patriarchy Man-Hating Manifesto. Shh, don't tell anybody it's a man-hating movie, and they made $1 billion fucking dollars. They completely forgot to market the goddamn Flash, the movie that should have made $1 billion. Yo, man, entertainment is fucked, dude. Entertainment is done. They destroyed Star Trek. They destroyed Doctor Who. They destroyed DC. They destroyed Marvel. They destroyed Star Wars. What the fuck is left? Transformers?
Oh, don't give them any ideas, dude. But that probably
is there anything left? Oh, I forgot. They fucking destroyed Indiana Jones, which is egregious. And I'll get off my soapbox. There was no reason to bring back Indiana Jones. I told people for 5 years who complained, T. Reaper, who complained, Sega Forever, and I'm gonna get off my soapbox. Oh, Indiana Jones 4 was terrible. It was the worst movie ever. Oh, Shia LaBeouf, the monkeys and the aliens. I said, y'all do know that Indiana Jones is based on the serials of the 1930s, right? So what they did was in 2008, they made basically Indiana Jones and the Sorcerermen from Mars. It fit in the world where this nigga walked into a cave and found a 900-year-old knight still alive. In the first movie, he finds a Jewish murder box. And in the second movie, an Indian ripping niggas' hearts out. So aliens was too far of a fucking stretch. But no, Disney had to get involved. And what did they do? Time travel. Indiana Jones, he doesn't have his son no more. Spoilers, they killed off Indiana Jones' son. He dies in the Vietnam War. Spoilers, him and Marion ain't married no more. Spoilers, Indiana Jones is a beaten, tired old man in 1969, literally telling the people downstairs, turn down the Beatles music because it's too fucking loud. He's lectured to an entire movie about this ugly, angry feminist English bitch. And the ending instead of the good ending he had in Indiana Jones 4, where Henry Jones Jr. finds out he has a son and he gets married to the love of his life. No, we had to undo that, T. Reaper, to get him in this new scenario where he's an angry old man, and the movie ends with the lecturing feminist punching him out at the Battle of fucking Syracuse, no less, in fucking the year 1002 or some shit. Don't ask me how the fuck they got back there, because it's time travel. Punches him out, and he wakes up in his apartment, and Marion says, "Where does it hurt?" And Kathleen Kennedy said, "This is a better ending than we gave him in Indiana Jones 4. Oh, it doesn't stop there. Fucking the writers got a hold of James Bond. James fucking Bond, the last masculine character on Earth, is a whiny, lovesick fucking dad in No Time to Die. Spoiler alert, James Bond fucking dies. For the first time ever, they killed off James Bond. Not only that, but Q, his quartermaster, is gay now for some reason. They have destroyed everything. And T. Reaper, it's no reason to go out and see the movie. So y'all could be excited for Deadpool if y'all want, but I'll pass. I'm gonna wait for that to come on streaming. You know what I do want to see though? The only studio making good movies is this studio called A24. They made this shit called The Iron Claw. I want to see that shit. That shit looks good. But we need to get back to making cinema, because superheroes are dead. They destroyed it. Star Trek is dead. They destroyed it. Doctor Who, I don't know what the fuck happened to Doctor Who. You got to be gay now to watch Doctor Who. If you ain't got a butt plug in your ass while you're watching Doctor Who, you're gonna feel uncomfortable. It's not for me no more. I can't watch it. They destroyed Star Wars. Where do I even begin? They destroyed that shit. Like, who the fuck cares about Star Wars anymore? So Zack Snyder said, I'm gonna make a goddamn Star Wars movie and show y'all how to do this shit. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna end my soapbox, man. So entertainment is fucking destroyed. It's done. It's finished. And I don't know how to fix this shit, and I don't know if it can be fixed. I'm sorry I took so long on this long ass rant, but like look, Disney is fucking crumbling. Their stocks are at an all-time low. Warner Brothers might merge with Paramount because it wasn't enough that they fucked up their properties. Now we got to go fuck up Star Trek. So David Zaslav might just go over there and tell them, "Yo, I'm cut."
Actually,
it's no more Star Trek.
Iraq. The word is Microsoft is going to buy Paramount.
If Microsoft buys Paramount, are you serious?
Yeah.
If Microsoft buys Paramount, well, nothing's going to change because Microsoft believes in letting companies do their own thing. But I mean, we'll see what happens. Entertainment is destroyed, man.
We'll give them more funding for Halo.
Well, but see, Halo's the least of Paramount's worries. They got to fix Star Trek. That's supposed to be your top. Listen, shit is so fucked up. Warner Brothers has this shit called HBO Max, which me and Limited Production said a year and a half ago. HBO Max should be Warner Brothers' main focus, but not in the world of David Zaslav. He literally has his programming on the other streaming services. Like, there was this cartoon that came out for Christmas for families called Merry Little Batman. That was on Amazon Prime. Why the fuck wasn't it on HBO Max? Only David Zaslav would know. Only he's like Mary Poppins. Only he knows what the fuck is going on. It's just entertainment is just destroyed, man. I hate to make it sound like it's all doom and gloom, but they've destroyed it. These people in charge, David Zaslav, Kathleen Kennedy with her fucking The Force is Female shit, Kevin Feige with his MCU, they've destroyed this shit. I don't know, how do you destroy Star Wars and Indiana Jones? This is impressive. Even for me, how you destroyed Marvel, Indiana Jones, and Star Wars. Over there at Ian Productions, Barbara Broccoli and fucking Michael G. Wilson, who have been given this shit called James Bond. Like, how do you what? Like, I'm almost glad Daniel Craig is going, because now they got no choice but to go back to the beginning. They got to take James Bond back to the beginning. James Bond is supposed to be a white, hard drinking. He's a naval commander. And he has death for breakfast and sex for dinner. That's it. He's not a lovesick dude. He's a fucking killer for hire. They got to get back to that. Sean Connery smoking a goddamn cigarette, having a drink, and smacking a chick on her ass. If they don't get back to that, there's no need to watch James Bond anymore. They needed to get a hold of these characters to dissect them, say good forever, and destroy them. I'm sure that Paramount and Star Trek can't wait to reveal that James T. Kirk is now bisexual or bi-curious or some shit, because this is what they they do. This is what they do. I heard y'all saying that they saying now the Mandarin is racist. The Mandarin was one of Iron Man's greatest enemies, and I fell for the same shit too because I used to watch the Iron Man cartoon in the 1990s, and that cartoon was banging. That theme song, "I Am Iron Man," and his enemy was the fucking Mandarin. So I said, yeah, the Mandarin, Iron Man 3 is gonna be dope. Little did I know it was a fucking bait and switch. And I don't think Ben Kingsley, the actor that played him, knew this shit was a bait and switch either. He was an actor playing another fucking character, and the real enemy was this dude, Guy Pearce, who was extremist or some shit. It was a clusterfuck. I said, oh, I see what Marvel's doing. They got everybody's money, and now they're literally coming in our faces. Like, yeah, we got your money. Y'all gonna keep coming back. So we ain't gotta respect shit. Oh, and by the way, Hank Pym didn't invent fucking Ultron. It was fucking Tony Stark, because Tony Stark has to be.
Tony Stark had to be the guy, the center of their universe. This
nigga
he's Spider-Man's hero. He created Ultron. Hell, we're gonna find out he created the whole universe by the end of the Kang trilogy or whatever.
He created the fucking Celestials, all that shit.
Yeah, they gonna be like, Kang gonna be like, man. It was Tony Stark who fucked my wife. That's why I'm pissed.
Entertainment is done, dude. And I don't know how this shit is fixed. Like DC, they are like the nerve. Y'all actually are gambling that somebody is going to see Superman fucking Legacy and whatever the fuck he got planned, motherfucker Sergeant Rock and the Doomsday Squad and shit, motherfuckers you never heard of. Like, dude, good luck with any of this shit. I'm not interested. I don't fucking care anymore. I stopped caring about Marvel, and now y'all make me stop caring about DC and Warner Brothers. Y'all stop making me care about Doctor Who. I watch classic Star Trek, the classic movies, and it's these dudes, they're fans of Sega Forever that have made fan-made Star Trek episodes that are better than this shit on fucking television. That's frightening when the fans have more respect for these IPs than you do. But out of all of this shit, what's been done to Doctor Who is goddamn egregious. It's fucking egregious. They just went full ahead with the woke transgender gay shit. And well, we're in the world too. But here's the thing. Y'all don't watch Doctor Who. Y'all never watched Doctor Who. Y'all can't tell me how this shit started. Y'all just here for a quick bump. And then, like when they had the female Doctor Who, it had a bump and motherfuckers just stopped watching it. Yo, man, they've destroyed every franchise we loved across the board, Sega Forever, and they don't care. And so basically to end this rant, again, entertainment is fucked, and I don't know how you fix it. I don't know if it can be fixed. I don't even know if Hollywood wants to fix it because they think they're right and we're wrong. The thing about the video game world is if you complain enough to Phil Spencer, he'll listen. If you complain enough to PlayStation, they might listen. If you complain enough to Nintendo, ain't gonna mean shit. But like for the most part, these motherfuckers will listen in the gaming world. The entertainment world, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. And it's reflecting in the box office. People should have went out to see Aquaman 2. Aquaman 2 was probably good, but they done had enough of flights and tights. So again, TV viewers asking me, do you think that Deadpool's going to fail? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. You cannot. Who the fuck thought Barbie was going to make $1 billion? Get the fuck out of here. What? Like, really? I'm happy for Margot Robbie because she had a rough deal the last couple of years. I'm happy for Warner Brothers, but like, why would I be happy for them assholes? Look at the shit they doing. Like, I don't know. You cannot predict box office anymore. Wonka should have made more money. Aquaman should have made more money. Like, I don't know how Deadpool is going to do. I don't even know if there's an interest in this shit. You could put Logan in it, Cable, fucking Kitty Pryde, the fucking Gladiator from the Shi'ar Empire. Like, what? Like, people are tired of this shit, T-Reaper. I don't think they want it anymore. I think, everything has its time. Before y'all was born and before I was born, the hot shit was Westerns. And before that, it was film noir like fucking Casablanca and the Maltese Falcon. Then in the 70s and the early 80s, it was kung fu movies, probably before y'all time. You couldn't walk a block without seeing a kung fu movie. Then in the 80s, it was the teen sex comedy. I think everything has its time and then it goes away. And I think it's time for superhero movies to go away until somebody has a good idea, like the Batman, like Matt Reeves, the Batman, where he tried to make that shit fucking cinema. Other than that, guys, I think this shit is dead.
I don't disagree with
I
you.
had a fun argument with a Joker fanboy.
Oh, go ahead, G.
They wanted to argue which one was the whole argument was over the fact that if Heath Ledger had not been outdone by Orlando Bloom from Lord of the Rings, he would have gotten Pirates. And I said that he did just fine years later, and this guy said being dead is not just fine. And I'm like, and then it turned into a humongous back and forth between
Wow.
dude. So I said he got the Oscar. The important part was he got the Oscar. I don't care if he died for it. That's just the entire point.
Yeah, well, his death was untimely tragedy. But I mean, he was a great actor, and he brought something fantastic to that character. He brought a new twist to the Joker, and I think the Joker's open to different interpretations. And I wish the next guy luck, or Joaquin Phoenix continued luck, because I really enjoyed Joker. Joker was like, I mean, who knew Todd Phillips, the director of the Hangover movies? Who knew he had that in him? Some dark, gritty shit. And everybody's like, DC's too dark and gritty. That tells me you never read a fucking DC comic book. Everybody that says that, DC's too edgelord. They've always been fucking edgelord. What the fuck are you talking about? Since fucking Alan Moore's Watchmen and Crisis on Infinite Earths, where they killed off half the fucking DC universe, and The Dark Knight Returns, they've always been dark and fucking edgy.
Yup, and Grant Morrison, Sandman, the Frank Miller stuff. I mean, the whole vertical line is just pretty much, hey, we could who's the most edgiest British writer we could hire, and they put them all on Vertigo.
Yeah, Frank Miller got canceled though, so.
Yeah, man, everybody gets canceled from if you were alive 30 plus years ago, man.
Well, the sad thing is that the majority of the stuff you watch, he wrote. That's the real stuff. That's why I have no respect for fans now, because they don't even know that much. Kind of like
everybody gets canceled if they're not brainwashed. There's a mass brainwashing going on. I've seen it. You got people out here that don't believe climate change is happening. There's people I know that don't believe the moon landings happen. So I mean, you'll spend all day on social media arguing with people, and people will believe what they believe, and usually it shows a lack of intelligence. But there is a brainwashing going on, and people that don't go along with it, like Frank Miller and J.K. Rowling, the creator of the Wizarding World. Remember, they tried to cancel her last year. They tried to cancel Hogwarts Legacy, and Hogwarts Legacy was the top-selling game of 2023. And Hogwarts Legacy exposed what bullshit the VGAs and Goth Keighley are. How does a game that was beloved by millions and sold that many copies not even on your ballots? That just shows me that show is rigged, and I couldn't fuck with you before. I can't fuck with you now at all, because you ain't got no spine, you ain't got no backbone. But if you speak common sense like J.K. Rowling, that the genders are. What's that?
What did they try to do to her?
She's
a feminist. She's a hardcore feminist.
I know that, but I'm just curious what the argument was over before I judge it.
The argument is over. She said a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Okay, and you're not going to get the two confused. And people had a fit. All right, you can go around. Look, the views of myself are not the views of this podcast. So everybody, if you want to fucking be mad at me. Don't be mad at T Reaper, Unlimited Production, or Second Forever. There is this think now that if E-Rock X wakes up tomorrow, T Reaper, and I identify as a tomato, then all three of y'all have to address me as a tomato. Y'all have to fall into my fucking psychosis, my illusion. And well, E-Rock isn't a human; he's a tomato. and we have to address his right to be a tomato. Like, no, you have to get me to a goddamn psychiatrist. That's what you got to fucking do if you're my friend. So
Intervention.
It's people. There are transgender people out here. I don't care who knows.
I just don't go near them. I know they exist.
Well,
I just don't go near them.
Well, there are. Listen, before we get too deep into the subject, there are people like this transgender model who, when she was young, she just didn't feel right as a boy. She noticed that her hips were too wide. She couldn't play sports because her hands were too small. She had a thin neck. She had fucking big anime eyes. Literally, she was born as the wrong sex. So what they did was they got her medicine and they stopped puberty before it happened, right? They stopped puberty before it happened. And when she got older, she had the full operation to become a woman, okay? Those transgenders, we can make you still biologically a male, but you stop puberty so we can have some kind of argument there.
Extremely rare.
Yeah, extremely rare.
It's so rare that it's not. In my opinion, it's not even worth addressing. It's more like an anomaly, if you will.
Yes. But what you can't make an argue about is Bruce Jenner. This nigga 63, and he just wakes up one day. It's like I'm a woman now. Like nigga, you was on the Wheaties box in 1977. You ain't telling me that you a woman now, motherfucker. You look like a man in a dress. So J.K. Rowling just addressed this silliness, said I'm not gonna be brainwashed, and so everybody tried to cancel her. You had a bookmaker that resells used books up in Connecticut, literally erasing her name out of her own books, which is copyright infringement.
Yeah, that is illegal.
Yeah, and I told Warner Brothers, I said, yo, y'all need to fucking get this motherfucker immediately. Like, you can't erase an author from their works. Well, we don't agree with her views, but we'll still read Harry Potter. No, nigga. If you don't like her views, don't read her shit. If you hate her, hate the Wizarding World too. Shit. I mean, nobody's been more open to diversity than J.K. Rowling. She had black people in Harry Potter. I guess now she ain't had enough, so they're recasting shit. Dumbledore was revealed as being gay. He was in love with what the fuck is his name? Grindelwald. And nobody had a fucking problem with it. I didn't. Nobody has that
either. No.
Nobody has
a. Remember that scene in the Harry Potter movies?
What's that?
The Dumbledore thing. I don't remember that scene.
It's Dumbledore's back. It's Dumbledore's backstory, and it's explored in the Fantastic Beasts movies.
Oh, okay.
In fact, you never peeped. What the fuck was it? God damn it! It's been so many of them. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. They went to collect this teacher named Slugworth, and Dumbledore comes out of the bathroom and he's like, a book about knitting patterns. You don't mind if I take this, do you? Like, dude, it don't get no more in the news than that. So they was trying to turn him gay in, and I don't have no fucking problem with it. What I have a problem with is an entire episode of Doctor Who, where Doctor Who, this 900-year-old Time Lord, he's a time traveler. For those who don't know who Doctor Who is, he comes from this planet of Time Lords. And Doctor Who didn't want to be a Time Lord, so he literally stole one of the time machines in his state. He landed in London at a fucking junkyard, and the time machine has a device where it can change into its surroundings. So his time machine changed into a fucking police box. And Doctor Who's been on the run ever since, defending Earth against horrific aliens and all of these conquerors, and falling in love and had companions over the years. So here we are in 2023. This woman and this transgender. First of all, they tell Doctor Who that how can you assume an alien's pronouns? And Doctor's like, oh, I'm sorry. What are your pronouns? And the alien's is like, well, I do identify as silent. What the fuck is this shit? Then the transgender and this other woman tell Doctor Who, this 900-year-old Time Lord, who saved the Earth more time than Captain Kirk, Picard, or anybody, they tell this motherfucker, well, you're the wrong gender. You're a man, so you know nothing. And he stands there and takes this shit. When the old Doctor Who would have cut this transgender and this bitch to ribbons. And I'm like, so this is where we're going now. I don't care if you're transgender. I don't care if you're gay. I don't want this shit rammed down my throat every fucking day. I don't want to see it in every fucking thing I watch. I don't want to see it in the MCU every fucking day. I don't want to see it in the DCEU. I don't want to turn to Star Trek Strange New Worlds, where I haven't watched it all, but I've seen enough of it to know what it's about, where this fucking dykey looking helmsman is mouthing off at Captain Pike. But bitch, I would have threw you in the brig until you had some respect. You never seen anybody mouthing off at Captain Kirk. You never seen anybody in the old series mouthing off at Picard. That's the new series. It's like they took everything that we loved and fucking destroyed it. Like, who? Indiana Jones 5 didn't do good at the box office. As I knew it wouldn't do. I said this shit was a mistake. I said Indiana Jones 5 was going to make Indiana Jones 4 look like Citizen Kane. He's lectured to the entire movie. The fucking ugly British chick is fucking mean and not disarming at all, and lectures him, and she's actually the bad guy in the movie. I hear she almost gets him killed. She almost gets him killed by the fucking Nazis. Oh yeah, the fucking Nazis are still around in 1969 for some reason. She almost gets him killed by the Nazis. Almost gets him killed several times in the fucking movie. Lectures him about all his years of fucking stealing all of these artifacts when she herself is a black market artifact dealer. Like, what fucking world do we goddamn living in? Like, so you destroyed Indiana Jones for what reason? Fucking, oh yeah, not to mention the same bitch that's lecturing Indiana Jones, she was a co-writer on James Bond, right? So for those who don't know, don't follow this shit, they've been waiting to get their hands on three motherfuckers like this was the Holy Grail. James T. Kirk, Henry Jones Jr., Indiana Jones, and James Bond. But James Bond, they really wanted him because James Bond stood for everything that was masculine. He was a man's man. Men want to be him, and women want to be with him. Women that you or I can't get, that are sexually unavailable to us, are available to him after he kills three motherfuckers that are drinking a vodka martini. And I didn't care that he was white. James Bond should be black. Why? That's not who the character is. James Bond should be a woman. What sense did that make? They had to dissect James Bond. So in No Time to Die, not only did they kill him, not only is he a lovesick dad, but there's this black chick in it who is the new 007, because 007 is a number. If you get killed or retired, they replace you with the new 00. That makes sense. This black bitch in this movie is angry. She's abrasive. She's fucking, nobody fucking likes her. She spends the whole movie talking shit to James Bond. Mind you, this is the motherfucker that defeated, if you follow the movies, this nigga defeated Le Chiffre. This nigga defeated fucking Silva. This nigga defeated fucking Blofeld. And you are talking shit to this man? This motherfucker defeated Goldfinger, and you are talking shit to this man? So it's like, who writes this shit? And why wouldn't James Bond just be like, look, black bitch, either get back in the kitchen or shut the fuck up? That's what I would have did. Since you want to talk shit, I would have got straight misogynistic on this shit. I wouldn't have got straight gay like he about to be doing when he angry at Paul Tassi. But I would have told that bitch where to go. Oh man, this shit is crazy. They turned Q gay for some reason. They going over Q's house as quartermaster to learn about this virus that's been let loose in the world. And Q's like, guys, bad timing. I have a date. He'll be here soon. Like, what? When did y'all turn Q gay? Or was this always y'all fucking plan? Like, they wanted to get their hands on our entertainment, and they've done it. And worse still, for you Marvel fans, Kevin Feige hasn't learned shit. I hear he's going full speed ahead with his MCU. There's going to be a female Avengers. That's what I hear. He's going full speed ahead with this shit because they don't care about these IPs. They care about, as Unlimited Production always said, catering to this audience who don't care about Doctor Who. They never watched an episode of Doctor Who. They don't care about Marvel. They don't care about DC. All they care about is representation. And once they've seen what they've seen, they'll either turn against it or go on to the next franchise. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left for them to destroy. You know shit is bad when you turn to Paramount Plus and there's an episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds and the fucking Klingons are rapping. It's done. It's over. Stick a fork in this shit. It's done. You killed it. You destroyed everything that meant anything to us, and you don't care. So the next thing these writers will say, well, E-Rock, you're old. Maybe Star Trek and Doctor Who ain't for you no more. Hey, fair deal. Fair dinkum. Maybe it ain't. I know to just turn my TV the fuck off. I can watch YouTube. I can watch, at least Zack Snyder, say what you want about Rebel Moon. He's still making entertainment for us. He's still making entertainment for men. So I'll watch that instead of fucking watching Barbie, where Barbie told you what it was in the advertising. Nobody paid attention. She's everything. He's just Ken. They told you what this shit was in the advertising. They told you what this shit was in the advertising. And the whole movie, they go through the same playbook that Ghostbusters 2016 did. Every man is a goddamn nincompoop. Every man is a misogynist. As soon as Barbie gets in the real world, some dude smacks her in the ass and hits on her. The executives at Mattel, which is ran in this movie by Will Ferrell, the executives are complete fucking idiots and morons. And I'm shocked Mattel went along with this shit. Man, y'all really must hate y'all board of directors. And at the end, Barbie and her fellow female dolls destroy the patriarchy, and the Kens are put back in their place at the end of the movie. And you expect me to watch this shit? Well, E, how do you know about the plot if you haven't seen it? You can get a full dossier of every movie that's ever came out on this shit called 4chan. It was 4chan who told us about Ghostbusters 2016. And I said, no, get the fuck out of here. There's no way that the fucking bad guy is a nerd who kills himself because nobody speaks to him, and he literally turns himself into the Ghostbusters logo. No, there's no way that fucking Chris Hemsworth has a whole dialogue about his cat having anxiety. No, there's no way that there's an entire running gag about Melissa McCarthy not being able to get dumplings in her fucking wonton soup. No, the movie ends with the entire cast doing a dance number. This can't be real. It was real. It was 4chan who spilled the beans before Star Wars came out. Oh yeah, by the way, they killed Han Solo. So you will never see Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, and Leia together ever again. Because they kill all the motherfuckers. I'm like, no, bullshit. It fucking happened. So never doubt the authenticity of 4chan.
It didn't happen without direction, though. There was a direction to do that.
Well, it shouldn't happen without direction. And it shouldn't happen anyway because George Lucas trusted you with his shit. He trusted you to fucking do Star Wars right, and y'all did Star Wars wrong.
George,
you know what I mean?
Never have sold the shit.
You know what? He probably thought you're 100% right. He probably thought at the time that was a good idea to take that $4 billion.
You should never trust Disney. That's a number one.
It wasn't Disney. He knows Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy worked under her and Steven Spielberg. So he trusted her, and she backstabbed him. That's what happened.
For decades, y'all been seeing Kathleen Kennedy's name for decades and didn't even know who the fuck she was. Her name.
You know why you never seen her name on the marquee.
Dude, this is a fucking betrayal of the highest order. Her name appears on the credits as a producer of Raiders of the fucking Lost Ark. Now I know you guys are young, but what year did Raiders of the Lost Ark come out? 1981. So Kathleen Kennedy was always around for E.T., all of that shit. She betrayed both Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. But guess what? As Unlimited Production has always said, when somebody else owns your IP that you sold them, it ain't shit you can do about if they want to run it through the mud. And I don't even know what George Lucas is feeling right now because I think he sold Star Wars because of all of the shit the fans gave him about the prequel trilogies.
Yeah.
And then now, decades later, everybody is like, yo, the prequel trilogies are great. Like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, it makes me sick, man. Because I remember from 1999 to 2005. Nah, they hated his fucking guts.
Yes.
Star Wars. They hated when they brought out the New Hope remaster and he added the CGI. Oh, why you kill this movie, George? Oh, they hated his fucking guts.
Yes.
It's the same people, by the way.
The Star Wars fan base is generational, right? So the people that didn't like, I'm one of those, because I saw it like when it first opened. So what happened? Well, just real quick. So what you're looking at is you're looking different generation of Star Wars fans. So when the episodes 1, 2, and 3 came out, the older guys didn't like it. But then you had a generation of people that saw the movies after it released,
who grew up with the Clone Wars and they fell in love with it.
And then they did the Clone Wars. That's how Filoni got in there, right? So you have a whole other generation that comes in. And then after that generation comes in, now you got this new generation, which is not really a generation. It's just a bunch of angry feminists, right? And because we basically live in that generation now. Right?
Yeah.
They're the ones that are in the control of all of this stuff. And they're the ones that's killing the brand. So at least the one thing that they did do, they brought all the episode 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6 guys together, right? Harmony, like you guys are talking about, because this is the real threat that Star Wars is actually dead. Star Wars is over. Star Wars will never recover from this, because the other problem that they're having with all of this stuff. And I can speak to this, man, because my kids, I have 2 kids. My kids have no affinity for Star Wars whatsoever.
Wow.
Right?
That's
Because
crazy.
and that's not just my kids. It's a whole generation of people, because that baton is not being passed. That baton got passed, like I said, a bunch of angry feminists and like all these people like how you talking about, Iraq. These guys are infiltrating science fiction, because at its core, the nerd culture is very open and accepting and very diverse. So a lot of people came in, but now they're trying to change it. They're trying to do that with anime, but Japan is telling them to take a hike. In fact, one of the best articles I read, and then people are talking about it on YouTube, as anime is actually all the translators and stuff like that who've been trying to push their agenda into the translations. Yeah, it looks like Japan's just going to get AI to translate all their stuff for them, because Japan doesn't like that at all.
Good. That's good, man. And I noticed that Hayao Miyazaki in Studio Ghibli is still doing his thing and keeping traditional animation alive with his new movie and stuff like Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. And again,
they tried to cancel him too, Iraq, like 4 or 5 years ago.
That's crazy. This world is just fucking crazy, man. This is a crazy fucking.
Yeah, my theory, and I'm still down on this hill. Life is so good for a lot of these people now that they're just bored. So people are literally just creating their own misery at this point, because they got really nothing to live for right now. That's my theory, because you couldn't tell me if we were living through like the Great Depression nearly 100 years ago, motherfuckers would be on Twitter complaining about pronouns when most of the country don't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the theory that I've had for the longest. Like, people are just fucking bored. They're literally creating their own misery. It reminds me, y'all. Did y'all ever read about the Utopia experience with the rats?
No.
So the experience scientists did was that they gave rats a perfect utopia. Basically, gave them a world where they don't have to struggle for nothing, and the rats just pretty much ended up ruin it for their mall cells in various ways, because they were essentially bored and they didn't have anything to feed their natural instincts, right?
It's like the Matrix, dude.
Yeah.
That's one of the best thing out of the Matrix, where they told them they gave humans a perfect world and they rejected it.
Yeah, man. Because a lot of what's going on in the world, for example, the unlimited access to information, is just too much for people. People were never meant to have the world at their literal fingertips with our devices, basically, and as a result, the world is just functioning way differently than it has forever, and so now people are literally pretending what's worked throughout all of human history somehow needs to be changed, all of a sudden, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So that's my. And by the way, the stuff that happens that we see where that happens. The places that is not happening are poor countries, because poor countries have way more survival issues going on. So someone right now in, say, one of the Central American countries that are dealing with the human trafficking, right?
The damn cartels and shit.
Yeah, the cartels and the human trafficking. You've never seen an article for fucking Venezuela. The pronoun, the Venezuelan movie dealing with pronouns, man, they trying to fucking kill the fucking cartels right now. They more shit than but a lot of, especially in these Western countries, I don't think people realize how good we have it right now, where most of us are fortunate enough to have a roof over our head, access to food, to the point that obesity is a legitimate issue. And all that other stuff. And if you're sick, most of us could go to a doctor, and whatever the case. So that's my theory. It's only a theory to me, but that's why I think that, especially over the last few years, you just see everybody just going off the rails right now. Because what else is there to their lives? Especially think about like the typical middle class or upper class person who what do they got to live for right now?
They could continue like there's no every. I don't think anything you said is a theory. I think everything you said is fact. I've come to this conclusion that since 2016, we've been living in this shit called an idiocracy. It was a movie that came out years ago. Yeah, right. And it's not so far fetched anymore. The idiocracy, like people like the reason why. And if I say this, you will have people on social media that will argue me the fuck down because they think now is so much better. Yeah, it's better because y'all got technology at your fingertips, but y'all have so much technology at your fingertips. But we have factual evidence that Americans are dumber now than they've ever been at any time in fucking history. Right? So you look at the North Koreans, the South Koreans, even over in Japan, they're slowly getting affected, but not fully. China, who has a more rigid government than us, everywhere where is stability are people who don't have access to all the shit we have access to. People have access to all this information, but yet I still see motherfuckers thinking the world is flat. I see motherfuckers that don't understand that the planets and the world is a sphere. I see motherfuckers that don't believe the moon landings happened, or even though we have fucking ample evidence now. You were literally running the motherfuckers that don't believe in a day and night cycle. I see some of the crazy people. I argue. I had an argument today on social media, which I got to get. I can't wait till they finally get me off of fucking Instagram finally, because they're hell bent to ban every one of my comments. Oh yeah, basically Instagram is just fucking a portal to fucking OnlyFans now, in case y'all didn't know. People literally don't believe climate change is happening. Now, I've been watching the news the last 4 or 5 years. There has never been this many floods in Turkey, Greece, Italy, Japan, China, in recorded history. Earthquakes, the polar ice caps is melting, all of this shit. To these motherfuckers here in America, it's all a coincidence. It's all a coincidence. Never mind that Al Gore warned us of this shit 23 years ago. It's all a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that it was fucking 73 degrees one day in December. It's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that it was 22 degrees one day in October. It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Up here in Philadelphia, it's like warm right now in Philly when it's fucking late December. It's all just a coincidence. Global warming ain't happening. That's some shit they all made. It's made up news, like the moon landing. It's made up news. Like Americans have never been dumber, and our test scores prove this shit. Motherfuckers don't read. They don't believe in the news. They don't investigate shit that can easily be investigated. They don't believe in shit that the fucking Greeks understood. The Greeks went outside their door and was like, yo, man, why is this shadow being casted this way? And then the Greek, he writes his buddy over in Syracuse and like, yo, where's your shadow casted? My shadow's cast in a different direction. And the motherfuckers figured out then that the earth was round. You got rappers going around saying, oh, the earth is flat. like yo, it's fucking, yo, I'm scared for the future of this country because pronouns and shit and like what.
No, people are definitely stupid, man. I give you props for that. I've noticed that through my entire Instagram back and forth. Trust me, yeah, people are really dumb.
Yo, it's going down, and a lot of this information is just readily available. You can find out shit in a second, as Unlimited Production said, but they won't use it. We are truly living in the idiocracy, and their feelings are more important than your facts. So, I mean, we are living in scary times, but again, it's infiltrated entertainment. Like Unlimited Production said, people are bored because they have everything. Our lifestyle here in America, if you're successful, is you gotta grind at that grindstone. The bigger house, the bigger car, more of this. When the fuck does it end? You know, there's some people like Michael Jordan and Will Smith who were just meant to succeed, and you ain't meant to catch up with them. And it wasn't meant for you to spend the rest of your life trying to catch up to them. It might have been meant for you to just be that baker at that bakery. It might have just been meant for you to be that dude selling pretzels outside Lincoln Financial Field. So America is just, I'm not knocking the country. I think it's the greatest country in the world. But like I said, I got into Instagram arguments over this. The difference between now and then is because there's no adversity, Americans have gotten weaker and mentally soft. Whereas back in the 1960s, during the civil rights movement, right? Well, you had blacks having hoses turned on them and they couldn't go into public spaces and they had white and black finger fountains. But look at how tough it made them motherfuckers. Look at how tough it made my mom and them generation. 10 times tougher than we are. I never seen black folks more together than they were during the civil rights era. The greatest generation, everybody that lived through World War II, they all teamed together and fought the greatest evil this world ever knew, the fucking Nazis, and they were the greatest evil the world ever knew. You had motherfuckers just lining up to get recruited, lining up. It was like in that movie Captain America where the dude was scrawny and he still wanted to enlist. That really fucking happened. Motherfuckers was lying so they could enlist in the military so they could go because it was seen as cowardice to not want to fight for your country. It was seen as betrayal to not want to raise your hand to the flag and say the Pledge of Allegiance. So something's wrong inherently with you can't give the people too much freedom. So Iraq, what do you discuss? What are you saying? We should be more like China? Maybe, because them motherfuckers, if the fucking Chinese leader or the dictator or the emperor tell them motherfuckers, I need you all to be downtown tomorrow to cheer our fucking our math squad, won the math trophy. It'll be 10,000 of them motherfuckers out there tomorrow. Here in America, I don't feel like that shit, man. I don't feel like that shit. I don't even do the maths. I don't want to be there for that shit. Like y'all been given too much freedom, and it's made y'all weak. I see people every day. Oh, the Eagles should give up. DC should give up. This person should give up. I'm like, what made y'all? What gave y'all this spirit of just giving up? Because when I grew up in the 80s and 90s, yes, there are some things I've given up. I've given up bad jobs. Look, man, when you're a bus driver for public transportation and you get kidnapped by an insane person named Miss Outlaw, that's when it's time to quit, okay? But normally, I usually don't quit shit. I was always taught eat, get what you want. You know what I mean? I was a dude that started out when I was in my early 20s as a backup for the security guards. And by the end of the year, I was the goddamn fucking manager of the security guards. Why? Because I wanted shit. I wanted a nice car. I wanted the motherfucking Tag Heuer watch. I wanted nice shit for my family, right? And so that made me go out there and get it. But these kids now will just give up. Oh, well, first sign of adversity, I'm going to give up. Oh, well, they won't promote me at McDonald's. I'm going to give up. Or worse, let me go get a shotgun and shoot up the place. America is fucked, man. And entertainment is fucked. And like another production just said, his theory. Bro, your theory is fat. People are fucking bored. And so because they're bored, they don't know what to do with themselves. And I see it every fucking day. So because they're bored, Unlimited Production and Team Reaper and Sega Forever, they come on Instagram and say, oh, climate changing world. Oh, the earth is flat. Nigga, you have to be bored. We learned about this shit in elementary school.
Yeah.
Before they even taught us that 4 and 4 was 8, they taught us, motherfuckers, you do know the earth is fucking round, right? If you don't know that, you flunk.
Yeah, and I promise you it's not a conspiracy. Look, guys, China, Russia, US, UK, these countries can't even get along with basic shit. I'm telling you, every mathematician in the world is not coming together and lying to you guys about the position of the world or how the world is shaped, guys. Just trust your boy and live on that one if you're doubting me.
Like Unlimited, like the Russian cosmonauts, SpaceX, the Chinese, and now the damn Indians. I don't even know how the Indians don't even have clean drinking water, right? Everybody that been to the moon was somehow it's a fucking hoax. Like I can't. How come we haven't been back? What the fuck is there to go up there for? They went up. They should have went up there the first 4 times. There was a goddamn suicide mission.
And not only that, let's not forget the NASA budget. The NASA when they went to the moon, they used something insane. I want to say either 8. I think it was something like 8% of the U.S. GDP at the time. NASA's budget in 2023 isn't even remotely close. You guys know how much money that it took to put them into space that they just don't have anymore. You know, and that's why private industry has taken over
SpaceX,
space race,
and
Blue Origin, and all them.
And NASA was basically they were mentally humiliated and crippled. They were never the same. Yeah, well, after the Challenger disaster, and it wasn't just Challenger, it was another space shuttle in 2003 that burnt up on reentry. So it's like,
Why they didn't go back? Yeah,
and the sad part is we had the recordings of that shit. The motherfuckers were like, it's getting hot, it's getting hot. So NASA was like, yo, we done with this shit. Y'all want to go to the space and go to the moon? Y'all knock that shit out. I will never know what possessed Buzz Aldrin and all of them dudes to say goodbye to their families and go up there and do that shit off of the calculations of 6 black women and some scientists. But they did that shit. My hat's off to them. So everybody that says, yo, the moon landings is fake, it's like, it's just crazy. It's just everything the United States does, they do it because we got balls. That dude Chuck Yeager that broke the sound barrier, the black engineer who invented refrigeration, whoever invented the automobile, I think was it Henry T. Ford? This came from them 2 niggas, the Wright brothers. Like, yo, man, we ain't got no engine, and all we got is some boards. Let's build the fucking plane. Like what? Like what? Like what the fuck are you thinking? But that's how shit gets done. It gets done through ingenuity. And it gets done through believing in science and believing in the math, something that nobody likes math, but math is very important because it's how these motherfuckers figured out all of this shit. So I mean,
problem with math.
Yeah, but they figured out all that. Well, you're an accountant. You perfect for your job. Yeah, all of this shit came from ingenuity, man. But anyway, yeah, getting back to what you guys at T Reaper were saying, man. I think America has not had a challenge, and because we don't have a challenge, everything's so easy. This country has gotten soft and complacent, and we're eating each other. The fucking school shootings by these incels. I've never seen. Well, you know what, man? Nobody likes me, and I couldn't get the high score on fucking Skyrim, so I'm just gonna shoot up the place. Like, man, what the fuck? Like, I never thought of no shit like that. I was like, yo, man, like, this. I don't know, man. Maybe I've grown too old and too inflexible to be relevant anymore. But it was a different world when I was coming up, man. We went to work, we went to church when we could. We were gassed about having a family one day and getting a house and being productive parts of society. And I think another thing that's weakened this society is social media. Because now anybody can get on a cell phone and say whatever they want to anybody with no repercussions. Whereas back in the day, if you said, hey, motherfucker, to the wrong person, you got a fist in your face. And deservedly so. And it kept the status quo. Everybody stayed out of everybody's business. Right? See, when that little bullshit happened 2 years ago and Will Smith smacked that boy, Chris Rock, niggas from the hood knew what that was about. Everybody else didn't. Even other black people. I don't see how
go fuck yourself, Zinc.
I don't see how that can happen. I'm like, well, y'all ain't from the hood. Haven't I heard every black T Reaper? Haven't you heard every black person say since you met black people, man, you mess with me, I'll smack the shit out of you. Well, Will Smith smacked the shit out of a motherfucker. Why was I surprised? but anyway, man, I digress, man.
You shouldn't have said that to a real black man. A real black man will smack you across the face, no problem.
I mean, look, I would be disappointed if that didn't happen. Y'all black folks talked about smacking a motherfucker since I was a kid. It finally happened. The white folks was shocked. Motherfucker, what was his name? Jim Carrey. Oh, look, it's appalling. It's appalling. Nigga, please, you better stop before they cancel you. Or they found out about these 14-year-old girls who been fucking with you. You better keep quiet, boy, because they canceling everybody. They didn't cancel Bill Cosby, well, justifiably so. This motherfucker was putting pills in bitches' pudding pops, but they didn't cancel everybody. So I mean, you could be canceled next, man. They didn't cancel Jonathan Majors. This motherfucker had the world in the palm of his hands, and they got him on tape arguing with a bitch, and now he ain't got no job. Sega forever. What's going on with this world?
Everybody all up in their business. That's the problem. That was when I saw that, I was like, dude, that's just a couple having problems.
Yeah.
But everything is like 24/7 now, dude. It's you can't.
Hey, 100.
Hey, what's up, 100?
Hey, what's up,
Are
man?
you there, brother? I might have accidentally removed you. It wasn't personal. I was typing.
Yeah, he was typing.
Unfortunately, I am. Listen to this rhetoric over here. I'm on Paul. I'm Stephen A. Smith. How y'all doing today, man? I'm trying to just.
What's up,
How's
100?
your holiday going? 100.
I'm trying to see everything my little dude say. Huh? What'd you say?
How's your holiday
Oh
going?
shit.
Oh, is that why you was
Say
laughing?
re-
Zane? I mean,
Oh man,
sorry.
my
go ahead.
holiday shit. My holiday was at work. You know what I'm saying? Just gave me a bottle of champagne. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
You know, mess with my nephews and stuff like that, and not listening to the rhetoric of the interweb. You know, I got to cut the y'all got me. You know, Sega has to be a good friend of mine because I was on my sabbatical for 2 weeks, not saying shit on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I ain't did nothing on YouTube,
Yeah, you've been MIA.
and I said I'm gonna come. This, you know, because I don't already. You know, Sega Forever might come on tomorrow in the morning, and I just wake up and like, how the hell you just pop up with a podcast?
Are you enjoying
And
the new
Sega
Halo
Forever, you
season?
have the marathon of the marathons.
Oh, don't worry. It's early
Everybody
for me.
doing. I hope everybody had a marathon. Yeah. I know you 6. Like I said, they get mad at me, and I'm like, damn, he 3 hours behind me. Shit, damn.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas and shit, man, and Happy New Year and shit, man. Was, you know,
Are you
just
enjoying
trying to
the new
live
Halo
life,
season?
man. That's what I do. Play video games, live life. I can't worry about the politics. I gotta leave that shit to E-Rock and y'all. I don't give 2 fucks about the politics, but they all.
Yeah, E-Rock is on his soapbox for real.
Them all motherfuckers is crooked. I don't give 2 fucks about them. As long as they leave me alone, I leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? They all crooked. Ain't nobody's good. I don't give a fuck if you're Republican, Democrat, you like Trump. They all crooked. They all taken. Because how many times you even had your own mayor? This is a little thing I used to tell my man Flip. How many times you have a person in your neighborhood, a congressman or whatever, in your parish, whatever, wanted that vote, and they promised you something. That shit ain't never happened, right? They get voted in, they don't even know who your name is. E-Rock who?
True.
They don't come back and see how you're doing, how your house is doing. No, you didn't put them in a mansion. They don't know about you. So like I said, I don't play the politic game. My politic game is leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? I play video games and I love, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, the world is crazy. I can't worry about the world right now. It's a lot of stuff that goes on in our household. We got to worry about our household. I put my house out first. I put me, my son, my family, my mom. I put that first. That's my house. I don't care what's going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? Somebody will they got hit. I'm like, man, I ain't got nothing to do with that right now. I got to worry about this kid's eating, this and that. Because like I said, sometimes got to start off the smallest things. You know, I can't worry about, this money went to this where I ain't full of that money in the first place at all. You got to understand. Look at the Congress and the Senate. They got more vacation days than anybody. When they coming back to Congress, and what they gonna do? They gonna do no more fighting with each other for another 25. That shit. Like I said, that's why I don't even. That's why I said I love video games. That takes me. I rather talk politically on video games. You know what I'm saying? They talk about, because at least I got some type of. I ain't got control over all these lying characters. That's why I call them lying characters. You know, I ain't nobody. You independent? I can't spell independent. Why you can't spell
independent? That's funny.
Oh shit!
Oh my gosh.
That's why I say, because I'm glad y'all laughing. See, I just wanted y'all to laugh. See, I came here to make a joke. See, make a joke. I'm glad y'all laughing. See,
are you enjoying the new Halo season? 100.
Hell yeah, huh? What?
Are you enjoying the new Halo season?
Yes, I am. I love that damn. You know what? I'm 4 away from doing all my little Christmas shit. Mm-hmm. That's because the job that held me hostage. Thanks for E-Rock. You know what I'm saying? In his terms that you need to work. E-Rock called my job and said I needed to work for the last 2 weeks. And I'm like, how E-Rock get my number? To tell my boss that. I said, forgot I did give him my number. And he called my boss on me. He said, you're going to do 2 weeks.
Damn, I must have butt
Later,
dialed by
I
accident. My
was
bad.
accused of bornness. No, but you called the job, but no. They won't let me.
My bad, honey.
No, Sam, like I said. Oh no, it's cool. No, it ain't even your fault. I found out whose fault it was. It ain't your fault.
It was Flips.
And I apologize. But no, man, this stuff is. Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah,
It could have been.
that's who it was.
It could have. Yeah,
Speaking of
no, but man,
speaking
like
of
I said, I've been
entertainment,
sitting back. I've been sitting back. Like I said, I like listening to people sometimes. That's something I can do. Sit there and get people, you know. And everybody got great points on everything. Like I say, you know, somebody told me you can't stand Iraq. I said, man, we got a different opinion. You know, if you come in my parties and see, y'all thought you gonna hear me and Flip cuss each other out every 5 minutes. I'm about to cuss him out right now.
that's because these guys are soft, man. People can have a difference of opinion and move on, man. You know what I mean?
See?
Hey,
Yeah, like you got to understand people argue all the time. Yeah.
Hunter, have you played Spider-Man? I know that's your shit.
He don't fucking know. What am I play that shit for? I watched it.
He said he watched.
He watched it. He said he watched it.
I mean, he ain't wrong. Just type in Spider-Man 2 cutscenes, and you got 10 hours of content right there.
How long is the game unlimited?
15 hours.
15 hours? Okay,
Yeah,
I
that
can do
you
that.
gotta do everything. You can run through that shit real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
how the
man.
hell Mary Jane that turned into fucking Thanos around that bitch? How the fuck? She got Mary Jane ain't shot a gun in her life.
They really went deep with that one.
Man,
I heard they made
know
no
dude,
money from it.
I'm glad that and I am glad that the real Marvel people, guys, are sitting there saying that is a PlayStation universe. That's not our universe of Peter Parker. None of that shit. They put a line in the sand.
Marvel guys are fighting over everything.
You're telling me you don't want to spray paint as deaf girls in video games, Landry?
And take the 2 gay kids to the prom.
I want to do that shit. Who want to do that?
You don't want to catch pigeons and find backpacks.
And then my thing is why everything gotta have some LBTWYON with the letters like my man Flip say. Why everything has to have that? We don't need that.
See? Y'all thought there was no themes in this podcast.
So you play the character and you control that person and you I gradually hit every woman in all my gameplays. I don't want no dude, but you know what I'm saying? People say, oh, you can't get what was her name in Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk. Hell yeah.
Judy Alvarez.
I made sure I was going, man, I romanced the stone. I did shit I didn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Pan Am. Hell yeah, man. Pan Am was gonna be my girl.
Oh, okay.
Not Dan Am. But it wasn't forced. I could have messed with Dan if I wanted to mess with Dan. But it was a choice. Quit trying to force this stuff down people.
Yeah, they gave you a choice in Starfield too.
Kids in this world don't need to see that.
It's adults in this world don't need to see that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can't have kids of their own, so they gotta brainwash yours.
Shit, I don't want to mess with them. I ain't never. But one is ain't no brother, another dude gonna get at me in Starfield because I don't go that way. You already know my demeanor. You can go with my questionnaire. I already got me a boo thing with me. Know what I'm saying?
Oh, they try the dude Sam Coe tries, but they give you a choice. I'm like, no, dude, I'm trying to get with Sarah Morgan. I'm good, my buddy. You know, you do your thing though, man.
See, some of them I don't be friends with. See, some people I don't be friends with. I give them a little shitty attitude. What you say that shit for?
I never got that far with Sam. He died in my playthrough.
Mine's too.
He died.
but like he do thought to. And see, I'm glad. That's why RoboCop is such a treat. Because somebody's out here still making games for us. RoboCop was a nice surprise, and I'm still playing it, and I'm enjoying it, man. And next up on the docket is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, because that was on sale like last month for like $30.
Yeah.
Shit. But
Yeah, but,
RoboCop is the shit.
Love
RoboCop
that
not for
game.
$70. No, it's not. Not getting my money. No.
What RoboCop?
Not for
RoboCop's like
$70.
50. It's $50, man. It's a $50 game. It was
It's
never
$60.
$70.
I'm not giving it for $60.
It's on
No.
sale.
Man,
It should be on sale. Right now.
No, I don't keep. I love RoboCop.
You missing out, 100. That's a great fucking
No,
game.
I
man.
understand that, but that's a one playthrough. That's a one trick pony for me. $30. That's
okay.
a one trick pony for me.
Goodness.
I'm not going back. If me paying that much, come on. And I spend a lot of money on a lot of dumb shit. But I told myself I cannot do, and I watched everyone, but I can't give them. And talking about support the developer, that's the developer support me. Tell that developer bought me a bottle of Cristal, and then we can talk.
Well, I will say this much. In my buying of these video games, I have said that there are games that should be $40 games, like AEW Fight Forever, and there are games that are worth the $55. And RoboCop is one of them. Like, I saw videos of RoboCop before Unlimited Production even told me it was good. And I was like, okay, all right. I wasn't sold yet. And Unlimited Production told me, yo, man, this is the shit. If you like RoboCop at all, this is the shit. So I said, fuck it, man. I said, I needed something to play. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I didn't even know that was going to be on sale yet. So I caught RoboCop. Man, that shit is a homage to the first two movies. Like when you blast them first couple of scum, like I had to fight these bikers in like this motherfucking this like empty fucking warehouse area.
The same warehouse he died at in the first movie.
Yo, that shit was. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
That shit was so fun. You got to go back to the police station and shit and help motherfuckers out and do shit. And I thought like that would be boring doing all these missions. But you're supposed to complete the missions because each mission you complete, RoboCop goes back and gets an evaluation. And he gets graded on his performance. It's this slimy motherfucker at OCP that's trying to fucking screw over the police.
Yep.
Like, yo, RoboCop is this shit. But as soon as I blasted my first scumbag, I was fucking hooked. I was like, I love this shit. Now, like when I be killing motherfuckers, I be talking like RoboCop. Put your guns down or pay the price, scumbags. Yo, man, Unlimited, you ain't lied, man. Yo, tell 100. Yo, RoboCop is the shit. Yo,
I know. Livewire got RoboCop. I'm not giving them no 70.
Okay, man, I understand.
You gotta understand. I have a problem playing video games. I got a problem that I love women. You know what I'm saying? I got a problem with video games. You know what I'm saying? It's too expensive.
I got you. I
mean, look,
You
man,
know,
we're not telling you to buy every fucking game they want. We're just saying,
why so many games, 100?
I went to my thing and I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all.
Are you waiting for it to come on Game Pass?
This is what I came.
What you're doing?
I came in. My son come through. You know what I'm saying? With doing Christmas or what you call it, and then he pulls up because he wanted some more money out of mom's, right? Out of me. He was extorting me, right? He was extorting. He said, "Grandma, look at all these games my dad bought, and he said 85% of them is all digital." I said, you go snitch on your pops. Next one. But I didn't know I own all them damn. I got backlogs.
I got you.
We all got backlogs, man.
I've been having time. I wanted to spend time with Alan Wake. I can't spend time with Alan Wake because I'm on my Halo shit right now.
See, you shouldn't have bought Alan Wake, nigga. You should have bought RoboCop.
I bought Alan Wake. I got Alan Wake for $30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
like $80. If it's a deal, I'm getting it. If that shit goes to $30,
wait. How'd you get Alan Wake for $30?
It was on sale.
I can't confirm or deny where I can get what I can't confirm or deny.
Get out of here.
They discounted it though, right?
Hey, E-Rock.
Yo,
it was on sale.
You know what I got for $35?
Okay. What's that?
The entire series of Spartacus.
Yo, my dude, good purchase. Good purchase. Spartacus is the shit. Yes.
The entire set.
Have you ever watched it before, or is it for your
Yeah,
first time?
I had it on my drive. I just never bought it on
Man,
movie and TV.
Spartacus is this shit. They don't make shit like that anymore. And
Yeah.
see, back then, like when they made Spartacus, they was being historically accurate. So you didn't mind the gay shit being in it because that's what they did back in ancient Rome. Spartacus was brutal. It was nasty. Yo, that was probably one of the greatest series stars had ever made, man. I bought it too, man. That was a good
I
purchase.
also
too.
watched
Guess what I bought?
the entire
That's what I
series,
bought. I
too.
think that's a great movie.
What's that?
Shit. Damn bone. Let me go through my. It just came out.
1960s,
With
right?
the Android. No, I ain't going back to no.
Oh, I
damn
think I know what you're talking about. It's like the black dude is in it. This is Robot, right?
Yeah, I can't see. That's
I know what you're talking about. That dude look good.
The one with the AI child.
Yeah, the AI. Yeah, that.
Wow,
I bought it.
I actually thought that looked kind of terrible.
You say it comes what?
I thought it looked terrible. I saw that trailer. I'm like, this look kind
No,
of
you gotta go get it, man. You know what? You would have came around. Y'all would have came around last week. I was buying Christmas presents because the job gave me a nice mega bonus, so I was buying shit for fun.
Nice.
For everybody.
Then you should have bought RoboCop, then, nigga.
I wasn't buying no RoboCop for no $70.
It ain't
man,
$70, man.
For 70, and I put it this way: my brother was trying to give me my brother. I had bought one. People don't understand when I say I bought it. I told everybody I had bought yesterday. I bought another Xbox Series X. They ain't thinking that's the first one I bought. No, I bought one, and I let my brother use it. You know what I'm saying? Because my brother had the TV. I wanted to see the part of it because he had the TV to go at the time with it, right? So I said, "Did it?" So I decided to buy one yesterday through Microsoft, and people is calling me everything. Oh, you get it because you this and this and that. I bought it at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and it came at 10. It came around 10, 11 o'clock this morning on my door. Well, you live on the where they at?
That was fast.
Yeah, and I ain't have to pay nothing extra. Didn't pay nothing extra for it. They say, boom. Well, you live on the coast. They love you. You an Xbox person. That's what they doing is, huh?
Had nothing to do with nothing. You spent your money and they sent it to you.
Yeah. Well, where you live at? You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with that one. Yeah, do I know executives? Yeah, but they ain't do nothing. I ain't asked for none of that.
Hey, Fireballs.
Fireballs.
Oh, Fireballs. Hey, man, I'm about to clock out because I've been here too damn long.
You know that crazy month. Yeah, and I got it.
Cool, man.
Yeah, man, I'm about to head out. You guys, you guys enjoyed it the next 6 hours, man. But yeah.
Hey, Unlimited, man, take care of yourself. And before you go Unlimited, have you noticed it in RoboCop? Like almost the solution to everything is violence.
Yeah.
Ain't no talking to motherfuckers. Ain't no negotiating. Man, Bo, you fucked up. You missing a good game, man.
Yeah, man, I ain't fucked up, man. You buy it for me. You went first. Buy it for me.
I ain't got your money, nigga. You getting bottles of champagne and buying Xbox Series X?
Yeah, man. You got
it's so hard work. You talking about hard work and dedication. It's hard work and dedication. Shit, and guess what? YouTube didn't buy that shit for me. Can I say that? No, YouTube money bought that shit for me.
Hey, man, it's a great game, but don't just don't sleep on the end, man. That's all I gotta say. Because I was blown away by how fun it is, man. They nailed it with the gameplay, the atmosphere. They brought back Peter Wells to voice RoboCop. They knocked it out the park, man. It's
dude's heads be exploding from headshots. Yo, man,
and what's cool when you upgrade your when you do your upgrades, like with your weapon and stuff, you could have more gore, basically. So when you're shooting body parts, the arms will come off. Yeah, man. But anyway, I'm getting out of here because I can't.
All right, Unlimited.
Yeah, I reached my limit, man. Sega forever. Man. I'll donate something later to your cause because these marathons.
Oh yeah.
Longer than the Jerry Lewis marching down telethon.
Yeah,
all right, brother.
All right, have a good day. You guys enjoy your new year, everybody.
All right, you too, brother.
You too.
Back at you. Be like, shit, if this is the Jerry Lee Lewis marathon, where's the singing?
Hey, Bob, what's up?
But man,
Happy holidays to all of you, every single one of you, including you, E-Rock.
Happy holidays, Fire Boss.
Man,
We're just talking about whatever.
now y'all talking about. I haven't like really paid much attention to it or watched the RoboCop, much of the gameplay and stuff. So basically, what is it? Is it kind of like a open map or something like that, or is it just like it's linear?
It is linear, but it is the whole game really pays homage to the first two movies. You just basically going around and trying to catch this criminal and his cronies that work for OCP, and they're trying to undermine the police department and build this shit called Mega City or something. I forgot what the fuck they call it, but anyway, like the gameplay is tight. The shooting is tight. Sometimes it's funny, it's hilarious. It's just violence across the board. It's no negotiating. Almost every situation, RoboCop has to fucking answer the situation with violence. It's just fun. It's fun like video games used to be before they started inserting politics and fucking all this nonsense in it, like in Spider-Man, where you got to escort 2 gay boys to the prom, or find some pigeons, or Spider-Man's not even a star in his own game, or you got to do a Mary Jane mission. You got to do a mission where you got to help a blind girl paint graffiti. No, ain't none of that. It's just RoboCop killing these damn dirtbags. And me personally, I never imagined that killing dirtbags would be this much fun. Now I see why Lieutenant Frank Drebin loved doing it. I'm like, man, this is awesome, blowing these scumbags to smithereens. Like I told Unlimited Production, I even talk like RoboCop. Put down your guns, or prepare to die, shitbags, and I just open fire on the criminals. Man, that game was fun as shit, and it came out of nowhere. Who the fuck thought RoboCop Rogue City was gonna be any good? But it is.
Sure, I was thinking from just what you was telling me and from what I hearing from other people, I was like, man, imagine if this motherfucker was like open world, like Arkham City.
Right,
and you can drive around and stuff, get your upgrades and all that, and then of course then you just like how Batman, RoboCop. You remember in the movies he did interrogations, like be grabbing motherfuckers and trying to shove them through the wall.
Yeah, well, I did have to interrogate one dude. Like there'll be sections of the city of Detroit you go into and you can walk around, but like you can't drive around the city of Detroit. No, it's not that type of game. They got it broken up into sections for a reason, because they got a story they try to tell about RoboCop trying to find out who this dude is, and OCP is putting the screws to him.
I know, because I mean the thing is like when you're like, because you might as well say they're kind of like like probably was like a AA budget, even though it looks like it's AAA.
Yeah.
But dude, you can't deny like be driving around in that damn car. That damn beat up ass Ford Taurus.
Oh yeah.
And it got the theme song playing.
He still got the beat up Ford Taurus. It's literally a love letter to the first 2 RoboCop movies. I don't even know who the developer is. They came out of nowhere. They did a good job. It's really fun and really fucking exceedingly violent. It's more fun than it has any right to be, and it's what video games should be. We should be having fun when we playing video games.
You should look at them, E-Rock. They do a game called Sherwood that reminds me so much of Fable Legends.
Okay.
Yeah. So the developers or the publisher, well, they're the studio. It's I know that Microsoft has something going on with them. They did Clash and Steel Rising. Their library is pretty impressive. So
I still feel that was a drop ball to me. They should have gave Legends a chance, dude. Because I don't know, something inside me. Something deep down inside me says that I think just like how Sea of Thieves was a bit of a slow burn. I think Fable Legends would have been just the same, and that would have been just another. Yeah, that would have been just another piece of kindling on the fire.
Yeah, but if only Phil was in charge back then. In fact, I think that's why
he was in charge.
No, I don't think he was, bro.
Yeah, he was in charge. He gave it to X. I remember. I made a video.
He was the one. He was the one. Yeah, sorry, man. I was just saying that. Yeah, E-Rock's right. He was the one that made the call because he closed down Lionhead.
Yep.
Oh,
I was one of the dudes that waited because you had to, unless you were one of the first dudes in there, I had to wait a year to get the beta. And when I finally got the beta and played it, it was all there. The graphics, it was really using DirectX 9 or DirectX 10. It looked fantastic.
Yeah,
And unlike Fable 3, it had that original Fable feel. You had to fight this villain called Puck in it. Like everything was there. All the pieces were set up for Fable Legends to be something. You could see that there was a game there, but I mean, out of nowhere, Phil Spencer just pulled the plug on it, and he just didn't pull the plug on it like Fireball said. He dismantled Lionhead Studios, and I was like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" I didn't understand at the time in 2017. He was getting rid of I don't want to be disrespectful because Fable's one of the greatest games ever, but Phil was getting rid of a lot of dead weight and restructuring so we can get to where we're at now. But at the time, Fable Legends hurt.
Don't they have that element though? I think I know people are talking about it because you played as the villain as well, and I think that was the hard sell for a lot of people.
Well, I didn't play as the villain. I played as one of the heroes.
Yeah.
But you could see that there was something there that they had worked on, and I don't know whether it was ready to go or not, but that and the cancellation of this game called Scalebound, which I didn't really care about. Everybody else cared about it. Every PlayStation fan, I would have bought an Xbox and then
it was two reasons, man. Because everybody was still sucking off that platinum game sauce. Because platinum was still in that circle of can't do no wrong, and also because everybody was still like, just vibing off of something, things that are fast paced hack and slash Devil May Cry-ish, especially that main character. Because if that wasn't Dante inspired, what the fuck else can you tell me?
Dante with blonde hair, it was exactly, yeah. But all they did was show everybody a little fucking 5-minute fucking demo, and everybody lost their mind. And when those two games got canceled, it kind of left a gap in Xbox for a while. I think 2017, they may have came up with a racing game in Cuphead. So that's when all of the turncoats, Crap Gamers, Zaire, that's when everybody turned against Xbox. Especially in 2018 when PlayStation came out with Spider-Man and God of War. Oh no, everybody just turned against Xbox. But
hey, E-Rock.
Years later, and now look.
E-Rock, guess what?
Yo.
You know that Resurrection video that we're all in?
Mm-hmm.
It hit 6,000 views.
Wow. I haven't seen those channels in a while, bro.
Yeah, it hit 6,000 this morning.
Wow.
I saw it. I even told Zaire that shit. 6,000.
Wow.
So no matter what, we all have a base of 6,000 people that know who we are. No matter what the ponies do, it doesn't matter. That's
whatever they do. Yeah, man.
But that didn't make no sense to me though. How everybody bailed like that, because it's like, because since you know me, you know my thing. My thing was JRPGs, and when Don Matrix pulled the plug on Japan and stuff like that, you would think that somebody like me would have just packed bags and just bounced. But I'm still here. I'm still here. I found stuff to play. I found stuff that kept me engaged and everything.
A lot of those guys, they were not interested in Xbox. And let's be honest with you, dude. A lot of people got put to the ringer. So basically, what ended up happening was a lot of these guys realized that, they just couldn't handle it. You have to bleed green, man.
Well, around that time, I think most of them were content creators anyway, weren't they?
Well, guys like who's your boy, E-Rock, man?
I know Crap was, but I don't know shit about Zaire other than what y'all told me.
Zaire is weird.
Like Kid Smooth and then Mooch and guys like that.
So he was a content creator.
Yeah, they were Xbox, but they wanted to be more than just Xbox. They wanted them to be influencers. And you can't do that on the Xbox side. Why they decided to come on Xbox is beyond me, because that was not the place to be. And it showed when a lot of these guys jumped ship. So okay, thank you. That exposed everything. Yeah, it was actually pretty good, because now you know who's for real in this community.
Yeah. It's like okay, so you guys didn't come here for the experience and the quality and the customer, the customer care program. And all you didn't come here for
No,
that.
they just came to be known.
You're like,
Look,
man.
I remember when Erock, I remember, dude. Erock was upset with Phil Spencer, and he did a video ranting on Phil Spencer. And then I was Erock like a year later. You came back, but Erock came back and he's like, "Look, dude, I think you said you were wrong. You had a different. Yeah, you changed your opinion."
Yeah,
Don't feel bad because I was in that same boat too, man. I was like, Phil, what the fuck is you doing?
But the point is that Erock did a video
Rap
talking
Gamer
about
got shut down by Phil Spencer.
and on that day, a supervillain was created.
yeah, that's a good. No, but I have yet to see any of these guys, even to this day, man. I was gonna do this video yesterday. I didn't have the time, but it's just pissing me off, dude, because the narratives that are out there, all these people that have pull in the Xbox community that gets the most views, they're all wrong. They're constantly wrong, right? Like they wanted Spider-Man, they wanted Xbox to copy Sony. They always want Xbox to copy Sony.
Always.
Spider-Man game, right? They were saying we need AAA bangers, and then that Spider-Man leak came out, which was a double whammy. Because number one, yeah, Spider-Man is not successful, and number two, nobody's buying their games on PlayStation side. So had Xbox listened to these dudes, Xbox would be in the same spot, right? And
You're right.
Like, does any one of these guys make a video saying, "Oh, I was wrong"? No, none of these
Nope.
guys, right? It's only the guys that like us who when we make mistakes, like even I said it on my channel, right? Because I wish Phil Spencer would just destroy Sony, right? And I got mad at him because I'm like, dude, we don't need like we know you're nice, man, but we need somebody that'll fight for us, right? But lo and behold, right, we sitting here in 2023. Now, okay, I didn't know he was going to buy AKB, so that's on me, and that's why I say on my podcast now. I'm like, look, yeah, this is why he runs Xbox, and I'm a jackass on my computer talking on a podcast.
It's
right?
at the time it was all going on.
Yeah.
2017, 2018, all of that shit. And I think 2018, Gears of War 4 came out. So we weren't hurting for games.
Right.
But at the time, the noise was so loud from that bunch we just talked about. The noise was so loud. It was very noisy. And what you got to do if you're a football coach or executive is do what Phil did. He turned out that noise. And even though we didn't know what was going on, they knew what was going on. Why does he keep going to Japan? Why is he doing this? Game Pass, what's this? We didn't know that he was restructuring Xbox to be what it became today. He had to restructure some things, make Game Pass work, and then get Satya Nadella and the executives on our side. And then we can make these major purchases of not just studios or timed exclusivity. We can buy these publishers. And it's just been amazing to see all of this unfold. And these guys, man, as you just said, Sega Fever, they can't admit that they were wrong because that's not good for clicks and views. And it's hard for you to respect people like that. It's hard for you to respect people that don't really stand for anything.
Yeah, and that's why this is why, I mean, at least in 2024, man, I'm going to make content, but I'm just going to double down on the way this channel is, man, because I see them now, dude. They're talking about Blade. Like, it's going to be the next best thing. I told one of these dudes, man, look, I don't want to start any, because these guys do rep Xbox, right, in a way, but I call them Xbots with pony tendencies. Yeah, like pony bots, but you still have these guys, and they're pushing Blade. I was like, dude, Marvel could be dead in a year, right? They're like I don't know if you guys pay attention to this kind of stuff, not you, but these guys. But Marvel is not in a good spot. Like they could be bankrupt, right? And then what are you guys going to be saying? Because what they're doing is they're looking at it as a brand thing. I'm like, the only positive that can come out of this for Xbox and it's based on Phil Spencer, right? Because the first thing I told these guys when they're pushing that, and I'm on their channel. I went on their channel and I wrote in the comment section, no, you're getting this stuff because you have Game Pass. That's why you're getting all this kind of stuff, man. They made an investment in Game Pass. They're making money off of Game Pass, which allows them to invest in other things. This is why Sony's in trouble. Sony relied on Call of Duty, right? And they don't have Call of Duty.
Call of Duty is ours.
Yeah, Xbox has that now, so they have nothing to fall back on. This is why Jim Ryan's gone, and they're 2 feet in the grave right now. You just got to throw the dirt on them, right? But I'm looking at these dudes, and I'm like, the only saving grace that you could have possibly for Indiana Jones and Blade is the simple fact that Phil Spencer just doesn't follow trends. He actually goes to the teams. He looks at the two teams that are going to work on these games have pedigree, and they could possibly bring something to the table that's never been done before. That could supersede whether Star Wars is or Marvel is failing or not, or whether Indiana Jones is past his prime, like you guys were talking about earlier, right? But if you make a great game, and then they have Game Pass on top of that, this is why you're getting these games. But these guys, like these guys, are supposed to be the influencers of our community, and the fact that they don't see that for me is just I don't deal with them anymore, man, at all. Like, I mean, I see their comments on Twitter. That's about it, right? Because people will share it, and that's it. And that's why I try and tell people, is like, look, dude, you guys just need to go play your games, go follow Phil, enjoy your ecosystem, and play your games. You do those three things as an Xbox guy, dude, you don't have to worry about nothing. That's what I always say on this channel anyway.
Facts.
But I mean, like you were saying earlier, E-Rock, dude, I mean, the writing's on the wall for a lot of this stuff, man. And like you said earlier, can these guys course correct? No, right? Because they're clueless. And I'm talking like you're talking about Marvel. No, none of these, they Hollywood, all that stuff. Because the things that used to keep them honest, like money, doesn't matter. And
Yeah. It used to be if something did bad at the box office or if a comic book wasn't selling, you would course correct these or if when Doctor Who did bad after that season in 2007 where they introduced the female doctor, they kind of course corrected, and her last season was actually good, but then you went right back and doubled down on the same shit that gets viewers to leave. Star Wars. They
Well,
just
that guy that's the writer on Doctor Who. Did you see what he said?
What his name is Russell T Davies. What I know he said something about he said something about the fans that was derogative. Like what did he say now?
Yeah, he's just gonna double down. He's gonna triple down. Right?
Wow.
Because the fans are dumb. Right?
Wow.
And so the funny thing about all of this is the guy that was that one doctor that people like, he was in that
David Tennant, who for those who don't know who David Tennant is, people don't even watch Harry Potter. So has anybody seen any of the Harry Potter movies?
I have seen all of them in Iraq, so just
this actor named David Tennant, who was the 10th Doctor and everybody's favorite, he was Barty Crouch Jr. and Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Yeah. So just to give a face to the name. Okay. But go ahead, Sega.
No, so he was at a convention, and they were asking him what would it take to get him back, because what the scuttlebutt.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the 9th Doctor. Yeah, the guy that brought this shit back, because Doctor Who was off the air for decades, so it came back in 2005. You're talking about Christopher Eccleston, who was Malachi in Thor: The Dark World. But go ahead.
Yeah, so he put those two. He put the female, whoever the producer is, and that dude you said Russell T.D. Sorry, I'm not a big Doctor Who fan, but he put them on blast at the convention. He says, "You get rid of them, I'll come back."
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
Because all these years, people thought it was him. He was the problem.
Wow.
Everybody realizes, I guess it wasn't him, right? that is these nut jobs, because they're running the show. So.
Yeah, Firebox. We were talking earlier about how all of these franchises, entertainment in general, is under attack, and there's nothing that can be done to course correct it, because Hollywood doesn't want to course correct it. They think they're correct. Like every franchise across the board: Star Wars, Marvel, DC's rebooting, Doctor Who's been destroyed, Star Trek, Indiana Jones. They're just destroying everything, and they don't care. So they're shocked that people are staying home and waiting for shit to come on streaming. They're shocked. They're literally shocked people are going to the theaters. Like superhero fatigue is real. Like they're shocked that nobody came out to see Aquaman. Well, you didn't market Aquaman too. You put all your marketing muscle, built probably $1 billion behind Barbie. It was more important that Barbie be a success and spread her message about taking down the patriarchy than fucking promoting Aquaman. But they gave up on the DC. They Warner Brothers was never behind the DCEU anyway. So it was infuriating being a Warner Brothers fan the last 10 years. It was infuriating seeing the world that Zack Snyder was trying to build, and seeing how it'd have been like if Xbox creators were trying to create great games, but Xbox was never behind it. Or if Xbox itself was trying to do great, but Microsoft was like, we're not really behind this. That's the frustration that Warner Brothers fans have had the last 10 years.
Yeah. At least they still got the games. The games are fire still, though.
Oh yeah, the games are fire, but how long before David Zaslav, the boss of Warner Brothers, starts trying to fucking slash? Well, you know what? We got this great game based on fucking Wonder Woman. Well, we're not going to release it because we can get a fucking $90 million write-off. I mean, he literally did that with Batgirl and patted himself on the back. And I'm like, yo, we in trouble. He-Bot was championing this dude for a second. I was like, yo, is something crazy about this dude making an entire movie disappear, getting a write-off, and telling everybody about it? And so lo and behold, other studios started doing this shit too. And it's one of the whole reasons why, well, partly one of the reasons of why that writers and actors strike happened. They wanted their money for streaming, and you just made an entire movie fucking disappear. So they was like, yo, we got to stop these motherfuckers.
Well, these dudes want to use AI. They
Yeah,
all
yeah.
work with AI, dude.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if you heard, but like with Xbox, right? Paramount. So the rumor was that, like T was saying, Paramount, Microsoft was looking at buying Paramount, right? And so a lot of most people didn't care, especially Xbox guys or whatever. So then the thing came out was that Paramount, and then I forgot the lady's name that's she's the main person for WB Discovery.
Mm-hmm.
They're in talks to merge.
Yeah.
So then everybody's like, oh, and the thing is, Microsoft is still interested in picking them up. So you might, right? Everybody's excited, right? Because then WB would come underneath Microsoft, and then you get all this stuff. That was the news that was online.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm on the fence about that, and I love Warner Brothers for the company that they were. I own a lot of their movies. I grew up with Warner Brothers. There was a time when Warner Brothers could do no wrong. The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, DC, but like under this current guy, David Zaslav, I don't know, man. I don't know if Microsoft won't even get involved in that shit.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I think a lot of them will just, because they'll probably sell all their stuff off and then move on, like Old Boy did for AKB. So I think that's why everybody's high on it. But I don't know. Some of these guys, when you listen to them, right, they're like, "Oh, we need a superhero thing." I'm like, it's not just about having superhero stuff, man. It's having good content. Having content, number one, but make sure that content is good. Because at my core, man, I'm a comic book guy. So regardless of what company it is, right, I want to see their stuff. I want to see good content. I want to see their stuff succeed.
They got a superhero game coming, Blade. I'm more excited about Avowed. I'm more excited about Perfect Dark. Where's Perfect Dark at? I'm more excited about some of the other stuff we got coming, like Hellblade 2. Hell, for that superhero game, Hellblade 2 is going to be fire.
I think after 2028, though, I mean, not 2028.
All right, fellas, I'm back.
All right. Welcome back. But I think in 2024, what's coming up in this upcoming year, I think it'll paint a better picture of what these studios are capable of. And so if you get some of these studios, like, that's why I'm kind of I'm high on Blade, just because I like the developers that they picked that's going to work on it, as well as the team anyway, as well as what's the other one that they got? Indiana Jones, because it's the guys that did why am I drawing a blank? The Nazi game. What is it? Wolfenstein. So the guys who did Wolfenstein are going to be working on Indiana Jones, right? So. And what I'm saying about that is, like, what are they going to bring to make the game what it is? You know, that Phil is kind of like, he already said, like, he's just not going to make games just to make them, right? He wants the team. He wants to know the team that they really want to work on it. I know they got a lot of crap for Redfall and stuff like that, and I'm pretty sure Phil's looking at that even more closely. And that's why Matt Booty's over there now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, so that's why that's my upside. And the fallback, that's what I was saying earlier. That's my upside. And then the fallback is, of course, Game Pass. It has nothing, like, for me, it's just like, no, dude, you shouldn't be following Sony on anything.
No.
Where does this narrative come from? I have no idea. I don't know.
You're the leader. You're the leader. I don't care what the media tries to cling to and what these idiots say. Like, follow Sony on what? They're an unsuccessful company. They're a failing company. They're a company in decline. Why would you follow them anywhere? They are the ones, them and Nintendo, are jealous of Game Pass. They wish they had a Game Pass. but they didn't have the balls or the ingenuity or the tech to develop it. They wish they had the engagement that Xbox has. 30 million players for Sea of Thieves, 30 million players for Halo, 30 million players for this game. I don't know how many.
But you rock.
Yo,
Remember, there was a time when Sony was trying to do something almost like Game Pass and almost like xCloud, but they bailed. At that time, dude, they're just as bad as Google. You'll start something, it's actually decent, and you'll bail.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they do that a lot. Sony's always done that. That's their history, dude. That's why they, when you get treated like the way that they're treated, it's kind of like with Marvel and Disney now. That's why these fans, like the Marvel fans that grew up in the cinematic universe, they're kind of like scratching their head, like, what's going on? I was like, you enabled them. You enabled this company, and then when guys like me try to say something, then you call me a old white Nazi.
Well, no. What they say is, okay, granddad. Okay, be quiet. Go back to your rocking chair, granddad.
Okay, boomer, that dumb shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, when this comes back and bites you in the ass, which I am enjoying, by the way, when this stuff comes back and they're bankrupt and then you guys realize what's going on, it'll be too late. So, but like I said, I'm enjoying it. I know I'm petty, but I really
no. Why are you petty? They boarded on themselves.
Yeah,
it was their hubris. It was their hubris, and Warner Brothers is dumb too. Instead of just sticking to what Zack Snyder had planned and sticking to their plan, they were busy chasing box office and trying to chase after Disney. And it is what it is, man. You can't feel sorry for these companies when they self-destruct. You can't feel sorry for the BBC. Oh man, the ratings for the Doctor Who Christmas specials are at an all-time low. Y'all did it to yourselves. Y'all chase folks away with all of that fucking the message and propaganda and transgender and gay shit. You did it to yourselves.
I know you don't bother with Twitter and everything, Rock, but there's this dude, I can't remember his name. I didn't get to follow them, but what they've been doing is they've been leaking stuff that since WB is already in a tailspin, as I guess supposedly they were part of the production staff. They started leaking all sorts of shit. They were showing off the rough drafts of like what was supposed to be Pepe Le Pew's own movie.
Wow.
Oh,
it was going to be it was not a DVD. It was going to be in the theaters, and it was like supposed to be like mixed, like real, like Roger Rabbit, and Unleashed, Looney Tunes Unleashed. I think it was. It was supposed to be like that, and
how could they do that movie now? That'd be crazy, dude.
Well, the reason they cut it loose was because ever since this Me Too shit started, they absolved everything about Pepe Le Pew. It's like Pepe Le Pew doesn't exist no more.
Yeah, Pepe Le Pew was like a fucking rapist, but we didn't mind when we was kids.
he had that French, right? So
yeah.
Oh, he's French.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that extreme saying rapist, but more like more on the lines of an adulterer or
he would just take what he wanted from a bitch. Like, come here and give me that kiss. But yeah, everything's all good now.
Let me take it.
People lose their minds at that movie now, dude, because he didn't take no for that dude was like.
All of the good shit is gone. Pepe Le Pew. Remember Slowpoke Rodriguez. You can't have the slow ass mouse. You can't have him no more because he's offensive to retarded Mexicans. So you can't have Pepe Le Pew. You can't have Slowpoke Rodriguez.
The thing about it is, E-Rock, is Mexicans actually hated that they took him away because they were like they actually liked him.
Yeah.
they're like, why did you get rid of him? We didn't say anything.
You got to look for the old Tom and Jerry and the old Tex Avery cartoons. Them shits is fucking hilarious. Everything is problematic now.
Yeah,
just go on YouTube and watch some of these reacting videos. So there's these guys. These are younger kids, right? These guys got to be in their 20s, maybe almost like 20, 25, 27. And so they were watching Blazing Saddles, and you just could see like the look on their faces, right, as they're trying to watch it. Right, because they have fans, and fans like, oh, this is a funny movie, you should watch this. And the look on their face, I'm just like sitting there going, oh my gosh. And to me, it shocked me because I'm like, oh, I guess they don't get what this movie's trying to say and do.
One of the funniest movies ever.
Yeah.
That and Airplane, two of the funniest movies ever that you can't get away with now because everybody is so fucking sensitive.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a black person that I know that don't find either Airplane or fucking Blazing Saddles fucking hilarious. It's
No, but
just
Iraq, the influencers, they're like young black, like I say like maybe they're like 21, 22. And it kind of like I know they're popular and they're pretty funny. They make pretty funny content, but they're watching the movie and they felt like, oh man, what is this? Like they were commenting. Like one was a girl and a guy, and they were talking to each other, and I was like, oh, it's their age, you know what I mean? They don't understand like what the
oh yeah, I seen the reactions. They didn't understand what that 70s era was all about, or even the 80s, man. Like Blazing Saddles is fucking hilarious.
Oh my gosh, that's like one of the best movies ever made. Even the Mel Brooks said he couldn't make it now. Probably.
No, you can't make it now. Motherfucking music playing. What's Gabby say? Gabby says the sheriff is near. No, God blame it. I said the new sheriff is on rubber.
But like the bell will go off, right? You know what I mean? Like E-Rock, dude. So I'm letting my kids like watch some of the stuff I grew up with, right? So they can get a feel and perspective. You know what I didn't realize, bro? I didn't realize a lot of the stuff I watched was syndicated.
Oh wow.
So the movie that I thought I watched, so I bought Planet of the Apes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that they were swearing in there.
Yeah.
Obviously, my kids were younger, so they were swearing, but I didn't know they showed Charlton Heston's ass. They have like some nudity in the movie.
Oh yeah.
So my kids was like, Dad, what is that? I'm like, oh my gosh, so I had to stop it. There we go. So I stopped her and I was like, and I told my kids later, I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, you guys. Daddy watched this on cable. So they took all this stuff out, and I had no idea, bro. I had no idea that's how. I mean, now they're older. We've gone back and watched some other stuff, and because I want them to understand like the history of entertainment when it was good, And
the comedy had more balls back in the day, man. Like Airplane is just a laugh a minute, man. That shit is just crazy. And even the Naked Gun movies will be problematic now. Those are absolutely fucking hilarious.
Dude, one of the shows I watched was a comedy show called Soap. I don't know if you know that.
I remember with Billy Crystal and all of them.
Billy Crystal, yeah. So Billy Crystal was the gay son, right? And then Danny, the brother, was running from the mob, and then Bert was like the blue collar dad.
Mm-hmm.
So like you watch those old shows, man. It's just like because they're very subtle, man, and they have nuance. So
yeah.
You know how to say their message, but they don't bang you over the head with it, right? And I swear to God, I was watching the episodes, and I was like, you know what? I bet you if they played this now, people would get offended by the way Billy Crystal plays a gay guy.
People get offended by everything, man. Everything is problematic now. Is what we were saying earlier about how American society is just. I don't know, man. It's just they just need to toughen up, but they're not going to, man. So, like I have to agree with we weren't campaigning for president when Mr. 100 came in here, but Mr. 100 is right. You can't save the world, so why try? I mean, I'm from that camp of this great comedian named Rodney Dangerfield, where if you have to explain the joke to a new generation, why bother? We get the joke as long as the joke is funny for us. Like there's this movie that I've been trying to find from the 80s forever that you can't find with this what the fuck is it? Thomas C. Powell. It was called Soul Man from 1986.
Yeah.
About
I saw that in the theaters actually. Bro.
Yeah, but damn, you our age then. About this white dude that couldn't get into any of the white colleges, but he could get into a black college if he was black. So he turned himself black with shoe polish and shit. That shit
was Thomas C. Howell.
Yes.
And Radon Chong, right? Was the
Yep. That shit was fucking hilarious, man. Like all of the good shit now is problematic.
And people wonder where the theme song comes from. I'm a soul man.
That's an old Wilson Pickett, right, from back in the 60s.
Yep, but the thing is, that's where that song. That's how so many people know that song because it was the theme. It was the theme for.
And the two racist white dudes kept fucking with him. So anyway, what did the one black dude say to the other black dude as he was going to get his vasectomy? I don't know. What did he say? Well, and why do you have on a 3-piece suit? Well, if I'm going to be impotent, I may as well look impotent.
Oh, that's one of the jokes.
Iraq, another good one that we'll never see again. Revenge of the Nerds.
Yes, Revenge of the Nerds. Problematic now.
With Booger and all them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dude, man, try Lambda. You
Pro-
really have to the fraternity would take them instead of the black fraternity. Dude, that was a classic.
Problematic now.
Yeah.
All of that shit, weird science, problematic. It's all problematic now. You know what would probably be problematic? One of the funniest movies ever that wasn't supposed to be funny, Commando. Oh my God, Arnold Schwarzenegger be taking motherfuckers out in that goddamn movie. Like I just
Classic one-liners.
Hey, have a night.
I died.
we'll take Sully's car. He won't need it anymore. Like Arnold was on fire in that movie, man.
Dude, I'm trying to introduce my kids because we watched Under Siege. Because I want to watch
the shit, yeah.
But I want them to watch. Mark for Death is my favorite Steven Seagal.
Yo, my dude, what?
Yeah,
Marked for Death. I just watched it again. Marked for Death is the shit. You know, it you know, at the end of the movie, it has to give a disclaimer. We don't want to spread the message that Jamaicans are all part of a Jamaican shower posse and gangs. There's actually good Jamaicans out there. Well, at the time of 1988-89, when the shit was in the news, no. But I mean, thanks for the message. But yo, Under Siege was crazy. That shit was nuts.
Yeah, I was in the Navy when that came out, dude. We actually watched it at the theater on base.
Under Siege, Marked for Death. Marked for Death. That was the one when he fought the Jamaican posse. They just came out with good movies for a while, man. Before the world got woke.
Face.
E-Rock, man.
Yes.
Me and my friends used to walk around all the time and say, "Huh? White boy hatcha." I can't do the accent.
White boy. That's a one white boy hatcha. Come on, we a bunch of ID warriors. Come on now. He fucked them dudes up, man.
Oh man, Screwface was awesome, dude.
He was. Then another classic y'all might have missed. I know everybody loves the first Predator, but Predator 2 was actually good.
Predator 2 was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Predator 2 was the shit with Danny Glover and shit. I mean, it was a bit over the top, almost like Total Recall. It was like, it was really over the top, but it was fucking fun, man.
You know what was good about it too, man? It did a really good job of world building. Because that's when a lot of people remember when they went into the ship and they had the revolutionary pistol and they had that kind of stuff. That's why people were excited.
And the aliens.
Yeah, on YouTube, there's a documentary about that. About how they like, if you can look for it and you can find it, because remember Dark Horse had the licensing, the rights for the comics.
That's correct.
They actually went into the background of that predator that Danny Glover killed. They went into his background because, dude, predators are old as fuck. That Joker killed he fought against and not necessarily killed the pirate that he got that gun from. More or less, the pirate fought him to a standstill. But it's just that the pirate was just so beat up and everything and old that he just, he basically gave him an honorable death and took his gun.
See, where are those movies at? You know what I'm saying? where's that video game?
I loved that entire world building. The Predators are called, I forgot what they called, the Utja. That's the name of them. And I love that whole world building they tried to do in Aliens versus Predator, where in order for them motherfuckers to even become an alien,
totally matriarchal society.
Yes.
Females, and the females are fucking 3 times bigger than the males.
Yeah. But I dug how them motherfuckers, in order to come of age, they had to kill a goddamn xenomorph. Yo, man, I was with all of that shit, man. The second Alien versus Predator was garbage, but I like the world building until the guy that created Aliens, fucking I forget his fucking name. He decided to just fucking destroy the franchise with Prometheus and fucking that other movie. But
you talking about You talking about? It ain't Cameron, is it?
No, his name is Ridley Scott.
Okay, that's not really Scott Ridley. I knew it was something around that.
Yeah, he just said, "Fuck it, I don't want nobody ever follow this shit, so I'm gonna completely fuck it the hell up."
Look at OG Madlock's buddy, but when the brother took himself hostage, man, I love Mel Brooks.
What? Blazing Saddles? Yeah, that was awesome.
But he shut up at the time.
Help me! Is somebody gonna help that poor man? I'm gonna blow this nigger's brains all over the place.
Bart, I want you to do me a favor. Please don't go out there. No, just relax, baby. All you gotta do is get him to like you. You'll see. He goes out all smiling and shit and happy, blacker than a raisin. And hello, man. And isn't it a fine morning? Up yours, nigga. That's fucking funny. That's fucking
great
compliment. Gene Wilder was awesome.
Oh, E-Rock. You know somebody else who used to not pull punches when it came to race stuff and all that in their movies?
Who?
Ralph Bakshi.
Oh, the animator. Yeah, the animator.
Yeah. We actually follow each other on Twitter.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Because matter of fact, one of my main characters that I created was based off of his rendition of Brother Rabbit from
Coonskin. Okay. I didn't see Coonskin or Fritz the Cat, but I know about Ralph Bakshi, by one of his later animated movies, Cool World. But I know he's a legend.
Oh yeah, Cool World is tame compared to what he's done before.
Yeah, I've heard.
It's much tamer. I mean, look up stuff like Hey Good Looking.
That's right. Yeah, Hey Good Looking.
Trucking.
Okay.
American Pop.
We're in the 70s now, guys. So.
Yeah, man, dude. It's yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, dude. He really didn't pull no punches, but he gave you a taste of what it was like back in those days, where it's like somebody like say me and E-Rock were probably too young to understand what these jokers were saying, because we really honestly had no business even looking at that shit because it was R-rated for a reason.
You know what? It's interesting though, right? It's like now, you know what? Back then, you could either like choose not to watch it or like your parents, right? Because we were younger, right? We'll tell you something like, I don't watch that stuff. But now, man, they just come out and they just come after you, dude. Like you're done. They will find a way. It's like we were talking about Frank Miller earlier, and Frank Miller was getting canceled because he did a comic book where he basically, I think the villains were Middle Eastern, and because of that, dude, people were saying he was Islamophobic, right? And then I was laughing about it because I was like, bro, if you guys go, the body of work that this man has done, right? I'm not saying it was like on the social justice bandwagon, but it definitely rode the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely his own type of creative. And that's what and I sat there and I looked at that and I was like, it's funny because a lot of you people probably support his work through just going out and participating in pop culture, but also reminded me of the simple fact that, that's just a generation lost as well, because you're never going to get that back. That's why I like to talk about these movies. You're never going to get it. And that's why I don't like them to redo it. Heck, even there's people that tell these guys to go watch certain shows. I'm like, no, don't tell them to go watch those movies, man. They're trying to get it canceled because they just can't handle it. They don't have the sensibilities to do it. So. Well,
I mean, there's some things I wouldn't mind them, wouldn't mind them rebooting, because dude, it's like I liked Afterlife and everything, Ghostbusters. That was the perfect damn send off for Ramis.
Yeah.
I mean,
they had to go through to even get to that point. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but man, that was a hard road traveled, unnecessary.
Yeah, because of Bill Murray.
Yeah.
It's like you can't even look at him the same. When he's on screen and stuff, and people, probably clapping and everything, but people like me, hardcore fans of the franchise, which is kind of interesting, where it's like one of the only things from Sony I like nowadays. And I can't even look at Bill Murray the same anymore, because it's like, dude, you drag these jokers along so long until this person who was supposed to be one of your bestest friends passed.
Yeah.
So
It's a-
they had to rewrite the whole thing because of you.
You know what though? I mean, look, I'm not saying I'm taking his side, but that's the Hollywood that I can understand. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
Hollywood.
I mean,
It's about
it
ego, right? It's
yeah,
just,
it does because Murray. Well, the thing is, the documentaries that are out there and stuff.
yeah.
It's like, dude, Murray was a pain to begin with anyway. Even if him and Aykroyd and Ramis were what's his name? What's the other the dude that directed it?
Ivan
what's his
Reitman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though they were like, like bosom buddies and stuff like that, he was a pain in the ass to work with Ghostbusters 1. I had no idea he had them down so bad that they weren't even sure they were going to make it across the finish line.
Yeah, he was definitely.
I have a lot of respect for Bill Murray and what he's done. He's done some great movies.
Yeah, he is.
Too many for me to list here. But
Yeah.
he's had some surprising performances. Like in 2003, him and Scarlett Johansson made a
Awesome.
movie called Lost in Translation. It is a magnificent movie. Thank you. Brilliant movie.
Mhm.
Man, me and you should talk more. We got a lot in common, Sega Forever. We've seen all the same shit. The
We
whole
need
shit about
we need one less person. So all we'll do is we'll sound like grouchy old guys. That's all we call. We need at least one more person.
Fireburst
Ghostbusters is definitely one thing I would love to see them reboot.
Fireburst is the first person who said the obvious. Well, it's common knowledge now. Bill Murray held this shit up from 1989 to 2016. He held it up because Ghostbusters was in development hell. There was plenty of scripts written. Dan Aykroyd was ready with scripts, but something happened between 2002 and 2016. Bill Murray became an auteur, doing all of those Wes Anderson movies, and some of them I like. He became a big star of Rushmore and The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou and Moonrise Kingdom. He became an auteur. And he held Ghostbusters up when Harold Ramis got sick and Harold Ramis died. They really wanted to do it. And then Sony gets the brilliant idea to get this director named Paul Feig coming hot off of this hit called Bridesmaids to do an all-female Ghostbusters, which nobody minded. It was going to be all females. What we did mind, that it was going to have no continuity with the original Ghostbusters that we love. And fans hated it, and the rest of it's history. And we finally got the proper Ghostbusters 3, which was Ghostbusters Afterlife. But
They had no choice. They had to walk that stank away.
It shouldn't have took so fucking long. So now I think Ghostbusters is back on track because the trailer for Frozen Kingdom was awesome. They're finished with the Ghost storyline and they're moving someplace else now. So I mean, the sky's the limit. But like, I can't look at Bill Murray the same way ever again, knowing that he held that shit up.
Yeah,
Did you guys watch the female
that's what I'm saying.
Did you guys watch the female Ghostbusters?
Oh
I
my
did.
god!
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it through it. I just couldn't.
So I watched it because my kids saw the trailer, and so I don't put my hang-ups on my kids, right? So I'm watching the movie. So my kids were like, "Dad, what was that?" Right? And I was laughing because I said this to my kids. It's like, your movie's bad when you're four main comedians, right? The best comedy comes from Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah, he was the best part of the movie.
He's the best part of the movie, playing his dumb blonde secretary.
Yes.
Everything about that shit is just it was just ill-conceived from the gate.
And that's sad because that girl that I forgot what her name is because she's on Saturday Night Live.
I know the blonde girl. I know you're talking about the one that played. Her character's name was Holstein.
Yeah,
and you could see
that version of Egon.
Yeah, you could see that had they been smarter, there was some connective tissue there. Holstein could have been Egon's daughter.
Yeah.
Melissa McCarthy could have been Ray's daughter. There was something there, but they didn't want to acknowledge the original movie, and that's the reason why fans turned against it. It had nothing to do with them being women. And
Well, the director too. It didn't help that the director just came on and you're right under the bus. So I was like, okay.
oh yeah, and it didn't help that they started a new trend of these directors and cast and movie people attacking the fans. Because the black girl Leslie Jones is still attacking the fans. Bitch, it has been 8 years. Let that shit go. Let that shit go.
I don't even follow her, but then the big one I just saw with her was that she's like nobody wants to get with her because they're intimidating.
She said nobody wants to what the fuck was it? Nobody wants to oh yeah, when she goes on dates,
Yeah.
Guys don't want to have sex with her because they can't get hard. Well, it's not their fault. You look like a goddamn Zulu warrior, bitch. You look like a goddamn silverback. That's what the fuck.
There's some cats where they can make it work. She just ain't finding the cats yet.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. Well, look. The bitch is unattractive. Like it is. What the fuck? Why would you even come out with that shit? I'd have kept that shit quiet.
She's in Hollywood, so I think that's one of the main problems. Like you was talking about that E-Rock earlier. It's just it's just a generation that just looks at themselves. It's all about that.
I forgot. Thank you, Fireballs. I forgot to mention Ghostbusters Afterlife, Sega Forever and TV. But Ghostbusters Afterlife is proof that you can course correct. They got the son of the director that made Ghostbusters, and he came and he did the shit right and made a love letter to the original movie. So you can course correct if you want to, Marvel, if you want to, Star Trek, if you want to, Doctor Who, but they gotta want to.
Star Wars, DC,
I'm telling you right now,
Transformers.
Marvel won't be able to course correct you, because the problem with Marvel is the same thing with Disney, right? They're inundated with these people.
Yeah.
Echelon. So they it's almost like, I hate to say it this way, it's like almost like a cancer. Right?
You're right.
Go in and take it with a scalpel and pull all of these people out, and they just won't do it. They just won't.
Everybody has to be fired from the top to the bottom. Kevin Feige, everybody involved in Marvel, Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy needs to be fired for all her failures. But they won't.
And if you wonder who, I was saying Joe Quesada when you saying who's running Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, last time I remember, I think he's still the chief editor.
No, it's the other guy. Because he was just in the news, man. He was telling Marvel fans that they suck too.
Damn.
Yeah, I forgot what his name is, dude. You know what? I used to read his stuff, dude. A lot of these older guys, it's really funny, man, because they're the first ones. Because a lot of these guys are older and they're white, and I don't know if it's a white guilt kind of thing, but they're the first ones to say like they're the ones that's promoting all this inclusion and stuff like that. And so what people are doing, and like people like myself, I see that and I'm like, well, why don't you give up your position then for somebody of color, right?
Yeah.
But they, then it goes radio silent. Like they don't address that. I'm like, dude, if you really believe in that, it's just like I live in Hawaii, man. Where I had this dude come up to me, like, Firebots. I work for the military, right? And this dude was like, he's like, oh, dude, I'm sorry what happened to Hawaiians back in the day. I was like, that's cool, man. He goes, yeah, but because he had that guilt. And you know what I did to him? I just looked at him and I said, well, do you own a house here? He goes, yeah. I said, oh, why don't you give it to a Hawaiian? Your house to Hawaii? And he was like, but. I was like, yeah, exactly, bro. I'll tell you what. Yeah, then he's like, and I'm like, okay, look, dude, just do me a favor. Well, just buy me a $5 6-inch sub. That sub we call it either.
We call it a day.
All right, you feel better? I'm like, dude, what is it?
My thing is, why the fuck you even brought it up, dude?
Like, I mean, because they go to the training now, right? It's all the training that they have now, and then they start hearing about what happened here, and I like they come, and that's what I hate, man, because like it ain't much Hawaiians around, right? So like I'm like the token Hawaiian, right? That they got to put their guilt on, like they got to be absolved. Like I feel like the Pope, right? So they coming to me like, so I kind of mess with these dudes. Right? I don't care, dude. Like one of my friends was telling me that. I was like, look, bro, I play Xbox, and I did it like this to him. I said, I play Xbox and I love AC. White power. That's what I told her to do. I was like, bro, what are you gonna do? What can you do, right? And I just told him, I was like, look, maybe you feel bad or whatever. Look, just don't be a prick, right? When you go around the island, right? Just enjoy it for what it is, and then do your time here if you want to stay. because he had like island fever, dude. He wanted to marry
Yeah. Yeah, don't fuck up the place more than it already is. Throwing your fucking trash everywhere.
Look, I was like, okay, do you like but I actually like the girl. Just don't marry her. But and plus he wasn't even the right. He's like he thinking these girls Hawaiian. He liked Asian girls. But he just thought like Hawaiians are Asian because he didn't see any. This dude was all messed up, man. He's a cool guy and everything like that. You don't mean any harm. Point you, Rock, and what you were saying earlier, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that think this way, and I don't see how they're gonna. I don't know how they're gonna correct themselves, man. I hate to say it, man, but it's like the generation has to fail.
Yeah.
Like you said, man, life is easy, man. I remember how when I was growing up, dude. You didn't have food, like you didn't answer the phone because it might be a bill, right? I don't have no family, dude. It's like probably the landlord. My grandmother don't answer that door. You know what I'm saying? We ate canned food, I grew up in Florida with a bunch of rednecks. They felt sorry for me. That's how bad.
Man,
living in trailer parks and stuff. So, but that's just the way life was, and you just adapt.
So man, the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 bringing back memories for you then. That trailer got.
Hey, dude, they got that down. They got
The Redneck Riviera, and I'm excited for that. I'm hoping we're still here. If a meteorite don't hit the planet or some shit in 2025.
Don't you think you're in the wrong place there, boy? No, according to the address, I think I'm in the right place.
I was gonna ask 100, man. I was gonna ask 100. Gonna get washed away with all the waves hitting. I saw a truck bombarded.
It's going down, man. They like I said, they still trying to say global warming ain't happening. It's going down. Every time I turned on the news, it was a flood here, a flood there, something going on here. I said, "Oh my God, this is tragic."
Something going on because all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's supposed to be cold anyway, but we just got this cold front. Just when I dipped earlier a few minutes ago, it was because I had to go outside to go check what was being knocked over. So we got some winds whipping through here, and they ain't just bringing a cold chill. They bringing ice cold chill. Right to the bone. So
now, where are you at?
South Carolina.
Up here in Philadelphia, it's unseasonably hot this year for some reason. I'm never going to complain about it being cold because I'm one of the dudes now that I'm older. I see why senior citizens move to Florida. Like, I fucking get it. I understand now. No having to worry about your heater going out. No having to worry about the cold and shit. But like, it's been like, it hasn't been really Christmas. It's felt more like March and December. But it's a coincidence. Global warming ain't happening. It's a coincidence that it's freezing down in North Carolina, but like 55 degrees up here. Like,
well, the thing is, dude, believe it or not, contrary to what a lot of people be thinking, no, we down here in the deep South, we do get snow, we do get ice, we do get black ice, we do get those. And the most disconcerting thing is that for now over 3 decades, going over 3 decades now, we have not seen snow here. And the reason I say that's a little worrisome is, see, the way Mother Nature is, and I'm sure all of us in this room live long enough to see it, is if something that usually seasonally does not happen when it's supposed to happen for a long period of time, there's usually a very ugly backlash.
Yep.
And in our case was the 100-year flood that we just recently had a few years ago. So that's one example. So like I told everybody, I said, the fact that we haven't had snow, because dude, we used to get snowstorms here, bro. Even ever since I was a kid, everybody laughed up there where you at, E-Rock. They laughed. I'm like, hey, I don't know what snow is. Hey, I don't know what cold is. And it's like, okay, all right.
Boom.
It's like, but no, dude. It's like, yeah, I admit we don't get snow like you guys do, where it comes and it lingers for like over a month.
Yeah.
Ours usually comes in like the longest time that I've seen snow linger here was, it wasn't a month, but it was close to a month. And that's when we got hit with a heat. We got hit with a back-to-back blizzard. We got hit with one. Then the snow started the melt. Then the second one came in, and that one brought way more snow. So that was the first time I've ever experienced being in like waist deep snow here in South Carolina. And but other than that, no. Usually we just get snow that's like at least up to your ankle, and that's about it. But now lately, just like how you talking about, it's been unseasonably warm, dude. We've been having some piddly ass fucking winters.
Wow. Wow.
So all I got to say to everybody is like, well, y'all better buckle up.
Yeah, buckle up. I mean,
That shit coming.
yeah, it's taking forever. He's cool over Hawaii. I doubt if he even gets past 65 degrees over there.
No, that was,
Hawaii got its own weather woes, bro.
it was actually cold. It's colder here. It was kind of funny because people was wearing like because the tourists will come here from cold climates and they see us walking around with jackets on and stuff like that because I guess it got into like the 60s,
Okay.
which is colder, and the kicker being is like there's no humidity, and then what our winters here in Hawaii is, and I know Fireboss knows this, but our winters are wet, so there's a lot of rain and high swells like the waves and stuff. So we get a lot of rain. So if you were I feel sorry for tourists. So some of them come in here to be in the sunshine, but have no idea that Hawaii rains as much as it does. So during the winter months, that's what we don't get snow. We get wind and we get rain, and then when you couple that with the coldness, so the wind chill factor. But again, you in Philly, bro, so I can't tell you nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that when you go up in the mountains, going towards Schofield and Wheeler, that temperature goes down.
That's how people get caught, man, because they go hiking and stuff, and then the sun drops, and then they're like, "Oh."
Fireboss, you my age now, right?
No,
probably not. I'm closing in on my 50s, but I'm not at 50 yet.
Could you imagine being down in Miami, Florida, man? It don't ever get any fucking colder than fucking 70 or 65. Driving down to the beach, sitting on the beach with a fucking Heineken and just chilling. Cuban girls and fucking Colombian girls walking around with rectal floss up their ass instead of being out here in the cold and the snow. Like I don't know, man. This is as I get older, man. I'm like, yo, man, fuck this. This shit is played out. This winter shit.
But Iraq, the way shit is going, for all we know, Florida probably about to get hit. Well, now parts of Florida does get snow. Like the more northern parts, like Pensacola and all that, they get snow.
Damn.
So when I was growing up in Florida, dude, it was like that. It happened twice. In fact, Georgia got snowed in. This was back in the 80s and 90s. So,
wow.
And what was really bad about it is because Florida's so hot, people don't think about it getting cold like that. So a lot of seniors died that year because the temperature dropped. Like we were in the 20s in Florida. Like, it was nuts, dude. And then Georgia, like you said, Fireboss, it snowed in Pensacola. It came over state line. So that's twice I know that it happened. It gets cold there in the winter, but that's when it was like people died because they just weren't prepared. Not the elderly people, so you had to go check on them, right? Because a lot of old folks' homes are there, and then you found a lot of them that died.
You know what I just did?
Oh, what's up, T?
I just realized that my $150 Uber card was not a glitch, and I actually had it. So I legitly just ordered myself dinner. And I still have $100 on it.
Well, you shouldn't have said something because you probably just jinxed yourself. Now they're gonna find out.
No, like look, when she sent me the card the first time, it told me it was invalid, and I successfully inputted the amount. So the amount went through, but it was telling me it was invalid. And then she had to send me another 25 card that I used on Taco Bell this morning just to see if it would work, and it did. And I got my food, but the thing is that I still had $125 left on my Uber card that was saying it was invalid. And I was like, I want to see if that's really the case or it was just a glitch. And it was a glitch because I was able to use it again. And I was like, oh, sweet. So I got myself dinner.
Nice.
Like I said, I mean, blessings all around, but at the same time, man, don't jinx yourself.
Yeah, I know. My mama was gonna send me more money, and she hasn't done it yet. But I was like, I don't know if she doesn't need to do that if I still have 100 on it right now. So if I still have 100 to use, then I don't need to actually need more. I definitely wanted food, so I was like, nah, I'm gonna order myself a sub. So I was like, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I gotta get dinner too on my Uber.
Do they have Uber in Hawaii, Sega?
Yeah, we do now. It's
You
pretty
do?
good too. Yeah.
You know, Uber's actually planning on creating planes, right?
Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah. They
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw that on the
you
news.
mean
and on
drones, right?
Facebook. I saw that on the news on Facebook.
T Reaper, you mean the drones, right?
No, like actual planes, actual like you can actually pick your destination and they'll fly you there.
Hmm. Oh,
Private planes.
well,
Private
okay,
planes. Private planes. Yeah, private planes.
yeah, because there's like every once in a while you see them like pop up on my, at least my timeline on Twitter. There's like, all right, we all have seen and know how drones work, right?
Yeah.
All right, basically there's people who have been making like actual full-size aircraft that work on the same principle. They're battery powered, and it's just several damn rotors and shit, much bigger, more powerful, that work just like an Osprey or like a helicopter. And what it is like, if you're like in a big city or something like that, you can like basically call them up and like get picked up on like a roof landing pad and be like, transported to wherever it is you're going, and either around the city, or if you got to go like the further outskirts and stuff. So there's a lot of them that's like doing that because I guess to me it's like it's pretty cool, because a lot of the there's like a lot of expenses now with fuel, with aviation fuel and stuff like that. I mean, dude, even when I was working in aviation and at the airport and stuff like that, I could tell you already that the cost of aviation fuel was just fucking bonkers. So I don't know. So people who like own private aircraft, I don't know how the fuck they make that shit work unless they millionaires. The ones that are like millionaires and stuff, I can understand them. But people who are just your average Joes like us, no. I'm like, I can't see how you make this work.
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably gonna use businesses and stuff like that could use it as well. People could use it as perks. They'll find ways.
But
I mean,
that's the future. That's the future. That's where it's going to. Is a lot of things are going towards being electrical and battery operated, and I'm unlike everybody else who's kind of like no, don't take away my V6 and all that. I'm like, nah, man, it's time now, because our atmosphere is just fucked the hell up, and one good solar flare and yeah.
Yeah, the only problem I have, like, I know, like we were talking about it earlier, but I mean, the whole climate change thing and stuff like that. So here's the thing, right? So there's a reason why fossil fuels are used. Why people use fossil fuels. And one of the things I have a problem with when it comes to green energies, right, is everybody's talking about like oil and getting stuff out of the ground, but they're not talking about the issues of minerals, right? And the U.S. is kind of behind the curve, right? This is why China is going around and buying and getting involved in all these other countries, because they want the minerals from those countries, because they want to dominate that market. Because at the end of the day,
because they're damn lobbyists. They letting them lead them by the pockets and shit.
Well, but at the end of the day, right, you're going to need the materials. Right? It's just like playing Minecraft, right? Right? And so it's interesting to me because nobody's talking about that, right? It's all one-sided. And what's going to happen is that all it's going to do is switch from coal, right, to whatever nickel, whatever we use to make the batteries, or make the solar panels. Right? In and of itself, stuff is not
stuff like nickel fucking oh shit, what's the other thing I'm thinking about? It's a few things, but yeah, but my brain is not working.
Oh, that's fine, dude. I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is transfer from one source to another source. The problem I have with a lot of people, right, is that people just sit there and think that this stuff is magical. Right? They don't know the science behind it.
Wait, it's
And I'm
not?
not saying that you have to be an expert, but I'm saying just basic stuff. Right? It's just like I saw this, they had this girl, like she was going for a position in the government, and then they had this senator. I saw the clip, somebody shared on Twitter, where the guy looked at her, but she wants to ban her master plan is to ban all plastics. Right? And so she's sitting there at the table, and then the guy, and he's just like an average guy, but he just like looked at her and he said, "So what are you gonna do about your glasses? Or how about the clothes you wear?" Like he's like breaking it down to all the stuff that she's using, because a lot of people don't realize how much we depend on plastic, whether it's byproduct or the plastic itself, right? And that's the problem. Like I have with a lot of people, because they think they know, but they don't. Because like Iraq was saying earlier, that's the major problem with a lot of people, right? They don't do they only go like as far as they want to go, and then and on top of that, when they do the research, they only pull the stuff that supports what they believe. That's why another reason, like I'll just say, like why I think entertainment won't change is because it's an ideology thing. It has nothing to do with what entertainment. It's not about entertaining people. It's not making the fans happy. It's not about making money. It's none of that, dude. It's these people want to make it like their
Platform.
Yeah, their platform. Thank you. That's a better way to say it.
Yeah, no, and the thing about it is that no, you're right. That's basically been it. I mean, just everybody, and then another thing that kind of kills me is that when people don't honor the property itself, they just want to take it and make it into their own thing, something completely away from what it's supposed to be. In my case, one of my most favorite, most cherished things, Transformers. It's like Bay completely just wiped his ass with it, and everybody else ran with it. And then you get people in the animation industry like oh god, what's his name? It's Kevin. It's Kevin something, but he's been like one of the key writers for like a lot of movies turned into animations, such as like Men in Black and 2000s Godzilla animated series and stuff. And the thing is like Kevin Smith, that's his name, Kevin Smith. And the thing about it is that he did good for those, because I think he did a little bit of Extreme Ghostbusters as well.
Mm-hmm.
But when he got to doing the Transformers animated shows, it was like, dude, what the fuck is you doing? This is like.
Can I ask you a question, boss?
Yes.
Which Transformer movie did you think was the worst?
Which one I thought was the worst?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I want to say, what was that one? Extinction, where they called themselves bringing in the Dinobots, but they were called the Knights or some shit.
All right. Some people said Last Night to me, so I wanted to see what you would say.
Yeah, that was ass, because dude, Grimlock is one of my favorite fucking characters since his conception, and ever since that movie, any iteration of Grimlock after that has been a bastardization of the character. And the most truest form of Grimlock you can find now is if you're able to get any decent IDW comics, Transformer comics.
Oh man, yeah.
Because most of those, not all of them, but most of those writers, they keep him to where he, what he originally was. And it's just damn, man. It's like you got one simple job, man. You can't even you got a simple job. You can't even keep this. You can't even keep it right.
Yeah.
So, but I will admit though, Bumblebee was I actually did like Bumblebee.
Yeah, I
didn't even watch that yet. I even have that movie and I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I see it on a slow night. Just you and the kids or something like that, just popping some popcorn and just give it a watch.
Well, my kids saw it, my kids saw it and they recommended for me to watch it, and it was on sale for like $3.99. So I just picked it up and I was gonna watch it. They said they would watch it with me, but I got so distracted by like other stuff. So. Yeah, I'll check it out. Then.
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, it's definitely worth a watch, but like I said, it's the only thing about it is that you can still see the Bayformers influence.
Yeah,
that's my only thing. But other than that, no, it's a lot better.
My friend hated the Transformers. I didn't hate it. But he was asking me that too. He was like, "Well, how can you like this?" Because he knows I'm a huge fan of the cartoon and the movie and Generation One. And I said, "Well, because I also like movies, so that Bay effect, right?" So what I did was I just checked it off into that side, like how E-Rock was talking about Zack Snyder earlier, right? With Zack Snyder, he has his own type of style and stuff like that. So I watched, sorry to switch gears, but Rebel Moon.
Oh no, good.
Because he really loved the movie. And I didn't love the movie, but I thought, like for a Netflix movie, especially the beginning, I liked it. But for a Netflix movie, it's not bad. The only thing I was disappointed with the movie was there's a point where, spoiler, sorry guys. Have you seen it? Have any of you guys seen Rebel Moon?
Seen what?
Have you seen Rebel Moon on Netflix?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
No.
There's just things that happened in the movie that I felt like he kind of pulled back on. It wasn't like that old Zack Snyder. So the reason I bring that up is I think that's the issue with Kevin Smith too, because he's gotten older. He's got married as a kid. He's not that edgy guy that we grew up watching with Clerks and Mallrats, right? This dude was like an indie darling, right? But people get older, right? So that's what I think about when I see Kevin Smith when he tries to make stuff now. Chasing Amy was a horrible movie. Not horrible as in a bad, but just the content of what that was about. And that was him at his finest. But sometimes once you get older, man, you can't maintain. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, just my 2 cents. That's what I think with him. That's what his problem is. He just doesn't have that edge like he used to, in my personal opinion. If you guys in the comments disagree with me, please let me know.
Yeah. So but yeah, like I said, I mean, before E-Rock took off and everything.
Yeah,
it's like that's like I said, that's been my biggest thing. It's just everybody is just kind of like writing things in a way where, because matter of fact, what was it, like this dude on Twitter? I think no, it was you who retweeted it, and I came across it where that comic book store owner was fucking going off talking about like, yeah, the biggest problem is because everybody's trying to put themselves in the story.
I said that on my podcast thousands of times too.
Yeah, and it's like it's not your story; it's that person's story. So stop trying to put yourself in it. And I showed that to my father, and my old man. All he could do was just clap his hands and nod his head because dude, it's like this is a man who's older than me and E-Rock and has been collecting comics probably longer than any of us have.
Oh, nice.
And because I mean, he had like the first Amazing Spider-Man, the first Fantastic Four, he had all those. The very first Iron Man and Avengers, he had all them until I guess his mother, my grandma, threw them away when he went into the military.
Right.
After he distinctly told her, "Please do not go in my room. Leave that stuff." Yeah, and he had all that stuff, and both me and him simultaneously, we stopped collecting comics around, I want to say early 2000s, probably like 2004ish, I think, 4ish or 5ish.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think sooner than that. We both stopped collecting comics, and what did it in for me, I don't know about him, but for me was the Clone Wars shit with Spider-Man.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
That was like, I mean, it's like, God, come on.
What do you think about the multiverse stuff? Does that bother you?
What's that?
The multiverse Spider-Man stuff.
Oh, you talking about like the Miles Morales movies and stuff?
Well, not just the movies, but in the comic books, right? When he was doing.
I haven't. Yeah. In a case like that, I haven't been keeping up with that as far as comics goes. The movie, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, the movie, I actually enjoyed it for, as a movie. Yeah, as a movie, I enjoyed it. But
In fact, I think it's a perfect example that if you're gonna do something different and step outside of think outside the box, that's how you do it. Definitely. Yeah. Give it its own style, give it its own narrative, right? Even though it encompasses the universe.
yeah, so, but yeah, like I said, I mean, I was able to like enjoy it, just as that as a movie and take it no more than that than just as a movie.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. That's why I kind of shared it on Twitter because people are speaking up, but we're not in our own bubble. There's a lot of people, especially the people that are hardcore. And what I mean hardcore is they just love comic books, like how we love gaming, right? This is why we constantly argue with all these fakes and frauds in pop culture. Is because we understand like the hero story, right? So that's why I shared that video because because these are the guys suffering the most at the comic book stores, right? And this owner, you can tell he's a bit old school. So of course people attacked him because of his look and stuff like that. And I was like, no, that's the guy you would go to, or that's the person you go, right? It's like the running joke on Twitter was the guy goes, if I go to a Chinese restaurant and there's not a family working at the restaurant, he tends not to eat the food there, right? If like the kids are running the register, that's what he said, then he knows it's a good spot. Right? So when you see that guy, that's the guy. Because you can tell that guy's, and of course, when we were younger, you were ostracized, but that's the guy that you could trust because you can tell he probably dedicated his whole thing to his hobby, which is comic books. So he can tell you stuff about comic books that no other person can. But again, that was his point. It's like everybody wants to see themselves. And I grew up. I mean, I know you're kind of like this too, Fireboss. You grew up in different times. But the reason why I got involved in this kind of stuff was to escape, real world and real issues. Right, and to have a place to kind of let my imagination run wild and enjoy like the fantasy of it and the worlds that they created and all that kind of stuff. That's not the case anymore. The people want that stuff to be them. It's very narcissistic if you think about it. Which is why I don't just like with gaming, man. It's just like you see these people give reviews on stuff. I'm like, you guys are not gamers. And when I see a person telling me Game Pass is trash, I was like, dude, if you're a gamer, you would absolutely love Game Pass. And it has nothing to do with Xbox versus PlayStation or console or stuff. It's just that if you like games, this service is giving you a bunch of games with variety across the spectrum. It's just not stuff coming from Microsoft.
I'm serious, but it's just like if you love binging TV shows and movies, then you love Netflix.
Yes,
you love Hulu. So
I'll say this. I'll say this, Fireboss. Not everybody will, and I understand that, right? Because my friend told me straight up, and he's a gamer, but he has 2 kids. He has to, he works hard, right, to make a living to support him and his family. So he doesn't have the time, and he's just like, why would I? There's no sense in me getting it because I don't really play games. He plays all he does.
The thing is, if he got kids, he gets it for them.
Yeah. So what he does? Oh well, but the kids don't. They're not into games like he was.
Oh, they must still be young then.
Yeah. So it'd only be him, but he doesn't have the time, and so the one thing he saves for himself is he loves Destiny, so he'll play Destiny, and that's good enough for him. Oh my god, that makes perfect sense, dude. There's no bias. There's nothing there, dude. That is your life. That's how it is. Not everybody's gonna like Game Pass. But now, if you have a bunch of people like how we see on social media trying to bring it down, then definitely I say stuff. Dude. You're not a gamer because real gamers play games.
Yeah, it's like I'm to the point where it's like, man, are we really even going back and forth with these idiots? Are we really even taking them serious? Because I'm sure the word is probably going around that like, Boston got soft. He don't want a console war no more. It's like that ain't it. What the thing is that I don't know if y'all realized it or noticed it by now, is a lot of the jokers that are out there saying the most idiotic shit. I mean, think about it off the top of your head, the most idiotic shit about Starfield, Game Pass. Oh, it's a failure. Oh, Xbox is about to go under. And just completely ignoring what the hell is going on with Sony and stuff. Remember what I warned y'all about. A lot of those jokers are probably not even console players. They're probably not even gamers at all. A lot of these jokers are probably people off of the most ugliest, seediest underbeds of Reddit and stuff like that. And they're just pot stirrers. That's all they are. They're
Some of them
doing that.
are too, right? These
They're
guys,
doing that because, dude, why would you say some of the most idiotic shit? And and when people come at you with like Hebot come at you with facts about why you're wrong, showing you data, showing you stats and everything, and you're still like, nope, it's still going under. That to me, that's like, okay, I see what you're doing. This is like dealing with the 5-year-old that when you was 5 that you used to argue with, and you'd be like, no, Spider-Man is stronger. No, it's Captain America. And it's like, no, it's like you're dealing with somebody who is already in a very pissy situation with their lives, and they're just wanting to just piss everyone else off. And be wary of the ones that have blue checks, because they're getting checks off of your engagement.
yeah, that's why there's no sense in arguing with these people, because you got two types, right? You got the ideologues who are basically the ponies that hook, line, and sinker, right? And then the other ones are the guys who are trying to make something off of it, that need the clicks, that need the reactions. A lot of these guys are lazy, right? Because they haven't actually do the research. That's why throwing facts at them don't matter. What I do love, what does matter, is when it starts to hit them where it hurts, right? Like what Microsoft is doing by buying up all these companies. Like I like what Microsoft's doing, because they're like, look, dude, we're gonna carve our own area out. We got Game Pass and we need content, and
that's what needs. Yeah, that's what needs to happen. That's all, dude. Since Phil came into the spotlight, that is the only thing. That is the only thing I've ever asked of the man is you seen what happened to you guys during the Xbox One of relying and leaning too heavy on other people that you don't have any control over. You see what happened. Stop it. Stop doing it. Just stop that right now. Stop it. That's what I loved about Sega. I think you hear me say that before. That's what I loved about Sega back in the day. Okay, all right, Square. You're not going to give us Final Fantasy. Oh, okay, Enix. You're not going to give us Dragon Quest because Nintendo is basically putting their feet on your balls. Okay, all right. Phantasy Star. Okay, Miracle Warriors. They just went and did their own thing.
Well, that's why it was good about Sega, right? Because they had that pedigree.
Yeah, they just did their own thing. It's like, okay, you don't want to let us get a slice of the pie. All right, we'll cook it. We'll bake our own pie, and that's all. And I'm starting to see Microsoft starting to do that now.
Well,
So
the thing with Microsoft though is I'll be honest with you, dude. Is they're gonna do it all, right? Because for the last 10 years, they've been hearing people say all kind of stuff of what they wanted. And Microsoft just looked at it and just said, you know what? Here, we'll give you everything. So you're gonna get AAA, you're gonna get studio stuff from their own studios. You're gonna get third-party drops into Game Pass. You're gonna get every single thing. The great thing about Microsoft is their money, right? And they're not gonna leave anything to chance. I'm not saying that they're gonna waste it. I'm not saying that there's not some accountability. But what I am saying is they realized, and I think Phil was the one that really realized this, right? Is that, dude, no matter what, people are never going to be happy. So we're just going to give them everything.
The thing that everybody kind of overlooks with Phil is a lot of people seem to forget that Phil himself was a developer. He worked the ground floor. Dude, remember, he started out at the ground floor. So he was playing games. He's a gamer, and he was a developer as well. So he's seen the tea leaves. I mean, a lot of them that usually are like him, they see the tea leaves, but they never make it to where he is. There's always the ones who like know Eddie or Bill or Frank, in upper management, or their daddy was one of the top investors, or they're from some Ivy League school, marketing school, or some of that. It's always those. Phil's one of those rare cases where it's like he wasn't one of them, and look where he's at. From the bottom, he's the true definition of from the bottom to the top.
I also think it helps that they have Satya Nadella, because that guy seems to be he's very fluid, very open-minded.
Yeah, I think Satya is one of those very, very, very rare cases of a CEO that you can come across where it's like it's like they know, they understand that money must be made. They understand that checks must be printed out, and constituents must be paid. He understands that, but at the same time, he understands that, I guess he has a way of making it clear that, look, you guys will be paid. We will make sure of that, but you need to stay the fuck out of our way. That's very hard to do in today's business. See, back in the day, like the early 90s and the 80s, it was easy for most board CEOs to tell that to board directors, like, look, I'm gonna get this done. You're gonna get your money, but you need to get the fuck out my way. Stop coming in, on interviews. Stop coming in to my teams and stuff. Stop interrogating people, terrorizing people. Sit your asses there, look pretty, and get your money.
Yeah, I think Phil lucked out the most though, because it's like to expand their business. Because the one thing I loved about Satya is, like, I would watch just because I find him interesting because of his style and his philosophy. So I was watching his the events that Microsoft would have for Microsoft proper, their actual company, the main company.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So then when I watched him, right, he would reference Xbox stuff about Xbox, like it was part of the family. And then he also has that thing about, kind of uprooting Microsoft's, what Microsoft focus was and stuff like that. So I just think it was just a perfect marriage at that point in time. It was just really good timing that they're both there, and that Phil took the reins. And then the plan that they have, because it is scary. Like, that's the one thing I love about the AKB thing, right? Is again, I say this all the time, but I'll just mention it here. Is that everything that was put out front, like guys like us, we follow this, so we can understand and know. But for it to be put as plain as day in print, right, legally with court documents and stuff like that, I think that was that was awesome. I think that was the best thing that could happen for Microsoft, because they showed a lot of people, even though people still hate on them, they showed a lot of people, even more so than them just buying a company, like everything that was going on behind the back and how Microsoft operates, right? So where some people were like, "Oh, did you see what Matt Booty said?" I was like, "Yeah, great. I thought that was awesome." I'm glad that.
Oh, dude, and see, it's funny because I had this weird thought that I think we really need to kind of like watch Sarah Bond.
Yeah.
Because Sarah's being purposed in a way where I think she's the one that's going to take over Phil. And even though she's very nice and everything like that, I have a feeling that she's going to be the one with teeth. She's the one that's not going to be wanting to, like how Phil's doing and everything. I don't think she's going to be wanting to play Kumbaya. I think she's going to be more vitriol. Whereas, like, okay, all right, so you're trying to close us down, or you're trying to close out on us so that we can't get content for my Game Pass. Okay, all right. I just have a feeling that she's going to be that person, and because she's so nice, we're not seeing it until it's too late.
I think she's the type of person that, like, not necessarily because of her niceness, but she just won't give up, right? And so she'll just constantly be there. And it's just like, no matter what, dude, she's gonna keep on going and going. And that's why I think you see a lot of the stuff that you see, right? That came to Xbox, right? She has a strong. The thing about her, and I say this a lot. Like, this was me and Hiwa was talking about this one time. We were talking about why some people are successful on YouTube and why some aren't, and it all boils down to simply, if somebody's just drawn to you, you can't teach them, right? That's just something that you have. And so when I look at Sarah Bond, for the first time I saw her, dude, I was like, wow, this girl she's like a magnet, right? And I think that's very genuine. That's another great thing about it. And I think that's why, like, I know she was going to Japan a lot, and I think regardless of what, people will gravitate towards her, right? She has that ability had that way about her, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. So even if she has a hard time, dude, I don't see her ever quitting, or just say die, or she'll try to find a way, or or what kind, and it's just this. I guess I'm trying. Her personality just seems so infectious. I don't know if you get that,
Mhm.
but I do.
No, you're right. It is. But like I said, I just do feel that if she's the one that if she got to play hardball, she's going to play it, and she's not going to be coy and playful about it. You know, she's going to be claws out. You know, so I'm just saying, man, it's just I have to kind of watch that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think she's gonna have her era, and I'm gonna enjoy every minute of it because I find her absolutely profound. Taking over not a lot. I know a lot of people are like the girl power thing and all that kind of stuff. That's fine, but I mean, for me personally, she just seems just her personality alone and the stuff that she's doing now. It'll be great to, because that's what I feel like is happening in game right now. This is why I'm loving gaming so much right now. It's just because I feel like I'm back in my younger days where I used to know who the people were, used to follow the industry, follow the company, and you follow these guys who are making these games, man. And you know who the teams were, you know who the main people were. You know what I'm saying? But like that's the generation, and it feels like it's coming back around. Like this whole thing with Paramount, I don't really care about Paramount and Warner Brothers purchase, except for the simple fact that it looks like it's taking Xbox back to what I wanted in 2013 with the Xbox One. Right? It's like they are going to make that a reality because that is the future.
Yeah, the thing is that if other than the Connect, if there was one thing that I feel that Don Matrick was on a good track with, was trying to blur the line between games and media. A lot of people are kind of like, nah, man, you smoking. And it's like, no, seriously. I mean, if you think about it, if you think about it, it's all about entertainment. We're all going down that road, and look where we're at now. It's all about content now.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about content.
That's why this is what pisses me off because all those people owe Microsoft an apology, especially Xbox, because they held us back, dude. We lost a generation, and I'm talking across the board: hardware, games, everything. Right? We could have went farther ahead. And everybody's like, well, you don't have a crystal ball, you don't know this. I was like, dude, look where we are now, and look at what they're doing. Everybody was doing like, and what Fireball? It was like what 2 years after 2013, where people were doing that anyway. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh no, you're good. No, you're good. But yeah, it's like, I mean, dude, it's like there's no other way you could say that the fix was in. You know, it's like once that drop of blood hit the water, it's like the piranhas just came in.
Yeah.
And and it's like you couldn't stop it.
This is why I want them to go. This is why I want Microsoft to just put their final nail in the coffin, like Sony did years ago with Sega. It's Sony's turn. They've been living on borrowed time, right? They have not brought anything new to the game. All they brought is toxicity. All they brought is holding us back.
The only thing I would see, the thing to me though, is, as I keep saying before, the thing that I hold Sony, the only thing I charged Sony with on that with Sega was the fact that they pushed Okawa into a corner. In other words, like I keep saying, they're the ones that Sega was on the cliff contemplating life. They walked up, whispered in their ear, gave them a knife, and walked away. That's basically the effect. Because I mean, God, I wish I knew where I could find that stuff. But I mean, that stuff I was coming across where there was like people coming forth saying like how a lot of his board members were like buddies and friends and old like college schoolmates with a lot of the upper executives of Sony at that time, and how they're like, you guys are going to lose, right? You know how unstoppable we are, right? You know we got everything locked down, right? Come on, tell Kawa to go ahead and throw in the towel. It'll be okay. It'll be good. We got a good. We can get a good deal for you. We got a position for you.
It wasn't only Sony. I'm not disagreeing that they were doing that, right? But they're doing a lot of other stuff too. And the thing that got me was right is the gamers and the media were jumping on board. Because again, Sony came into the thing, and all of a sudden everybody was a Sony fan, right? And
Yeah,
so
because a lot of their equipment and stuff with Sony.
yeah, but the thing that pissed me off the most about that was that these guys purported to be like, yeah, if you guys do that, then we could just worry about the software. And I'm like, these guys never supported Sega and at all. And this is again, I keep on saying because Sony was doing stuff like, look, and I understand that they were the big console, right? And they kind of shocked the market with the whole, how much they're going to get paid from these developers. That's why a lot of these guys, they like I said, they created free agency, right? But they knew what was going on. They knew what they were doing. And like this is what I want Microsoft to do because it's time. It's Sony and their bag of tricks. It's old school. It's old news, man. They're not the same company from the 90s. They need to be put out to pasture, and they need to be taken care of. Right? I mean, this to me, all it'll do is get rid of albatross around the industry's neck, because these guys are just holding us back at this point, and their fans are the fans.
That's where I was actually getting to.
Yeah.
Was that where I was going about it a long way, but I was saying that because I'm one of the ones just like you, I've experienced the death of many consoles.
Mm-hmm.
And remember even Phil saying in recent interviews that there's plenty of room for more platforms and stuff. And he's right. And there should be more platforms. But where I'm going at is that I would hate to see Sony go. But at the same time, here's the thing. If it gets fucking rid of these jackasses, these mules, as I call them, if it gets rid of them, the ponies, if it gets them the fuck out of our hair, out of our lives, then so be it. Let it happen. Because the reason I say that is because Sony, just like Microsoft, just like Xbox, they had their chance. They had their chance to flush the trolls, to flush these turds down the toilet. They had their chance. I always keep bringing this up. I know I referenced this ad nauseum. I know that. Whereas, remember the time when Xbox Live was way the fuck too live. It was way the hell out of hand to a point to where Xbox themselves and the community worked together and did a mass effort to ban and get rid of every single one of those motherfuckers off of Xbox Live. And since then, Live has been fucking thriving and has been growing. They had the nuts to actually say, you know what? If we're going to lose over 50% of our user base because they're a bunch of ass munchers, then so fucking be it. But because this shit is out of hand. In other words, they were like this. Some of these limbs are diseased on this tree, and we got to do some pruning, or we're going to lose fruit. But if you prune those, look how pretty it looks, though. If you prune it, it's not going to look pretty no more. It's like, so be it. Xbox made that call. Sony had a chance to make that same fucking call, and they fucking bucked. They not bucked. I mean, they balked. They backed out.
They don't.
Because they were scared. They were scared shitless of losing all that. Basically, looked at it like this: if we do this, we're going to lose that money. Whereas Xbox is like, yeah, we need money because we're not really, being treated right by Microsoft, but it's got to be done because this is getting worse. We're not seeing it getting better. It's getting worse.
Well,
and that to me is where Sony fucked up.
Well, because
now it's too late.
But Xbox belongs to Microsoft, right? And so Microsoft, it is about the image, right? And it is about growth. Like you can look at it, they'll look at it and say, okay, if we do this, though, we could gain more of this. Sony doesn't think that way at all, and neither would they be because they're not that kind of company. They're nowhere near on the level of Microsoft.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, I think that, I think one of the biggest things at play with that is that what I always call that old that old, played out, stubborn, rigid Japanese businessman mentality, where their approach to a lot of stuff is always hands off, or from behind closed curtains and closed doors, or the Zeus on top of Mount Olympus looking down at the peasants. That's the approach, and it's like you can't have that approach no more. Because look at how like they all look how the nuts go in on us every time we talk about or we show pictures of like taking pictures with Phil or Aaron and all that stuff like that, and how they're shaking fans' hands, and you don't see none of that with like say like Jim Ryan or Cerny or Ken Kutaragi, but before he got cut loose and all that stuff, and Yoshida, you don't see none of that. Andrew House, you don't see none of that with them.
But you know what though? I'll just be honest with you though. I don't expect them to. Because as long as I've known Sony, because I was a big fan of course, of talked about it. The thing is that they look at everything like a business, and I'm fine with that. Right? The problem with Sony is that they just had the wrong plan. Right? So they chose a path that they wanted to go, and I ain't disagreeing with you. I think it is archaic thinking. Because that's
and that's just how it feels. Like they tried to handle this in such a hands-off way, thinking that it would fix itself. And in the end, no, it didn't. It got worse.
Well, I don't think they care, dude, on that level, I'll be honest with you. Like Sony, the people at Sony, because, and another thing too was this, right? Sony of Japan, right? And I know they came to the US and stuff like that, but Sony of Japan, all they want is they just want to know the monies and the profits. That's it. Because they're not tuned into our culture. A lot of this toxic stuff is on our side, is in the US. All this console warring and stuff like that, there's some of it overseas, but it's not as bad as it is in the US. Right? So to me, like, they're not that in tune with the actual culture of gaming. But what they are in tune is where's our money? Now that I definitely, because that's why they're not able to course correct, dude, because they don't understand. The industry right now is so fluid, and when you have like Microsoft backing actually Xbox right now, that changes the whole battlefield. I don't think these guys were prepared, at all. Because, like you said, they don't think that way. They're kind of stuck in their old way of thinking, and that worked for them for years, but it's not the case now, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like that's basically where I'm at on it. It's like you just said. I mean, it's like they took too long to fix this. And and it's not just them. It's not just them. I also point my fingers at the legitimate PlayStation fans, the ones who really don't do too much console warring. They just love PlayStation, and that's it. That's what they love, and so they don't come into Xbox podcasts or Xbox threads stirring up, kicking up shit. They don't do that. But a lot of them are just literally just quiet as church mice. Whereas like us, when we got the banhammer slammed down on Xbox side, all of us, the whole community, legitimate fans, all of us fucking went in. These jokers here, they choose to keep their mouths shut. And my thing is, you can't tell another grown person what the hell to do. That's it's up to them. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you like this brand, you want it to stay, you don't want it to go away, then you might want to fucking do something. You might want to say something.
I think one of the problems with Sony's fan base is that, I'll be honest with you, man, they're just so, and it's not, they're on a level of toxicity that I've never seen before, but it's also all the lies they tell. They tell themselves, right? And it's just the same thing like when people tell you, like, oh, I'm buying this game day one. Because a lot of people say that on social media and stuff like that. Then a game comes out and nobody buys it, and then the studio shuts down. Like, it's all this critical acclaim. Everybody says how great a game it is. And so there's that disconnect. That's what Sony's going through. They have a disconnect. between their fans and the actual system. Like Reaper's excited because he's gonna get a PlayStation 5 on
Yeah,
Sunday.
I'm totally soup for that. I got $450 for Christmas, boss, and then I get another 100 on Sunday, so I get 550 to spend on the Spider-Man console.
Yeah, so Reaper will get that. He'll play and beat Spider-Man. He'll level up 10 more levels on. He'll piss me off. And level up 10 more levels on COD, and he'll do that because he's playing these games. I can't. I'll be honest with you. When I look at Sony guys, I can't say that about them at all.
And the thing is, like,
I also got Ragnarok too. I'll play Ragnarok as well.
Yeah, you'll beat that too. And you're not even. You're. I'm not saying that you're. So you're on the Xbox side, right? But you're a gamer. Right. This is the problem with Sony, right? They don't have really gamers anymore. They have these brand.
No, they don't. They just have ponies.
Yeah, they have these ponies and brand loyalists. So, I mean, this is why the writing's on the wall, man. These guys are done. They should have been done.
Hey, guess what?
Oh, what's up, brother? Good.
I beat Zaire's Instagram.
Oh, did you pass it?
I did. Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Right. And the thing is, it's like what you just said. It makes me kind of wonder the fate of Stellar Blade and everything, because it's like they took the money, they took the check from Sony, and I'm not gonna slam that, because that at least allows them to like grow the game more. That funded them, so they were able to put more effort and more polish onto the game. So that's actually good. But at the same time, it's like you went to the ones who are not going to buy that game because they don't play those types of games anymore.
Who's that? Which game is that?
Stellar Blade. And who in the world's getting shot?
Yeah, so like I live in Hawaii, bro. So I mean, you've been here, bro. You know how fireworks are here.
Oh,
Right around the corner, so they started early. The funny thing is, dude, is that the police was cracking down, so these guys have actually been quiet.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, because when I was there, I thought fireworks were a no-no.
Yeah, they're still a no-no, but nobody cares.
Yeah, because I mean, what was it?
You can't stop it. The whole island lights off. Just go on YouTube and look at Oahu fireworks. And you see.
Yeah, because I remember, like, what was it? What they used to tell us was that it was because they didn't want to disturb the natural wildlife, like the birds and all that stuff like that, and because they're like very fragile species. And
well, we live in the age of wokeness, so it's a cultural thing. So that trumps the other stuff, the environmental. It's Chinese, we're celebrating our ancestors and the spirits and all that stuff, right? Hawaii is an amazing spot, dude. I mean, people find ways, right? It's just like that old Jurassic Park scene. Life finds a way. Right? That's how it is. But I mean, what it is everybody does it, so there's no way they can stop it. You can ticket people, but they won't do anything. So there's people that have moved here that are not used to it, and they're having a hard time because like they have pets. They're not people that pop fireworks. And a lot of the guys that I work with got a rude awakening on 4th of July, because not 4th of July, but because they were like, we didn't know it was like this. I'm like, yeah, welcome to
well, you know now.
Yeah, you know where I'm from. I'm like, well, I said, well, you can go back there. You don't have to worry about fireworks here or there, but definitely here. But look, dude, it's just their time. They've been allowed to exist for this long, and they just need to, unless they can change, which I doubt they will. They talk about all these games of service that they want to do, but the reality of it is, you can't do that. I mean, maybe you might get lucky. It's just like trying to win the lottery, right? What is the lottery? $700 billion or $700 million right now? People that Powerball that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot of people that are playing, which diminishes your chances of winning. I'm not saying you can't. Anybody could win, right? But your chances, when you look at everything across the board, that's what Sony's looking at right now. They're trying to win the lottery. They're trying to, if they could get a Fortnite, then they'll be fine. I mean, as far as that'll give them time to But then even if they do that, then they have to reinvent themselves, and I don't think they can.
Because once again, the biggest elephant in the damn room, it's your damn fan base. Your damn fan base won't play that shit.
And their fan base is just pissing everybody off. Once they went after PC
Because
guys,
the thing is, their box has become nothing but the casual box. So the casuals, when they flock to it, making these absurd sales numbers and crap, they're not getting it for the God of War. They're not getting it for the upcoming Concord live service game. They're not getting it for that. They're getting it for playing NBA 2K, Madden, FIFA, and Call of Duty. And I guess you could also say Minecraft. That's all they're getting it for.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care about that stuff.
And that recent hack leak told everybody that they weren't selling 50 million like they said they were. They were only selling 25 million.
Yes.
And Xbox is at 24 million. So that's a pretty close gap, and that's not a 3-to-1 gap no more.
Yeah, and also the thing is like T, don't forget that a lot of those numbers was because they called themselves bankrolling the PSVR and the portal into those numbers.
Dude, I say this all the time on my channel. I just can't wait for that other shoe to drop, dude. I don't believe that they sell that many consoles. That is some fuzzy math, dude. Because it doesn't, and it's bad either way. Either the attachment rate is horrible, which doesn't help you. In fact, I think it's more horrible. And then the other aspect being is that you guys have lied this whole time. Something is not adding up, dude. I don't.
And don't forget, there's still like that over 25% that has not even been turned on.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Two Man? Welcome to the.
Two Man's been there for a while.
Two Man, did I miss you? Did you post earlier? I just saw him. That's why on the post.
I wish him a happy holidays.
Yeah, Two Man. 6:50. Yeah. Well, welcome, brother. Yeah, appreciate you being here. We got 7 people watching. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So, just real quick, guys. Before we wrap it up and stuff, but just moving forward in 2024, as far as this channel, like I said, I'm gonna bring back the Wrecking Crew podcast, and what I do is I'll do like it before. I'll just invite everybody in, and everybody just comes in. That's the Wrecking Crew. I'll do an all-in podcast, right? And that'll be just kind of me doing a podcast. But then anybody that wants to jump in, they're more than that's kind of what this is right now. And then all-in cast, and then anybody can come in, and we'll do it that way. Then I'm gonna do podcasts where I just talk to the chat. I like that Unlimited does that as well. And just because a lot of people in the chat, we don't get to cover you guys a lot of time. So I want you guys to have like a space and a voice. And if you guys want to come on, just let me know, man. I'll send you a link. This is not a podcast where I just select people. You know what I mean? I mean, the guys that come on, I've known them for years, and we've gamed together. We've known each other for so long. We have some kind of connection, one way or the other. But that's kind of moving forward. And then I'm going to do more content, just because I'm just absolutely. I talked about this earlier. I'm absolutely surprised at the amount of people that are still pushing these false narratives, and so we're going to address that as well. But nothing major, guys. It's just there's really not a lot of people I can listen to, man. Because even some of the newer guys that come up, you can look. They get caught up in the cycle of they want to be a Xbox channel, but they also want viewers. I don't care if I get views or not. What I care more about is like telling you guys the truth, so that you guys don't know what's going on, like how Unlimited does and Hebot does. Because at the end of the day, that's what I care about, and just the interaction, right? So just be prepared in 2024. I'll be a lot more structured. I've already looked at it. Like, I'm not going to do anything mind-blowing or incredible. What I will do is be more consistent. So that much, because 2024 is going to be our year. 2023 was an amazing year, and 2024 is going to be our year. The stuff that you saw in 2023, I think 2024 is going to take it to the next level. And I'm talking about showcases. I'm talking about drops. I'm talking about all the games that are coming from their first-party studios. The purchases, I still believe they're going to buy stuff. You might even get stuff outside of the box, man. Like I know the T and Fireboss might disagree with me, but I still think that to me, everybody's on the table. So I could see them looking at Netflix, and I could also see them picking up Sega or EA. Or even Steam.
I'm like this, dude. it's going to have to happen. Whether, you know, to me, it's like this is the only thing where I feel Phil is fudging around a little bit too much, and I think even he knows it's got to happen. They're going to have to grab at least 2 to 3 more Japanese studios, and maybe even one Korean. They're going to have to grab some people over in the Asia region. They have to. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that because they're not, you know, Japanese gaming centric, and it's not about that. It's what I've always kept saying before is that the whole name of the game is content. It's all about having something for everybody, and they have been ahead of the power. They've been ahead of the curve the whole time with having the most variety. But once again, out of that variety, a lot of that variety is contracted deals. And I'm sure they must know, just like how it happened with the 360, you can only rely on people you can't have under your thumb but for so long. You got to have your own. Nothing beats renting is nice, renting is convenient, but nothing beats having your own. I can't beat that into the ground any more subtle.
Yeah, I think they're just going to cover all their bases. That's what they're going to do. Work out.
Yeah, because they got to keep feeding Game Pass. They got to keep feeding it.
Well, I also see, like, I just picked up a mech game. I don't know how long this has been in the States or whatever, but there's a lot of stuff that's coming over from Asia that are more indie based. So it looks like they're taking the idea of the Xbox plan and they're going global with it. This is how we're getting some of these smaller games to come over, right? Which I think is a great idea because you develop relationships with these people, and this in turn is where you're going to get even another avenue of content. And who knows, later on, these companies, like what they did with We Happy Few, the guys that do Compulsion Games.
Yep.
And even with the Hellblade 2, those developers, right? Ninja Theory, they have small relationships and they build off of it. But I agree with you 100%, man. They really need and I said this earlier, Fireboss, they need a Korean studio because Korean, if you want to infiltrate some of the other Asian countries, anyone more the K-pop culture train is a good way. K-pop is so big in all over. I mean, it's a global brand, but like in Japan, it's very popular. My friend just went to Japan. She was like, oh, she was kind of upset because she wanted to eat Japanese food, but a lot of places were serving Korean stuff. Because Korea is big in Japan, right? So.
Because when I was stationed in Hawaii, I went over there too. I took a MAC flight, and I took 30 days leave, and I went on a MAC flight, and I went there to Yokota.
Nice.
And it's a big culture shock.
Oh yeah. Not just the language either. It's like everybody.
Oh no, dude! Seriously, it's a big culture shock, and I guess the only other time I've ever experienced culture shock was when I was a kid, and this was like in the when did we go to Germany? I think we went to Germany because my father had orders to go to Germany, and he went and he was there for like a year before me and my mother. So he sent for us and we flew over there. And this was like in the early 80s. I want to say this is like either 80 or 81. And I can still distinctly to this day, Sega Forever and T Reaper remember coming out of the Frankfurt airport, and there's a big billboard for Coke. But the woman on the billboard has her boobs out.
Oh yeah.
My mother rushed so quick to scoop me up and cover my eyes. And also, I remember when we went to this little cookout to this little lakeside that was like outside of the base. Well, it was like a town that's outside the base. Illesheim, and there was like a lake there, and we went there to do like a cookout with some people that my father, worked with, and there was like a German family that came up, and they were on the other side of the lake, and they were like friendly, like hey, and everything, and then all of a sudden they all start stripping to go swim. And I don't mean like they had like trunks on and stuff. No, ass cheeks out.
Yeah, it's different
Different
cultures.
culture, I guess, right?
Huh?
Different culture, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Those are different in different areas.
Yeah, I mean, all of them. The husband, the wife, the kids. I guess the grandmother. I guess they all got buck naked and got it and went and just dove right on into the water.
I mean, for me, it's kind of like if they look, dude, if they want to make inroads, that's one of the best ways for them to do it. Right? It was interesting because they picked up AKB and then Overwatch had their own. Well, they had the Blizzard thing, right? And
Mhm.
Blizzard guys do, and maybe they can maybe they can use Blizzard as a the canary, not a canary in a coal mine, but they can follow Blizzard's lead. Because Blizzard, there's this K-pop group called the Seraphim that's pretty popular.
Mhm.
And so they basically brought them on board, and they did an event with them, and then they imported it into the Overwatch stuff. And I know this too because my daughter bought all the stuff because you had special skins. You had this event that everybody was playing, and they brought the girls to the States, and then the girls were like a part of the Blizzard stuff. They did a performance, and then they showed them playing games, all this kind of stuff, right? And if you guys didn't know, is that Microsoft also, or at least Blizzard now is going to go back into China. They're able to work out a deal with the Chinese company that they're at odds with.
Yeah, with NetEase.
Yeah, so that's going to reintroduce them back into that stuff, right? And that's what it is. It's like Blizzard understands the pulse of Asia, in my opinion. And so Microsoft could actually learn from that if they're having a hard time. Like you said, that they should purchase a studio. I think they should purchase Pearl Abyss, right? Because Pearl Abyss to me is like one of the I'm not saying that the only, but one of the best developers coming out of or publishers and developers coming out of South Korea.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the only reason, to be fair, I think the only reason that happened with the NetEase thing being dissolved was because remember when that happened, that was while the buyout was happening.
Yes.
So I think what it was is that was Bobby bailing and trying to lighten the load as much as he can to try to make sure that the ship that his how much was he getting out of this? Was it 400 million or something like that?
Is that it? Is that all? Oh, okay. Well, you mean him?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember how much he was getting out of from this, but
100, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so I think that was just him just trying to make sure that they could get lighten the load of that ship to make sure it got over that reef.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter who it hurt. He was going to get his money.
Happy about that though.
Yeah, he was going to get his money, dude. It don't matter whose feelings it hurt. He was going to get paid, and that's why I was telling you guys, where it's like if Sony thinks they're going to keep getting the nice little sweet cushy deal they've been getting, for these past few years with the marketing and everything, if they ask for this deal, nah, because I keep telling you, nothing's more pettier than big business.
Well, the thing that upset me about the whole Sony thing as their involvement, or even Nintendo, when you listen to people online, I'm like, why would they want to do that? They make really nothing off of it. It's all, and the advantage goes to Microsoft on this kind of stuff. Right? Nobody wants to bring the competitor onto their stuff. But then you still have these guys talking about it, like, you need Microsoft needs them and all this kind of stuff. I was like, bro, this is another reason why. I mean, I was already checked out on these guys. It just made me reaffirmed the fact that I don't follow half these dudes, or I'd say like 80% of this community I don't follow because of their thinking. That's the way they think, which makes completely no sense.
Yeah, you ain't missing anything. But the thing about it is that it needed to happen because they had to defang the Viper. Everything that went wrong with the Xbox One wasn't all just the TV thing. That wasn't just all it. Because remember it was selling fine at launch. And the turning point was when PlayStation announced those exclusive maps and skins and that marketing deal for COD. That was when the turning point was. And now we're about to see it happen again, only this time in reverse. Remember what we were saying about climate change and about weather? Nature always finds a way to right itself. Well, here you go. There you go, kids.
I mean, I think it's funny because in some aspect, right?
Oh, it is.
It was kind of a driver for Microsoft, but I mean, Microsoft.
I mean, it's going to be paradise when COD 2024 comes into Game Pass, and you don't have to buy it.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's see, the thing is, that's what all the bucking has been about. All the bucking the mule's been doing. That's it, because they know that the moment that the marketing rights get snatched away and that game can go on Game Pass, and a lot of those COD players realize that they don't have to pay for it. It's going to be a mass migration again.
Yep. Only this time it's going to be where it belongs, and it's going to be on Xbox.
100%. That's what really irked me about this whole stuff, especially with these ponies, right? Like, oh, we made COD. I'm like, no, you didn't. Everybody knows that it was on Xbox. Hello.
Oh yeah,
Microsoft. I like to think that somewhere along the line, Microsoft took that personally, and that's why they're buying everybody. That's why they need EA. Just get EA, and then you have Battlefield. That would be so fun.
I don't know.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was about to say is, yeah. To me, it's like Activision was one thing. I think going after EA would really, really kind of put them in a not so good little light. So I'm not trying to be like one of the ones saying don't stop buying. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that if you think about it, we got pretty much the biggest, of the publishers out there. That was, the biggest fish, one of the biggest fish that was out there.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's like now it's time to start focusing on raw talent and go after these, these more smaller studios that really do need, that Microsoft money to like really shine.
No, I did, but they already do that. They do that already. This is why you have like a game like RoboCop. I know Microsoft has worked out a lot of deals because this is where you get the day one stuff. Like Sega. Sega's a perfect example, right? You saw the trailer they dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the reason why I'm so hard on EA or so hard for them to get EA because it actually fits their portfolio because they need to get the sports. I think people would be more pissed if they got like Take-Two or Ubisoft. At least the people would be pissed on the PlayStation side. I don't think I think it'd be easier, actually, not easier, but I think it'd be less damage if they got EA stuff, especially if people start coming over. Once people start coming over, dude, people like EA is already in the system. A lot of people just think you get EA. They don't realize how that actually works. They think EA is a part of Game Pass. Oh, yeah, there's EA games in it. Because they own EA. And I'm like, no, they don't own EA. It's like a lot of people think Game Pass is free for some reason. And I try to remind them, no, you pay a subscription. I know. I mean, it's a good feeling to have, right? Because it's it doesn't hurt you on that level. But again, and that's the only reason I say EA, man, is because their portfolio. If they can get sports and then build off of that sports brand, right? You get your shooters. They got what? What do they got? They got Western RPGs, right? Pretty much on lock. They got Western RPGs. They got what else? They got shooters. Right? Add sports to that, and then get something out of Asia. So
yeah, and I still feel that I know all of y'all out there, including all of y'all in Chatsville. It's like the reason I've been kind of like where I've been like I used to be like pro them buying Sega. I'm kind of like, no, I think what I'd rather see is Sega just go ahead and get the fuck off the ground themselves. It's time now. It's time now, because you don't sit there talking about, like, spinning off the arcade division, and you're still making arcade machines. Yeah, they're still making arcade machines. So that means you guys still have, because dude, they've been doing good lately. So that means you guys got the capital now to start going back into hardware.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, the capital is coming from Microsoft.
No. I mean, most of that stuff's been Sonic. It's been like driving them and stuff. Sonic and the recent Yakuza games and Persona games and stuff. So no, they've been doing good. It's just that, to me, it's like the problem is that current leadership. That current leadership, which is like basically nothing more than just a bunch of like Sammy suckhards and stuff like that. They're not gamers. They're just investors. They don't know anything about gaming other than $1. 1 yen equals 1 yen. That's all they know. And it will be great to see people of the same caliber of like Peter Moore to like walk in there and be like, just become the chief investor or the CEO and be like, all right, we're going to do our own competitor to the Switch 2, and we're going to throw our hat back into the ring. Because remember what I said, and I'm with him. Phil is right. There's plenty of room for more fucking platforms, and the only people who are against this is the people who are just basically want to be cheap. Oh man, I got to buy another platform. That's not something a fucking gamer says. If you want to play it, you'll buy it. Plain and simple. Just buy it. And being that a Sega, knowing them 9 times out of 10, because they had success over it, they'll probably port whatever it is to the PC also.
I think that would be in their best interest.
That would be smart. It's like, yeah, you can get our stuff on our new console, but also because
Who
remember, they have that PC division.
did they buy?
So
Who did they buy?
Huh?
They bought, Roxio. They bought Angry Birds.
Yeah, they already had a mobile division, but they went ahead and bought Roxio.
Mhm.
And they have what's those guys, T Reapers, the Total War developers, more, huh?
Is it beginning with a C?
Well, I can't look it up right now because as I'm talking to you, I'm doing something, but
Look at it.
yeah, but no,
Crytek or something. Cry something.
who?
It begins with a C, right? Creative something. Assembly.
Oh, Creative Assembly. There we go. Yeah. So so not just them. They have a lot of PC developer studios. So even if they were to go console and stuff, dude, I don't see them getting rid of PC. And it would be smart to go ahead and be like, okay, yeah, you can get it on our console, or you can also get it on Steam. You can get it on a Epic Store.
It'd be funny. Say like Microsoft either works out a contract with them or buys them outright, and then makes Sega like the competitor of Nintendo in Japan, and gives them the need to do like the portable.
Yeah, to me that would make it that's actually, it's funny because that's actually where I'm going at, is that the way Nintendo is going, it's basically like watching hippos in a river, man. They block up the flow of the river, and all they do is just stink up the water and just shit there. And everybody just comes by saying, "Oh, it's such a lovely view. Oh, look at nature." And it's like, nah, dude, they're fucking up the drinking supply. That's why a lot of rhinos and elephants try to chase them the fuck off, because it's like, yo, we drink here. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Thought about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's the thing. It's like they're not trying no more because there's nobody going after their lunch no more. So they're just sitting there in the back of the class, no bullies chasing them whatsoever. Just getting chunky, and I'm I'm tired of that. I'm tired of seeing that. I'm sorry, I'm a hater. I hate seeing, such little effort being done and stuff like that. And I'm getting tired every time I, turn around. People sit there complaining about, oh, they're not trying. Oh, this Zelda could have been better. Oh, look at how they did it, how ass this Pokemon game is. Then why do you keep buying it? Well, I traditionally always, never miss out. I said, see, you're sounding like me. I say, you're sounding like me, whereas I will refuse to miss a Zelda game or a Metroid game, but yet I was not happy with the last Metroid Prime, which I played. Y'all probably liked it, but I didn't. Because to me, it's like, that wasn't Metroid. It did not feel like Metroid. And if Samus was to go 3D, I was expecting something more on the lines of, say, like Tomb Raider, but with a little bit more dynamic movement. I was expecting something more like that, but that ain't what we got. They went with a Western studio, and a Western studio did what every Western studio does around that time frame. Let's just make it a first-person shooter.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually.
So yeah, dude, I would love that if that was what I guess the secret move that Phil was planning. But I think the one thing that we would all love to see, and everybody in the chat, give me a thumbs up if you agree with this. How awesome would it be that at the same time Sony is cashing in their chips, Sega turns around and gets back into the first party at the same time? How funny would that be?
That would be pretty funny.
I mean, T Reaper, talk about comeuppance. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. That would be pretty.
Dude, it would be funny for us, but I think the mules, I think that would be the most humbling, most spirit breaking thing I could imagine.
Well, I'm down for anything that shocks them, that does them any type of thing. So.
I just want their fucking spirits broke. That's the only way. That's the only way we're going to be rid of them, man. It's not a thing of like being rid of Sony. It's that, dude, I hate being that dude, but some people, it's like you got to break their spirit. Because the thing about it is, man, as petty as it sounds, look at what they were trying to do with us. Everything they've been trying to do since 2013 to Xbox and us, that's the whole plan, to break the spirit. And then you have those of us that just didn't have no spirit at all, didn't have no spine, and turned around and flipped. But as I said, a lot of them were content creators anyway, and they had to go where they could feel they could keep getting their clicks and getting their checks. That's kind of like what's going on with the media right now. The whole Xbox tax thing. It isn't just because a lot of them that took over those jobs or secretly Sony fans. It's also because I keep saying it costs money. For any sort of like changeover you have to do with something, it takes money, not just from you, but away from you. So if they all of a sudden started like really, really posting and pumping up the good news of Xbox and stuff, they could start losing a lot of viewership, or at least that's the way they see it. They will think they will lose a lot of viewership. And then there's also the case of where I believe some of them are definitely getting paid by Sony.
Mm-hmm.
And it's already been said before that Sony doesn't like bad news spread. They will pay to make you keep your mouth shut.
You know the funny thing about all that, it doesn't bother me because I understand how that works for a Japanese company. Because it doesn't I don't say it doesn't bother me, but it doesn't surprise me, and in some instances doesn't bother me. I understand Like that's how they do things. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's just the way to look at it.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think that's what a lot of people anyway. There's a lot of people that make content that really shouldn't. And I think everybody's speaking their piece or their opinion. It's just that they're just wrong. They don't understand anything and they mislead people. And this is what I love the most about Game Pass, because if and when it switches, right? I shouldn't say it. But when it finally switches and the shoe's on the other foot, and then you can't attack, right? Because you don't have the numbers anymore. Like if everybody's on Game Pass, and then you start talking about certain things, then people will call you out on it because everybody's on Game Pass, so they know for themselves. You can't sit and say it doesn't have any games, because when people play it, they're like, no, it has a ton of games. And there's not any good games. Oh no, I found this game that I like playing. I don't normally play these kind of games, but since I have Game Pass, I really, it's just stuff that Sarah Bond's been saying for 2 years now. And you can tell, like, when she says it, it's funny because she was, with the way she said it, like, she was surprised. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't trying to sell it. She's like, yeah, we're surprised too that we found out what to buy. And I can attest to that because that's what I do. I buy games that I like.
Yeah, same here. You know, especially if it's from a publisher or a studio that they do not own. You know, it's not going to be on there long.
So I love about Game Pass, man. It gives them like that extra cushion, especially when it comes to funding, right? So it's such a Microsoft thing, right? Like if they were just having to pay people like on a contract, but it's almost like Microsoft looks at this like how they look at other stuff that they like the software they produce, right? It's like there's a customer, there's a need, how do we leverage that? Like that's their wheelhouse, in my opinion. I think that's why they've been successful with it, because they're occupying a space that they actually understand. The business aspect of this gaming industry. And that's how they thrive, and I think that's why it's worked out for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I wasn't able to get one, but I'm still trying to get a Series S for my old man. And
1 terabyte.
Yeah, if I can, but to be honest with you, I'd probably just go with the regular one because that's probably the one that's the most marked down. Because the whole idea is just basically just to get him in the ecosystem, because he wants to play Starfield. He wants to get back to playing Elder Scrolls, because he was having he's mainly a PlayStation player, but he's not a mule. It's just that he just goes where the JRPGs are, because like me, he's a huge JRPG guy, and outside of that, it's just Madden, because he's a football guy too.
Oh yeah.
And lately, as you guys probably already knew, JRPGs have been kind of just really going down the crap, and just really sucking, because everybody's been trying to do like, I don't know. I'm gonna stop myself there because I don't know what the hell everybody's was trying to do. And I guess more or less, it seemed like Persona, it has been I guess some JRPG developers trying to make a course correct, along with the Tales and the Trials, the Trials of Cold Steel series and stuff. They've been like trying to course correct the other genre. And so to keep himself occupied, he's been like, playing like a little bit of Skyrim and at one time Oblivion and everything like that. And trying to play those on the PlayStation was a nightmare, because as I keep telling everybody, Gamebryo and Creation engines were nominally Windows-based environments. So you want to know why you keep having so many game-breaking bugs in the PlayStation versions as opposed to the Xbox versions, that's your reason, because that engine was not meant to play. Those games are not meant to be played on a free BSD environment, because that's essentially the operating system that all the PlayStations use is based off of FreeBSD, which is a fork of Linux. Well, actually, no. Let me get the story straight. No, it's a Linux and BSD are both their own things. It's just that they're a fork off of Unix. That's what it is. Right, T. Rupert?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Kima? Welcome, dude.
Oh, what's going on, Kima? So, yeah, and so I've been trying to like let him like play Skyrim and stuff like that, you know, like on my Xbox and everything. And I'm kind of like, yeah, this isn't working because I want to be able to like, you know, like, you know, play my system when I want and everything. But so I want to get him his own. And where I'm going at with this is that I would really love to know what's going on with that family plan thing, because I keep hearing people saying that no, they're not abandoning it. It's just that they kind of had to, I guess, like kind of like rethink it or something like that. And I'm like, okay, well, cool, but really still would love to hear what's going on with it.
Yeah, they're probably. I don't know if it's. I don't know how many like. I think the problem that they're going to have, right, is that what do you designate as a family? What's your demographic when it comes to family? The traditional nuclear family is like a mom, a dad, 2 kids. Then you have like a Hawaiian family where we have extended family that lives with your family, right? So.
Yeah, I think. All right, when they was first doing it, and people were talking about like what was it, five accounts for like $25. I'll admit that was a bit extreme. I think the sweet spot probably should have been just 3. It should have just been like probably 3 people, you know, for like 25. Because you think about it, that's usually the common number, because you know you may have the dad or the 1 or 2 kids. Very, very, very rarely in that mix, you may have the mom. So, I mean, that's where I'm kind of like, yeah, the rule probably should, it should have been like probably like 3.
I think what they're also looking at though is, of course, the engagement and what balance they need to see, like how much, because it's an ecosystem, right? So you're in the ecosystem, but they want to also see like who's buying it, how much. Like would that negatively affect? Like if you have a dad who's a primary gamer, and like in my house, right? My kids play too, so that's a bonus. Let's say like the kids like play only sparingly. They want to do and then the main component is the guy. So we're paying more affect his overall buying. Right now, I have a Game Pass. My daughter has Game Pass. My son doesn't have it. He plays on PC with his friends. So I think he has Steam. And so he plays with his friends on PC. And then for me and my daughter, right, I pay for her Game Pass separately, but I use my points. In fact, like she's good until March of this year. But then for my account, I pay for it. It's almost like I'm not paying for anybody else's, so I'm not hesitant to pull the trigger on buying a game that I like. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I told T, I bought. Like I remember when they had the advertisement and people were complaining about that. I appreciated that because I wasn't keeping up on when Call of Duty was going to launch, the newest one. And there it was right in front of me, so I clicked on the box and then I looked at it. They had all these millions of options, and I just bought the most expensive one because I knew if I bought that, I would get everything. Maybe if I have to buy like stuff for my daughter and stuff like that, maybe or other people in my family, like a sunshine, maybe I might be saying to myself, "Oh, I'll just wait for it to come to Game Pass." Well, you know me, I would never do that to somebody, but you know what I'm saying. Microsoft just has this way of like trying to, you know, how they dissect everything, and and to me, it's worked out in their favor. So, so my point, I guess, I'm trying to say is that I think it might be a little while. Or I could be wrong and they announce it next week. Right? I mean, 2024. I could be wrong. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like I said, at this point, who knows? Because one thing I try to get a lot of people to absolutely understand and get through their heads is you can't predict or project what a multi-trillion-dollar company is going to do. If you yourself have never operated a huge entity like that, or even had that type of money on you, then you can't really sit there and say that you know what they need to do or what they're gonna do, because they have each and every time, dude. They have like surprised us. We'd be thinking one thing, and they'd go a complete 180 of the in the other direction.
Well, I think that's the thing, though, right? It's something that we talked about a couple months ago, right? For me, just for me personally, man. I mean, like I said, it's off the table for me. Yeah, it's in the little details and the actual execution of what they want to do. All these guys are coming out. It's like, well, my inside source tells me this. I'm like, okay. I kind of clown them on Twitter. I write back. I'm like, oh yeah, my inside source told me that PlayStation is going to be going third party. Yeah, I'm like, dude, you guys don't know. I mean, somebody could tell you stuff, but like you said, just you don't know the intricacies of it. You can read the tea leaves. You can look at the stats. You can read some of the patterns. The only persons that know is the guys that actually work at it. And I've learned to trust Microsoft. You know what I mean? All these years. Not that I didn't. Right? I mean, I was all on board since kind of felt it over, but definitely since 2015. So I don't have no reason not to. If they ever do become like the evil empire, turn into that evil company that everybody's will be, I'll just walk away. I'm willing to take that journey with me. Because I don't think there's nobody else that can do what they're doing right now.
Hey, Sega, I gotta go to bed, okay?
Yeah, no worries, man. We're gonna wrap it up. T, do you want to shout yourself out?
Yeah, just right past midnight.
Oh, yeah, shout yourself out, brother.
Yeah, I'm on Instagram at Odo8989, and I'm on Xbox Live at Odo T Reaper.
All right, brother. Thanks for sticking out, and I'll hit you up tomorrow morning, right?
All right, no problem. Just keep in mind, I'm going out with my brother at 12:30. So if you're not up by then, just let me know, okay?
Okay, well, sometimes it's a 3-day weekend for me, so.
Yeah, my brother's coming to get me for a movie at 12:30, so I'm gonna be out of the house all afternoon.
Oh, I'll just switch to something else and just wait for you.
Okay, no problem.
All right, brother.
Yeah. Later, bro.
All right, Matty. Yeah, it's after midnight, so I need to go ahead and peel as well. Yeah, so everybody. So, yeah. Real quick though, what are you and the family doing for New Year's?
Oh, nothing, dude. I'm all by myself. I might hit up T for New Year's broadcast. Because he said he wasn't gonna be doing anything. My kids are in the mainland, so my son's gonna be going to college, so he's looking at some colleges and they're doing the vacation. That was cool. I was like, yeah, I'll just cruise it, man.
You ain't tell them to follow in the old man's footstep and be a squid.
Nah, dude, my kids they're not cut out for me too. Yeah. the reason why I'm strong about that, man, is because when I went into the military, I went in for that reason to serve. And I realized that other people had other reasons for going there, like staying out of jail and college fund. And it was an
Yeah,
eye-opener, bro. It was an eye-opener. I was like, oh, okay.
yeah. I was the dude. I was the same way, man. My aim was definitely to get college money because I did not want to burden my folks with paying for me to go to college.
Well,
Because
don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I didn't know.
yeah, because here around around 95ish here in South Carolina, the job market just had a huge crash. It was bad. So
Well, we were
and I
transitioning.
got out of school in 94. So here I am like trying to fucking find work, and it's like yeah, nobody's hiring nobody unless you like already in, you already in the system and stuff. So my folks were like, well, we can pay for you to go to college, and I was like, nope, I'm not putting you through that. But also my other reason is because I don't want to have to like, I went through fucking elementary, fucking junior high, and high school of having to deal with y'all, fucking like harassing me about my damn grades and shit like that. So I'm like, I'm not gonna be like a full grown man and having y'all fucking hounding me about my damn grades. So
Well, that's usually the catalyst for most of us to move on.
yep, it's like I paid this money, blah blah blah, and I was like, well, nope, you ain't gonna do that. So that was my aim was for that. But then it's funny because after that, I have not went to fucking college. Ultimately, in the end, I just it didn't feel like it was for me.
Right.
And I know a lot of people probably got choice words for me, but it's one of those things where like, hear me out on this. I'm not a school person. I've never been a school person. I've never been a scholarly person. I suck at fucking math. I mean, I suck. Anything that is beyond fucking division, that's it. My brain locks. I went through tutoring. Dude, it's kind of like the same thing with even like swimming. I know it's two different things, but it's the same thing. For some odd reason, it doesn't lock in. And that's been one of my issues, even going through the military with learning stuff. I don't know why my brain is like that. And it's not a thing where I sit there goofing off while you're explaining shit. I listen. I take notes, but for some odd reason, shit don't fucking lock in.
Yeah, there's no connection.
And and so to me, it's like I don't think this is something I need to really pursue. And that around that time, when I was in Hawaii, that's when I kind of like discovered what I really wanted. And and it took me over a decade, folks, but I'm not where I really, really want to be, but I'm doing what I want to do.
Right.
And that's that's art. So
It's unfortunate. I think we put too much of a premium on going to college. My personal opinion. Which is ironic, right? Because both of my kids are going to go to university. I have no problem with people going. I just think we put too much of an emphasis on it. So I think and I think a lot of people are paying for that now, right? Because they went to college and got these degrees, and they're not really.
Yeah, I think it's because of like, I guess you say like our great grandparents generation. That's I think are the ones responsible for that, putting so much emphasis on it. Because the only thing that colleges were basically lining you up to do was just to push you out back into the workforce, but in higher positions over the ones who don't do college.
Well, I think it became a system unto itself, which I don't agree with. So, like, it's just like the military, right? You go to college, you have experiences, you get, and that could be socially, academically, right? And back then it wasn't as expensive, right? Because there's specific reasons. But colleges have become these institutions, in my opinion, of indoctrination. That's the way I feel. Like a lot of times when you listen to college people talk, It reminds me of like officers, right, in the military, and I'm not making a correlation that they're 1-for-1. But in the Navy, right, the officers come out, but they're midshipmen because the Navy knows it's like, yeah, you got your training as how to be an officer. Now we got to teach you how to apply your skills actually in the fleet. Why the Navy always relies on the khaki force, right, which is the chief. Right, the chief is that combination of experience as well as leadership, and so that's where a lot of the officers, if they're smart, will learn from the chiefs. That's what keeps the Navy moving. And when I look at a lot of the stuff that colleges do, right, they're educating people and stuff to me that are not necessary, right? This is stuff that your parents should have taught you. Some of this stuff is to me golden rule, but more importantly, they're getting educated in stuff that's ideological. Right? I think that's a negative because when you have a bad economy like we have now, right, and then it really puts a spotlight on what you actually are worth, right, in an economy, right? Because it boils down to what can you earn, what are your skills, how do you benefit, right? And for a while, some of these people didn't have to deal with it, right? Because they would get these nice jobs, being some kind of HR person, working at one of these tech companies and getting paid a lot of money. But now that all this stuff is drying up, right? And this is why you see the stories on social media, right? These people are crying. They're like, oh, they don't know what's going on. Why they're not valued, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Whereas people like me and you, we've already kind of went through that,
Yep. The only thing for me is I can never tell somebody, and it's like the only thing I can really just say is like, find something that you're good at, and not just that you're good at, but you actually enjoy doing, and make that your thing. Find a way to market that and make it, and just basically make it into your thing, into your job. That's one of the hardest things to do, but it's probably the best thing you can do right about now, because the way things is going, the way things is going, it's like it's really tough out there. I mean, hell, dude. I mean, you guys probably, I know, because I know some of y'all been out there using it and stuff like that, instead of coming to a guy like me, have been going to like AI for like art and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, it's probably going to be a while before AI gets to that level of fully replacing somebody like me. But it's like, it's kind of like the thing, like with like how Walmart took over. It's kind of like the thing as to how PlayStation grew the fuck out of control. It's the casuals. And wherever the casuals go, that's where things are going to basically flip over to. And as long as enough casuals are like, man, why should I pay you $300 something for this when I could just, pay $100 or $50 to this guy right here to type in a few things, and instead of waiting like 3 days to a week for you, I can get it like within 24 hours. Or I could do it myself for free. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those AI generators, well, actually, no, I think some of them already have been getting to where they want you to sign up and pay a monthly fee.
I mean, they could do that. The one thing I do, like I tell my daughter this because this is the field she's going into. And I was like, what this could do is it could actually open even more opportunity for you. This could be used as a tool. And another thing is it's also a good litmus test to show your worth. Like, what are you worth? It'll tell you exactly what you're worth. And you can look, dude, there's people in this world, even when AI takes over, that won't have to worry. Right? There's people, like, what are you going to do to stand out? Like, what are you going to do to make yourself valuable? Right? And I know it's hard and it's scary and stuff like that. And then she sees it firsthand, what people are doing. Because there's people forging other people's stuff even before AI, right?
Yep.
And they would notice that. But that's what I told her. That's the kicker. They're like, how are you gonna make yourself indispensable? Because at some point, you could do all this. It's a shortcut. But there's a reason why there's brands that still last the test of time. So you got to be that brand. You know what I'm saying? There's people willing to pay that money And this is why I kind of like the fact that she was doing stuff on the side, like creating her own economy, her own income by selling her whatever she created. I thought that was good. Her and her friends were doing that. So they got a little bit of taste of that entrepreneurialism. I was like, oh, that's like, it's not fair, and life, like you gotta. Every time I tell my kids, you gotta be fluid. I agree with you too, man. I tell my kids all the time. I told my kids is like when I was younger, I had an idea, but I didn't really know. Now that I'm older, I know what I want to do, but it's kind of late, right?
Yeah, when you're young around their age and stuff, it's like you're not gonna have a solid idea per se. You're just gonna have what I guess the best way my father put it was you just have an inkling of where you want to go. But you're not. But the thing is, it's going to take you a few more years before you lock in on what it is. And it wasn't.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
What's that?
You said it would just take a couple years for you to lock in, and
yeah. I mean, dude, it's like it took me going into the military, and like what my seventh year in and stuff, and everything, and like I was like, okay, I know what I want to do now.
Well, it's interesting because the thing I try and tell my kids is that regardless, like what I don't and what I won't allow them to do, right, is to just kind of be that person that sits there thinking. I'm like, no, just go and do it. But what if it's not what I like? But you're gonna get something out of anything. Like you went into the military, I went into the military. Right? You got experience. I'll sit there and tell my kids these stories, and they look at me like, wow, did I really have fun? Yeah. And that's what I mean. I realize my kids really don't experience stuff, because I work in different time, and then being in the military. Military is a whole nother, that's a whole nother life. It's a whole nother culture. And so my thing is, I tell my kids is like, look, I'll tell you this much, dude. It's better to do something and learn and get experience, because that in and of itself, getting an experience or having an experience is also something that's good. Even if it's good or bad. I mean, nothing that'll harm them, but you know what I'm saying? Like if things don't work out or whatever, right? But at least you're doing something. And then when that time comes where you decide what you want to do, I think that's what's going to happen to my son.
Yep.
In that level. So I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I would prefer you kind of know, but if not, well, experience will be a teacher. Yeah, but I don't know, but like I can't wait. Like 2024, I'm so high on 2024, right? Because I think it's going to be way beyond expectation or my expectation. I mean, 23 was such a mind blowing year for Xbox. They haven't even scratched the surface, in my opinion, because we haven't even seen all the games. I don't think they stopped purchasing, not just studios stuff, right? So,
well, I can't. I'm sure they're going to do another developers direct. There's been subtle hints,
right,
on the bird app. So I guess we'll see. But dude, we kind of went over, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shout myself out and say, everybody, enjoy your new year. Please don't go out there and get too damn crazy. It's not necessary. It's not worth it. Just go out there, have your good time, be safe. And if you're looking for me, you can find me on the Bird app under this very name, Fireball, spelled just the way you see it on the screen. I don't do as much, but I do a little bit of fact checking in some cases as far as console warring goes. That's basically it. But other than that, my whole thing is I'm trying to get back into game development. It's kind of a slow burn at the moment, but I'd say just keep your eyes tuned in and see what I do from there.
Yeah, dude, definitely, man. It's always a pleasure having you on Firebox. like I said, I'll do a wrecking crew probably. I don't know if I'm gonna have my kids, but I'm shooting for next week. But whatever week I do it, it'll be every other week. I'm gonna bring that back. It'll be more consistent. Have as many people on as possible. Yeah, man, thanks for being on, brother. I really appreciate it.
Well, dude, I appreciate you having me and everything. And the only thing I can say is just, I can't always guarantee myself to be available. So the only thing I can usually just say is just, let me know and toss me a link and we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'll do. I'll send everybody the link, and who shows up, shows up. If not, I can run it solo. But like tonight, a lot of people, I haven't talked to E-Rock in forever. So, or I haven't done a podcast with him in forever. And so it was always nice to have him on board. And then, it's interesting who shows up. I thought he asked me to send him a link. I did. Caught up with some. So, yeah, dude. So it's kind of be like the mystery box of podcasts in the Xbox community, I guess. But I'm fine with that. Dude. I'm not here to.
I actually like that. That's good. I actually like that.
Yeah, it's something to me. It's a lot. Getting different perspective and different thoughts from people is always a plus. Yeah, dude, I don't want to keep it any longer, but yeah, bro, take it easy. Have a good New Year, man.
All right, right back at you, man. Peace out, everybody.
Hey, yeah. So, just really quickly, guys. I'm gonna run it for a little bit longer. I know this podcast is long. I mean, not too much longer, but again, when I do these podcasts, the All In Cast, what the All In Cast is going to be is I'm going to just do a cast with myself. And then T said he want to come in. I have no problem with T coming in. And then if people want to come in as the cast goes, so just be aware. I try and keep it on point though for the channel update 2024. Like I said, I'll be more consistent with my videos. There's some topics that I want to touch on. I'll definitely get more into the pop culture stuff, which you'll see on my channel. As you saw with E-Rock, right? E-Rock was talking passionately about everything pop culture. One thing I do want to say though, if anybody hears it, especially the T, if you hear this later on, but the whole thing with J.K. Rowling, and I don't want to misrepresent this, but J.K. Rowling, what ended up happening with her was that she's a staunch feminist, and not in a she's a staunch feminist in the traditional sense. So what she means by that, or what I mean by that, and what she's about is she's a feminist in the sense that she wants things for females, and that's what put her at war with a lot of people on the alphabet community, right? So that's why they call her a TERF, and that's why they were trying to boycott her game. But as we all know, Harry Potter is a huge brand. It has a lot of fans. A lot of people grew up on the books, and then when you make a game like Hogwarts, from everything that I read from people's impression of the game, from fans and non-fans alike, as you know, E-Rock and Limited are the two in our group that played the game, and they thought it was absolutely awesome. So it was a perfect combination of everything involved, that respecting the material, respecting the fans, respecting the art, respecting the creator. And when you do all that, you're going to have success. And that's what they did. So I just want to clear that up really quickly. But like E-Rock was saying, like he's very passionate about pop culture and stuff like that. I will be doing specific podcasts just for that. I want to start talking about this kind of stuff because it's something that I've always wanted to, something I'm very interested in. The thing I need to do is I want to learn. I'll do videos like this, but what I would like to eventually do is to just share articles and go over stuff with people more precisely. Because it is something I'm passionate about, man. This is my escapism, man. This is more than just my hobby; it's a lifestyle. And what I see is happening, and it's unfortunate, man, is that we're losing all of this stuff. It's not just comic books, right? It's movies, it's animation. Heck, it's even crossing over into anime now. But thank God, anime comes from Japan. Right? There's some stuff that we can do in the U.S. you can't control, but when you start going overseas and stuff like that, and rightfully so, they should put the whammy on that because there's no way somebody from one country should be telling another country what to do. Right? And one of the guys, I forgot who it was, and I know you mentioned it last week, but one of the people in the industry talked about this specifically, where they create things for their culture and for fans of their culture, right? So if you're not a fan of the culture, just move on. And I think that's the best you can do. That's what we should be doing in this country when it comes to pop culture. Look, if you're not like you heard what E-Rock said about Doctor Who, if you're not a fan of Doctor Who, which a lot of these people I doubt that they are, or they might be fans or fans in the sense of, but once you start injecting yourself and putting your narcissism in place because you feel like you should be represented when these brands have stood the test of time. If you guys didn't know, I grew up old school in this stuff, and some of the most representative stuff comes from pop culture. Some of the most representative stuff comes from comics, right? And it wasn't forced in there. It was stories that were told of its time, right? And one of the reasons why, and I'll touch on this really quickly with the Mandarin, another reason why the Mandarin didn't take off for Disney is because Disney was trying to appease China. But yet again, Disney and Marvel looked at it in the sense of China might find that stuff offensive. And if you know anything, like if you follow somebody like a Bill Burr, like a comedian like Bill Burr, or the guy who does the Jeff, I can't remember what his name is, but he has a mannequin called Ahmed, right, which is kind of a play on a terrorist a comedy, right? He's a ventriloquist and he does this comedy skit with his ventriloquist, and then the guy's Ahmed, and basically what he is a skeleton because he blows himself up. And so he actually went over to the I think it was Saudi Arabia, one of the Arabian Arab countries, and he went over there at their request, and they wanted to be in the they wanted him to come over and do a show, and he even said it. He was like, you know what, I feel kind of like I don't know if they would be accepting the way that I, my comedy and stuff like that. And he found out, surprisingly enough, they had a good sense of humor. In fact, he said that a lot of people actually like the character. Right? So again, it's the problem with a lot of this stuff with pop culture, especially in the West, especially in America. I'll just say in America, right? A lot of the people that are in this industry and stuff like that are putting hang-ups that they have on other people and other cultures, which is not a good thing, right? It's as bad as what they think, like misrepresenting a person of color or whatever these people. I don't know. They just got too many times on their hand. Like we live in such an easy time, as Iraq was saying. Right? We have all of this stuff going on, and yeah, dude, it's just a bad situation to be in. But, hey, what's up? Oh, dude, hey, Hiba.
Hey,
dude, what's up? I said you so long ago.
My brother, I know you are not doing a 6-hour marathon.
Yeah, dude, actually, I was gonna wrap it up as I'm gonna go eat dinner, but I saw you popped into the thing. I just wanted to touch base on some of the stuff we talked about because when everybody's talking, it's hard to.
Yeah. What's up? What's up, my brother? How are you?
Oh no.
How you been?
Oh, good. But did you get my link, right? That is, well, you had to. You're in the.
I got it, and I just saw it right now.
Yeah, I did see. What I was doing was I was just sending it out to everybody, right? And so, but I know I sent it to you first. And then I sent it to T because he always wants to be on a podcast.
Right.
And then I sent yours, and then who else I said? Unlimited. You jumped in, dude. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I was just wondering what you was talking about because you said in Nolan ran, but there wasn't really a topic.
No. So I was just gonna give a channel update, right? And so I did that kind of in the beginning of the video, and then when everybody jumped in, then we just started talking about all kind of stuff. But what I was doing now is just kind of touching base on some of the stuff that was being discussed earlier, just to get my perspective when people come into the channel, right? Because everybody has their different perspective on stuff.
So yeah.
Just basically my channel 2024, and then we started talking about Xbox. But we got on pop culture, and then Iraq was talking about all the stuff that was going on, right? Like he was kind of ranting actually.
Mm-hmm.
Like some most stuff I knew, some I did not. Because I'm not like a big Doctor Who fan, but I did keep up with the news, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on with them. I know he did, but I didn't realize he was such a big Doctor Who fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard him talk about it and stuff like that. I know he talks about the BBC and stuff like that.
Well, so what you guys really were talking about? All the funny shit going on right now?
Yeah, the same thing, right, dude? We stopped shy of going into the political aspect of it, but we were just talking about how bad pop culture is and what's happening with everything across the gaming.
I mean, yeah, a lot of the stuff is like if it's dying out, it's crazy.
Yeah,
a lot of the stuff is like it's dying out. Like because they look like Disney just don't get it. They want to keep acting stupid, doing stupid shit. They really think it's a joke. Like they're gonna get out of this bind, and things are gonna change when they keep doing the same crap over and over and over again. I'm like, yo, dude, you haven't learned your lesson. Like,
No,
are y'all serious?
like I was telling E-Rock earlier, the only way they can fix it, because he was saying, oh, I don't know if they can fix it. So they can't do, because they have to fire every single person that's making the decisions at the company. The problem, see, this is why I have a problem with some people, because people think that this is like that they're stupid. It's not that they're stupid; they're ideologues, right?
Right.
And what it is they know they came out with an interview and they said they understand that they've lost a lot of people and money because they went woke, and they turn around and say, but we like they're gonna try and find a new way to present it to people. I'm like, no, dude, people are literally telling you what they want and what they don't want, and you are not listening. And the reason you guys are not listening is because this is your religion. Look, game recognized game. Right.
Yeah.
As a Christian, I understand. Like you have your tenets, you have your faith, you have your foundational stuff, and this is their religion. Wokeness is their religion, right? And they want to bring it to the masses. This is why they'll never course correct, and this is why they will go bankrupt, and they need to go bankrupt. And I even said earlier in the podcast, dude, this is the 100-year anniversary of Disney, and I have not seen any mention of Walt Disney at all.
Yeah, Walter Disney, the old classic characters.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And there's a reason for that, dude. Some people think it's incompetence, but I'm like, no, dude. They're redoing all the classic Disney stuff because they want to smack patriarchy. They hate Walt
Give me
Disney.
a second, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. And the second thing that they want to do is they want to bring their modernity to the properties that they own now, the most popular properties.
Yeah. I mean, you see how they completely changed everything that's Marvel, everything that's Star Wars. They freaking messed up everything they've had, everything.
They do. Hold on.
You barely ever see them. Bring back things like Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, Goofy. Yeah.
I'll be right back, dude. Keep on talking, brother.
Right. Uh-oh. I think Sega Forever went on the hunt down for some wolves or something. He had to come out. Oh no. So what's going on, guys? How's everything? I don't know how he has the strength to do almost a 6-hour podcast. This is crazy. It's crazy. But our brother has learned to master it. He is the GOAT of podcasting. It's been a ride. Well, he's finally come back in full force. So I hope everybody is getting ready for a good New Year's weekend. I know I plan to have as much peace and tranquility as possible. Maybe get to play some games, watch some movies. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it, you should check out Rebel Moon. It's pretty good. It's actually better than what people have been saying and people have been talking about. Because again, most people look at things from the angle of what's popular. So it's very popular to hate on anything Zack Snyder does. But if you've known Zack Snyder, how he does things, his body of work through the many years of him doing stuff, you know that he is a visionary. And he does things the way that he feels is as respectful as possible to the material. And in this case, Rebel Moon was a vision that he had originally to make a Star Wars movie within the Star Wars world and realm. based off Star Wars, I guess, lore and characters. What is interesting to me is I would have liked to know what characters in the movie that is today, what it turned into in its own world, were originally supposed, like, what were their original characters based off the Star Wars world. It would be really interesting to know what they were. But the movie's a whole build up of that set planet and that set universe, where the girl used to be part of that that evil force entity within the world. I forgot what they're called. And then she went to another place to be at peace, kind of became a farmer, had a love interest, but didn't really commit to him, but they were interested in each other. And when these guys come to where she is, they basically tell them, you have to provide us with crop and food this much every set amount of time, whether it's every week, every 2 weeks, every month, and we'll come back and collect. And they can barely make enough for the people that live there already. So basically, they try to take over. So her character, some of the people that were there, fought back, killed off the guys that he left behind, and then she went on a hunt and an expedition looking for other people and other warriors and soldiers from other planets to create a rebel alliance to fight off and go to the guy directly, the evil, empire that's there. But they're called something else. I forgot the name of it. To fight them off, and so he won't continue to, create havoc and chaos and take control of other people's planets and where they live, things like that, and kill innocent people either. So there's an unrated version that he created that's not out. I guess he was mandated to only release the original version. And then he said that he's going to bring out the unrated version after he releases the second part, because it's divided into 2 parts. And then when he does the second part, sometime in the summertime, I believe he's going to do and release the unrated version of the first and second part, all as one movie all together. But for the most part, the visuals are excellent. And the story is pretty interesting. The actors and the characters within there, like Digimon Hansu and stuff like that, very, very dynamic set of people. You had the guy that played Cyborg in the director's cut of the Justice League. He played a badass character, him and his sister, and I kind of got mad because something happens later on, but hopefully, they will correct course everything and it'll be explained, because there's a lot of unopened questions and answers that are left open by the time you finish the movie, even though it is 3.5 hours, because again, it's a 2 or 3 part saga. So I think a lot of people are talking bad about it, mainly because it's an unfinished movie. It's one movie separated into 2, which is funny because when they did it with Marvel movies, they still praised those movies, right? When they did it with Avengers, that ultimately became 4 movies to make 1, right? And everybody was okay with it. They were fine with the world building. They were fine with the character building and taking the time to, correctly explain and explore the story and the world and the universe. So I just, you can see the hypocrisy with the reviews. You can see the hypocrisy with the media, right? Like Rotten Tomatoes, they're complete trash. They're like pretty much like Metacritic for games. they're unworthy, trustworthy. They're no good. And their metric of doing things is absolutely broken. But again, it's a solid movie on Netflix. So if you guys want to watch something over the holidays, in New Year's with the family, I'll recommend it. It's a good movie. It's a very good movie, very entertaining, beautiful to look at, amazing score, wonderful music, and it's just leaves me very excited to see what happens with the second part. So yeah, I recommend for you guys to definitely check out Rebel Moon if you haven't, and watch it with the fam or with your girlfriend or whatever. Brother, are you back yet or not yet? See back yet? Say goodbye. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you talking about Rebel Moon?
Yeah. I was trying to just talk about a subject in regarding to pop culture. Obviously, the hoopla is going on that they do with negativity towards Zack Snyder stuff. Even though I watched the movie and it's actually really, really good movie, but it's broken up in parts, so it just feels like the first episode or epilogue of a continuous, full-fledged movie, right? So and people are trying to rate it and score it based on the fact that the movie's incomplete or something. You know what I mean?
Is that what they're saying?
I gotta get directly from You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, yeah. So I thought they ended it pretty well. I didn't feel like they just did hanging. I didn't think the show was left hanging. Is that what people were talking about? Like the ending was bad?
That automatically it's gonna get hate because the agenda in Hollywood is to hate Zack Snyder,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he didn't help himself with that opening sequence of the warp, right?
Of the what?
When he warps in, the ship warps in.
Oh,
right? I think he did that on purpose because he knows that'll piss those people off. These are the same people that got mad at him because he did that butt shot on Gal Gadot.
on Gal Gadot, you said?
Yeah, on Justice League, when she's walking,
Mm-hmm.
there's that camera angle he took, and people were pissed about that. Well, not people, but the people that don't like it.
Well, the thing is, he's he's not gonna pander to the Hollywood agendas. You know what I mean? He's old school. He does things the way that we know, that we grew up with, the way that was always done. When he makes a woman badass, he still makes her. He makes a woman be a female, and not have to be necessarily a tomboy or gay or a lesbian. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
People can't stand that, I guess. And he makes his movies are all the men are like, they look like He-Man. They're brolic. You know what I'm saying? They're not pansies. And that's one of the biggest reasons why they don't like what he does. Like for me, still to this day,
Mhm.
one of his most underrated movies is Sucker Punch, because the whole movie is an action fantasy, but it's basically the girls that are being forced to work as strippers, right, as dancers, right, by the people that have them captive. They're being forced to work for them, and in their head, that's how they see the story pan out, like them being able to kill them off and take control of their lives and escape, right, by being these characters in these worlds. And every time you see those sequences in the movie, it's because they're doing a dance forcefully by the evil men that got them, that they don't really want to do. You know what I'm trying to say?
So it's like their defense mechanism.
in their head, that's how they plan it out. Like they're killing those evil men and fighting them in those worlds as a fantasy when they do the dances to kind of keep a peace of mind, I guess, right? Because at the same time, they have a sense of, I guess, embarrassment, a sense of feeling like they're trash and garbage. You know what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
There's a kind of like it's a way for them to keep their dignity, but the way it pans out in the movie, you see it as a story, like in a comic book, like a comic book come to life in a story, and they're the warriors. They, you know, they're samurai women. They fight with guns, with their hands. They're fighting dragons, giant samurais. You know, army men, like demon character. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's how you see it as the viewer. But then once the sequences are over in the stories, because they're broken down into like 4 stories, kind of like the way they do the Tales of the Dark Side movies.
Yeah.
It's basically them finishing doing a dance for the men that have them captive and that are basically forcing them to do what they do. If not, they'll kill them. You get what I mean? So it's a very unique and different style of movie. And that movie got so much hate, but that was because, you know, a lot of people didn't like the fact that he made the girls strippers and dancers. You get what I'm trying to say? When the reality is in the whole movie, you don't see them stripping or dancing, or nude like that, right? They have like short skirts and stilettos, but you never really see them like ass naked, for example. You get what I'm trying to say? It's just the illusion that that's what they do, but through the story, and the story is basically action sequences in fantasy world where they're killing the bad guys and they're superior and they're able to fight back, and that they're badass chicks. You get what I'm saying?
I think that's why people couldn't understand the transition.
And it's funny because this was way before all that crap started of, you know, oh, women are not treated equal, why women can't be badass. You know, because he makes all the main characters, or in most of his movies, he makes the women characters like the most badass characters in all of his movies. You know what I mean? He did that in the zombie movie he did that's on Netflix. The zombie movie that he did.
Yeah, that movie's
The baddest chick in there is that one chick with the 2 machine guns. Oh my god, that bitch, she bad as hell. She can bust shit up, you know, with weapons or hands, and she ends up dying in the movie. That shit pisses me off. Spoiler alert, but that bitch was dope. That was like my favorite character next to Batista character. You know what I mean?
You know, the problem that Zack Snyder has is he's a throwback, and they don't like that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He keeps it classic. He doesn't listen to the narrative.
And he should present it the way he wants to.
Right. Well, I mean, he you know, I remember he did I'm trying to remember. He was the one who did Watchmen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Watchmen is so comic accurate, it's not even funny. You know what I mean?
Wait, did he do Watchmen?
I believe he did, yeah.
No, he did 300.
Yeah, he did 300, yeah.
Sorry, brother. I'm trying not to be noisy, but
Yeah. It's criminal. I'm trying to look for parking right now. Just pulled up to the house.
oh, okay.
So yeah, brother. So any gaming topic that you guys tackled or no?
Hey, we kind of didn't get around to it. I feel sorry for my audience sometimes. They're probably, what is this guy doing?
So you spoke about everything else but games?
Pretty much.
That's funny.
And the intent of this, you know, sometimes I want to do pop culture, but we end up talking about Xbox. This one I wanted to talk about Xbox. I'm glad you're here, dude, so we can talk about it if you have time.
Yeah, I
We never
mean,
touched
that's like,
we could talk about
Like-
2024.
right. Like another, that's the one. Before we move to those subjects, though, that's one of those things that got me mad too. Because right now you see that fucking something like like the Aquaman movie, which I really enjoyed the first movie a lot. Right.
Mhm.
No one's going to support it, right? But that was all due to Disney's stupidity and and Warner Brothers. I mean, stupidity, right?
Hmm.
Of like pandering to the stupid shit
Yeah.
and kind of killing off the whole Zack Snyder world. Like, oh, we're gonna start from scratch, reboot it after they made it seem to the crowd and to the fan base that, oh no, we're gonna continue the Snyderverse when like they brought back Henry Cavill and Black Adam, when they showed some of the characters in Shazam 2. But because of the fact that they say, oh no, we're gonna start from scratch, that's why nobody wants to go see the movie. So it's not doing well.
Well, remember, we also had the Amber Heard thing, right?
Yes, and then you had the Amber Heard thing where they didn't want to fire Amber Heard. Then they also didn't let James Wan do the movie the way he did the first one, where he did it at his pace, his liking, more serious, more toned down, even though it did have some type of humor in it, right? For what I understand, in the new one, there's a lot of serious moments, and then they turn them into something comical right after, and it kind of kills the feel of the movie, right?
You mean like another certain
Huh?
like you mean like another certain comic book company does with their movies?
Right, exactly. Because they were just worrying about copying the formula that Disney was doing with Marvel, even though the Marvel movies, not all of them have a lot of comedy. It has comedy, but to a certain extent, right?
Well, they've pretty much stopped that well dry, where people
Right.
are complaining about that now, and it's sad that DC felt like they got that first movie, that first Aquaman movie, had a great balance to it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I loved it. And this one, when you look at the trailer, it looks fantastic. But the problem is, like they said, that there's a lot of moments in the movie where there's a lot of great action and serious moments, right?
Mhm.
And they quickly transition it, like maybe 30 seconds later, into something comedy. And that's something that's not needed. Because James Wan is a more master of horror, right?
Mhm.
He likes putting horror elements to his movies because he's a horror guy, right? And if you remember in the first one, when they went down to the dark, to the deep, when he went to get the trident, remember looking for his mother?
Yeah, that was my favorite scene when they went to the trench.
Right. You remember it had those creepers. It was very dark tone and felt serious and scary and by nature and atmospheric. And they kind of like didn't let him keep doing things like that and try to make it more of a comedy piece. And I think that's that obviously takes the tone of the movie away, because people want to see comic book movies to see them for what they are and what they're supposed to be based on the source material. There's not really comedy in comic books, and you know this, right? Unless it's something like an Archie comic or a one-off story that's done like a series and it deliberately did it comical. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Things like,
yeah.
or even things like Guardians. Like you were a big Guardians of the Galaxy guy, right?
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy had that comedy, but it was also serious. It wasn't in nature. It wasn't just comedy, right?
Oh, the comic book wasn't funny at all, actually.
That's what I'm trying to say. So the whole point is that people think that it has to have, I guess Disney thinks because they're a family-oriented company that they have to instill comedy no matter what so that it could appeal to children. But in that very same essence and thought process and sentence, they go and do TV shows where kids are young and they're like barely hitting 8, 10 and 11 years of age, and they're talking about same-sex attraction, right?
Yeah, Disney doesn't.
When
care.
that shouldn't even be there, because kids that are younger don't know what their sexual preference really is until they get old enough to comprehend the nature of it, the importance of it, that it's not just two people getting together. It has to be because of value, because of love, because of some type of feeling, something that you have to be responsible, because you can't go have a kid and get pregnant and then separate and things of that nature. You get what I'm trying to say? Sexual relationship is something that's very adult theme and that needs to stay for only adults, because of the fact that it's part of human nature and part of human growth, right? Even though it's a big business and there's the porn industry and stuff like that, but you don't see little kids doing that. It's adults. So to talk about sexual preferences with same sex and all kinds of other crazy things, saying, oh, a boy, if you want to be a girl, you can be a girl, and the kid's like 5 years old, that's crazy. You know what I mean? That for me and for a lot of people, especially us Christian people that believe and have faith, it's almost borderline, children prostitution, pedophilia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a.
It's almost as sickening and dangerous and hard to believe when they want to make in California a rule where they treat people that are pedophiles, like it's a sickness. It's okay. They're not for them not to get in trouble. You see what I'm saying? Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
So that those are the signs of the times. It's in the Bible, but that's to a massive extreme. And as long as we're still here on this God-given earth and we live, we are still supposed to dictate as human beings first and foremost, not just people that have faith or that believe in God, but just as human beings, we're supposed to know the difference, right, between right and wrong, and we're supposed to try to keep that balance and not get it out of control the way that it has. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's the hard part. Once you start going down that road, that's the hard part though. Once you start going down that road, right, and then we've gone past the point. Almost, I mean, I'll say there's a little bit of hope, but we're past the point of no return at this point. Right.
It's almost like we're past the point of no return because it's so out of control. It's crazy. And it's like we're at the upper side of the end, where before it was something that was scrutinized and wasn't really, celebrated, and you kept that in where it's supposed to be, in the bedroom. Now it's like the people that have any type of morals for society. It's like we're the sickos, or we're the weirdos, or we're the ones with the problem. So I'm going to go in the elevator. Give me a second.
I mean, yeah, I say this all the time on social media. It's a slippery slope, and I find it ironic because the way I grew up and the values and the morals I was raised with and the principles. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I was raised a certain way. And so what I experienced when I was younger was a lot of people, for the most part, especially in the pop culture atmosphere, people are cool. But my experience, especially in the 90s, was really bad, right? If you had some type of moral or principle, people didn't like it and they would attack you for it. Right? Which I find ironic because I was being attacked because people said that people like me attacked them. Whatever. It is what it is, right? And so a lot of the people now that I see, and I'm saying this, I'm generalizing this, guys, but I look at people now that have actually grown up or had kids or have families. And a lot of these people now are actually on what I would consider on my side of the fence as far as morals and principles and standards, right? Because a lot of times as you get older, right, your priorities change, right? Your perspective changes definitely, especially when you start having kids and you have to pay bills and you have responsibilities. It's easier when you're younger to look at things in a certain spectrum, right? The spectrum of what you are. For me, though, I was already at that level. when I was younger, but that's just the way I was raised. So I butted head with a lot of these people, and you know, as Heba was saying, right, and like I was saying, it's like we've gone to the point of no return. So much so that what the problem we're having now is that it's too late to turn back, and outside of the grace of God, right, a miracle happening. The only other way we're going to course adjust is things are going to have to fail, and people are going to have to feel some pain. Hey, I see you, brother. Sorry, are you there? I know you're going in the elevator, so I just
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. It just cut off when I got into the elevator.
Well, what I was saying is, once you go past that point, sometimes the only way that you can come back, barring a miracle of God, is you're gonna have to go through the pain, and things are gonna have to fail. People are gonna have to get hurt. People are gonna die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's how far we've taken it. And I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard, but I find it ironic because some of the guys I follow now, just for pop culture stuff, probably 20 years from now, I would have not been cool with them, right? Because of my morals and my standards. But time has moved on. The country has moved far to a level of extremism that is so bad that these guys are waking up, right? And it's good that they're waking up, right? And they're trying to join the fight. But you know, we're 20 years removed from this. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is too late, guys. Sometimes it's too late.
Now it's time to pay the consequence.
Yeah, it's time to pay the consequences. So you hear that all the time when somebody doesn't want to go to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
And then you finally go to the doctor, and then if you just would have came sooner, you could have done something more. And it's not left for the situation. What I'm saying, like you just made it harder. You're having problems with digestion, or any kind of body having a problem, right? And then you don't get it taken care of right away. That when you finally go to the doctor, you know the medicine isn't going to be. Maybe it could have been a prescription. Now you have to go.
Things are open.
Right.
Things have liquids in them.
Mm-hmm.
I deal with on my level. So that's what I'm saying, guys. It's just like at some point you pass the point of no return, and all that's left is the pain.
Right. But that's a fact, though.
Yeah, that's the reality.
People don't want to hear it, but that's our reality right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all this stuff that we're doing, all over the world, or things, or technically what we're not doing. I get into arguments all the time with people because the way my politics are, and people think I'm a certain way, and then when I come out with some of my principles, or what I believe, like something as simple as our foreign policy, I'm the type of person that believes that there needs to be somebody in the leadership role, and at that current situation, it's us, and us as in the U.S. And so there's people out there saying, well, why are we? We should just withdraw. We should do this and stuff. And I listen to them and I'm like, okay, so I'll pose a simple question like, okay, well, then who's going to take charge? And then they will say something to me like, well, nobody will take charge. We'll just leave it and then it'll be there. I was like, no, dude. Power loves a vacuum, right? Somebody's going to step in. In fact, there's countries actively jostling to be the front runners on the world stage, right? And these countries are not as nice as the U.S. But we live in a time now where people hate this country, right? Hate what this country stands for. Definitely made mistakes, right? But they're so wrapped up in the things that we do that they can't see past what's actually going on in the real world. So, you know, there's going to be a payment for that, right? And you see that now where a lot of people are kind of regretting like their decision of who they voted for at the last election because that's going to affect them personally and their children, right?
Yes, it is.
When we decide to go to war, or I don't want to go to war, but if that happens, World War III kicks off, guess who's going to be filling, you know, those shoes? Guess who's going to be putting on those boots? It'll be your children. And it didn't have to be this way, right? So these are the consequences. And I'm saying this to whatever your political side, what I'm saying, my point, I don't want to get lost on this. My point of what I'm saying is that's a consequence that would have to be paid.
Well, we made our own bed. We have to lay in it now.
Yes. Yep.
It's that simple.
And I'll argue with people online that come at me, and I'm like, dude, why do I have to send my kids? I didn't vote for this jerk off.
Mm-hmm.
Why do my kids have to go? Why don't you? Did you have kids? They're like, yeah, but we'll send your kids then. Why do my kids have to go? Right. I saw what was happening. I knew this dude was a moron. I know this guy doesn't have any foreign policy. I know
Right.
he's make things worse.
Because
You
he's so far away. His mind is not there
No, but he has a history of this. You see, the problem with a lot of people
from the very beginning.
yeah, he's been like this for years.
From the
Right.
very beginning. Mhm.
And so for me, this is what pisses me off because I know this stuff, right? Why do I have to suffer because of you guys? And the thing is, when I try to help and tell people about this, I was called a white, old white Nazi,
Right.
right? I wish none of that I am. Well, the right winger part, I don't care.
Right.
But I'm not old, and I am older now, but I'm not. I'm like that classic old man, get off my lawn. I hate people of color. No, dude, I'm not even white. And so you cannot reason with these people, right? Even though you try to. So this is what happening in the pop culture space. You try to reason with these people back in the early 2000s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Guys will tell you, pound sand, get out of my face, right? You're a fascist. You wanna keep women down. All the stuff we faced back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've gotten older, and they've seen the culture change, and they've seen the progression of the culture into a space that they never thought it would happen.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're trying to stop this, and I'm like, no, how are you going to stop this?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, dude, the fighting was 20 years ago. So my point is, it's time for the pain. It's time for the medicine.
Oh
So
yeah.
maybe we get the medicine. Again, I thought of a miracle. Maybe the medicine will help, and maybe you just have to suck it up that way. But I think we're beyond that. It's time to pick. It's the pain time.
Oh yeah.
My opinion. Sorry, didn't mean it.
No. I'm listening to you. That's the whole point. People have to listen to different points of view that they can grasp a real understanding of what people's thought process is. And in the problem in today's society, most people only want to listen to their side or whatever they say, whatever feelings they feel, or whatever thoughts and beliefs they have, but don't want to listen to anybody else. Like if the world belongs only to them, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is the world belongs to all of us. We share it. So if we share it, the only way we can survive together is having and finding a common ground. And that's the biggest problem. We can't find a common ground because it's either one way or it has to be the other way. That's basically the idea.
The problem too is a lot of these people are selfish and narcissistic.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's amazing to me.
They have that entitlement where it's their way or the highway, and it can't be the other way, right? And yet they're the first ones to point the fingers, and they're the ones who are practicing the same thing that they're preaching.
Right.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's really bad.
Because if you're saying to somebody, "Oh, you're a racist or you're a Nazi because you support this such and such ideas or politician or personality like a Donald Trump," right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet they go around doing the exact same thing but worse, right? Because they're trying to say, "Oh, fuck religion," or "fuck your morals," or "fuck your standards of living. We live in a new free world. We could do it. We're liberal. We can do whatever we want." You get what I'm trying to say? By those same standards, they're doing the exact same thing they're claiming that the other side is doing.
You know what's really bad about that philosophy, though, is that it's never enough.
No, it's never enough.
So it was easy, right? If you supported Trump, right, it was easy to get attacked, and everybody's attacking you, right?
Oh yeah.
Regardless, like they didn't like him, they didn't like your politics, so mostly they didn't like him. But the funny thing happened, right? Something happened his last. Well, I'd say even when he is in office, then he leaves office, and then everybody sees now because of the way the world is going, right? And so what it is that people, and this is what I'm trying to get. Here's my point. So a lot of people would like attack you because you're a Trumper, but say like somebody on your side of the fence, right, is like, okay, well, I believe that relationships between adults and kids are fine, and then you hear that. Well, no, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. And guess what happened? then they turn you into that trumper, right? They basically turn that vitriol towards you. And that's what I mean. For them, it's never enough, right? It's always going to be that level, right?
Yeah.
You can't have a differing opinion, dude. You can't step off the reservation. Or I'm Hawaiian, I'll say this. You can't step off the homestead, right? You always got to be in lockstep with these guys. And if you're not, dude, you're going to get ostracized. Now, for me, I've been this way since, I'd say 1990s, right? Because number one, my grandmother raised me Christian.
Which, by the way, that's the true form of dictatorship. By the way,
and it's a very it's a big step. It's a big step. But I've been dealing with this stuff my entire life. Hebon knows this because we were both nerds at a time when it was so baptism by fire. We've already been there, right?
it's kind of like when we get pissed off when we talk about this all the time. When we got a fucking 20-year-old playing Call of Duty right now, or that plays Minecraft, or that plays Apex, and we come and tell them, look, you're not a gamer, or they'll see us talking about something like, oh, you guys are, why are you still talking about games? Like, grow up, because we're trying to talk about the history with the knowledge that we have of the bullshit from Sony, let's say, or from even a Nintendo, and they don't like it because it's their preferred platform, right? So they call us old, they call us immature. How dare you? You need to grow up. And when this is a form of entertainment, there's no age bracket. So you wanting to play games, it's like, so there's an age bracket for you to read a book. There's an age bracket for you to want to watch a movie. There's an age bracket for you to want to watch a sport, or play a sport, or exercise, or drink coffee, or ride a car, or collect cars, or go to a car show, or go to a convention with art. You get what I'm trying to say? There's no age bracket. It's a hobby. It's a form of entertainment. If you enjoy it, it doesn't matter what age you are. But they try to pull that card with us because they don't like the fact that they can't argue with us because we know the history and they're just followers, right? They just going along with the fucking path of what's cool. Now it's cool to be a gamer. Now it's cool to stream and make millions of views and get all this money and become a YouTube star. And you know what I'm trying to say?
Like for me, it's even if that is the case, I don't care, right? Because we've dealt with this thing for like 30, 40 years.
Oh yeah.
On all facets, dude. So when it comes to me, like I've had people like tell me that, hey, dude, I can't hang with you anymore. And I'm a kind of person like, okay, that's fine, you respect, whatever. I've had people just beat my stuff. I respect it because I've never really dealt with people that are absolutely psychotic when it comes to this kind of stuff. Right? But even if I did deal with it, like if somebody if somebody came onto my channel and started trying to give me crap and stuff like that, look, dude, it's not gonna work on me, man. I know what I know, and I believe what I believe, and I'm not gonna change. This is why I've been able to be Xbox all in this whole time. I didn't just show up and just decide to be Xbox, right? There's a process that I went through because I'm a Sega guy, and when in 2013 when the Xbox launched, right, I was all in because they gave me everything I wanted. Right, so from a consumer perspective, from a gaming perspective, all that stuff. Because I'm the type of person, I know what I want. This is why I can buy certain things or go see stuff because I'm gonna find some kind of value in it because it piques my interest. Right, so I don't have to see like other people. So my point being is that if I get attacked or something,
you know, it's kind of messed up, right? Because you see, right? When we were doing this when we were young, right, in the beginning, we were ostracized, like you said, because we weren't cool enough, right? Right? Or what we did was weird, or you're not really a man, or you're a mama's boy, or a little kid, or a baby. So we were ostracized in a lot of ways back then, right? And now, when it's cool, now we're getting disrespected again. Because they're trying to say we're too old to be enjoying what we've done all this time, all these years. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So like if we can't win what we do, we can't win if we don't. It's like we it's a double-edged sword with us no matter what. Like what the fuck? Like you don't even know that the only reason gaming is where it is today is because we believed in it the way we did. We supported it the way we supported it. We saw what it really was about. We saw the visions of these developers. We saw the creativity, that it was an art form, an entertainment form, how much it could evolve into something even more bigger, grandiose. It's more special through time and through technology. We saw that right from the beginning, right? And so is so ironic, right? How now we also getting disrespected or getting the worst end of the stick, so to speak, because of our age bracket. Oh, because you're too old, you can't be playing. Fuck you! Like, who put a fucking age on this? Nobody. Nobody. So you telling me you being 20 when you're 40, you think you don't want to play video games even though you so-called love it so much right now? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't.
That's so hypocritical.
Well, when I look at this channel, right, I don't really take them seriously anyway.
No, you can't.
That's not any hate, dude. I mean, it's just that they don't have the love of the culture like we do.
No, you don't.
It's a different experience for them. So
they don't know how hard it was to get to where it is. It was a time where we lost it, where it was almost gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I don't like all these guys that come on here and they show all these companies and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, but when this stuff falls apart, you have nobody else to blame but you guys self. Dude, I know, look, dude, I'll speak for myself, dude. I'm old, but I've had these experiences that these guys will never have, and that can't be taken away from me, and I'm good. Dude, if Xbox decides to wrap it up tomorrow, I'm done. I'm done gaming. That's simple.
Right.
I'm not saying they will or that I want that to happen, but I'm saying I've lived a full gaming life.
We've lived long enough with gaming to have enough experiences that we will be okay if we don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this is Xbox last console, like everybody says, then I won't. There's nothing else I will do after Xbox. I'm done. And that's not me saying that as an Xbox guy. It's just me saying that as a gamer.
As an adult and a gamer, yeah. Plus, the other factor in that is that we know how to embrace older stuff. We could always go back and play the old stuff and enjoy it just as much as we enjoy the new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys now, they'll look at the old stuff like, ew, that's corny. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, the irony being is like some of the stuff they praise is based off of the old stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just like music back, like 20 years ago. When I came back to Hawaii, man, my family listened to certain songs. I was like, or at least my younger brothers and sisters, I was like, oh, that's the old song. They just renewed it for whatever song they like now. It always comes back around. And that's why you have such a problem in pop culture now, because there's no originality.
Right.
You look at the stuff that these people are writing, and it's absolutely trash. And it's like, wow, dude, you guys have no imagination whatsoever.
Right.
Again, if you're a person that has too much animation, you probably get canceled. Or too much imagination, you probably get canceled.
Right.
Because you're not
playing. So whatever it is that you wanted to talk about, because I know you probably want to wrap it up. You're probably extremely tired, obviously.
Oh no, dude. It's like 8 o'clock. It's like only. I mean, it's 9 o'clock here. Like I'm on the earlier side. But if you wanted to, did you want to talk a little bit about 2024?
Yeah. Let's do it. Go for it. Let's talk about it.
Okay, I'll just set it up and then you can talk because I gotta go grab something real fast from downstairs. Well, I gotta go check the door. So, just really quickly, guys, like I was saying in the intro of the video, one thing I do want to focus on this year is the channel, but also 2024, and let Hebot talk about it. Like as far as Microsoft, like they on Twitter, a lot of people has been releasing the roadmap, not just for Xbox, which is kind of cool, the amount of studios they have, right, and what we get to look forward to, but also Game Pass. I don't know if you saw that, Hebot. People are releasing that roadmap for Game Pass 2024, and the games that they have in there look amazing. And that's maybe just 25% of what they got for Game Pass, and that's me being nice. It could be like about 15-20% of what to expect out of Game Pass. So we're gonna get a whole lot more, and then also like who are they gonna purchase?
Well, those Game Pass games are what they know so far that was been announced, right?
Yes.
Right.
And then we could talk about like purchases, who you think they're going to pick up, and then the other thing I wanted to talk about is the actual like the shows as well and peripherals. Just like the overall view of Microsoft in 2020.
Repeat that again. That another thing when you wanted to talk about was what? I'm sorry.
Like the shows that we have planned, because I honestly believe Phil Spencer. I think they will dominate the media just for the simple fact that they'll be one of the few companies that are going to be doing shows. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they do their own E3 again. They're going to be a big at the what's the European one? Gamescom, and I wouldn't be surprised if we hear like keep fingers crossed something going over in Asia, predominantly Japan at the Tokyo Game Show. And I think they'll expand to like East Asia as well and South Korea, hoping for that at least. And I think they're going to be because of AKB is done, that they're going to be firing on all cylinders and we're going to have a lot of announcements. So in other words, 2023 was huge. I thought it was amazing. They had a lot of great announcements. I think 2024 is going to eclipse that by a large margin.
Well, I think.
Take 2023 and quadruple it, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I think 2024 is going to pretty much start to cement, right, the ground in what position and how ahead and how much they have in their favor as far as Xbox goes, right? Because I think it's really going to start to show all the actual levels and angles of what Xbox has to offer more clearly, right? It's no longer going to be about us guessing, well, I wonder what they're going to do with this, or I think we're going to have a clearer vision of how much and how exactly the Xbox brand is going to be and look like for a long time, right? Can you hear me? Hello? What do you mean? Hello? Brother. Hello?
Yeah, just go ahead, dude. I gotta oh, he left. Yeah, I had to run downstairs, man. Check the door. Something sounded bad, but luckily it was nothing. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay, I think he thought maybe he lost me. Well, yeah, sorry guys, I had to run downstairs and check the door. But I'm back now. I'm gonna have to run and grab something else real quick. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hopefully Hebo will come back. If not, then we'll just wrap it up. And actually, we can do another. I can do another podcast with you. Oh, there he is. Hey, brother. Yeah, just go ahead and talk. I gotta go grab something real quick. So I'm running around. So just continue talking, and then I'll jump back on.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
So yeah, I truly feel that 2024 will cement all of Xbox ground as far as the Xbox division. Going forward into the very distant future. I don't think there'll be any more question marks, any more doubts. I think everything's going to become very clear and coherent to everybody, even those that are not big Xbox fans, of where the brand is, where the brand is going to be, and how it's going to establish stability for the next 10 to 12 years. I think we'll have a lot more shows that Microsoft will do, just like Phil said, to show off games in the works, games coming out soon, games that are almost finished that are going to come out. I don't think we're going to have just 1 or 2 games this year. I think we'll have more than what we expect. And that goes in every spectrum, right? You know, from big, small, independent, in between, you know, things like that. I hope that they concentrate more on bringing back or paying close attention more to a lot of the long-awaited features and stuff from the console itself that we've asked for, to tweak up a lot of the stuff that has been kind of been forgotten for a little while, like bringing more boost modes on certain games, and maybe more free enhancements on other games that perhaps needed it, like Gears of War Ultimate that they never did, and supposedly it was in the works. I think we'll have a couple of surprises.
I'm back.
No. Yeah, I was saying I think we're going to have a couple of surprises that we might not even expect and know about, like Hi-Fi Rush, for example. I feel that maybe I have a feeling they're going to do a January showcase like they did last year to start the year strong.
You mean like a direct?
Right.
Okay.
And possibly have another shadow drop. Like, I think that game, that Clockwork game, what's it called? Clockwork? I forget the name of it. Oh my God.
Clockwork Revolution?
That Clockwork Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a feeling that that's going to be an early release, and it's going to be shadow drop.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the game was meant to be fixed.
So, I have a feeling that we'll definitely see more of that going forward. Because it worked in their favor, I think it's funny.
Do you think it would have the same type of impact?
Hmm?
Do you think it will have the same type of impact
What do you mean, like?
with the shadow drop again?
This is so funny to me. Like some of
It's
the
so
things.
unexpected last time. What kind of expected now?
Well, I think at this point, right?
Mhm.
Because they did it like 2 times already.
Yeah.
They did it with Baldur's Gate, remember?
Right.
After the Game Awards. After the Game Awards, they did it with Baldur's Gate, where it just came out. Nobody really knew until you went to the store. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think, it's going to be more, since it's going to be more expected of people, like from game people,
Mhm.
that people won't be as surprised when they do it. But I still think it'll have the positive impact for set games, whatever game they do it with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we're Xbox guys, so that's anything. I'll be happy with anything.
Well, I mean, it's going to have a positive impact because, like I said, the first thing they're doing is they're eliminating the what you call that? They're eliminating. I got it. Hold on 1 second, right?
Yeah.
No. They're eliminating the possibility of media, right? Or you know, or the hateful influencers to to review it first and try to shit on it to kill the buzz before the gamers actually get their hands on it, right? I said that's the beauty of a shadow drop.
Okay.
And then, and most people be like, oh, but that's bullshit because people want to get an idea from gamers on how the game is before they go out and buy it. The beauty of it being on Xbox, you don't have to worry about that.
Yep.
Because if it's their game, we all know we get it on Game Pass, right?
Yep.
So nobody's opinion is going to change anybody's mind about buying it or not because we're still going to play at no extra cost or no extra risk. We'll just play it and make our decisions based on playing it personally ourselves, right?
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of being on Xbox. You can't do that on Nintendo or PlayStation. That's different. Guarantee you, right? If let's say Spider-Man 2, right? Was able to come out on PlayStation Plus day and date, right?
Okay.
If you think the negativity that it got, right? The negativity that it got from people, right? At this point, right? Or from the way that they were not happy with the woke stuff they did or things of that nature, right? If they would have put that on PSN now, I think it would have been 10 times worse.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying? And they really would have seen how catastrophic it would have been. Because when you put the game on people's hands first, the actual people playing the games, there's nothing that anyone can say. No media, no fucking influencer that likes to be a clown, like a Reforged Gaming, like a Richard Utech, like a Portercock. None of them dudes, right? Angry Joe.
No.
None of them dudes are going to be able to sway nobody's mind. Nobody. The only people that agree with him are the ones that think as shallow as they do. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think. And that's when I think you would really see the true magnitude of how and disparity of how it is or differences between certain games and certain releases and the audiences. Because, and again, that's the beauty of the shadow drop. And again, people, because, the reason why, big places like IGN or Kotaku or Giant Bomb or Eurogamer or even fucking Digital Foundry or any of those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they don't want the shadow drop is because then that takes all their power away. And they're not going to be the ones that people are going to put eyes on first. And then that's going to bring down their revenue, their viewership, their clickbaiting. And it could get as bad to the point where they probably would have to cease to exist. Because they want to be the only ones to have any importance. Because remember, there's no such thing anymore as early access to magazines.
Yeah.
There's none of that no more. So we don't even have magazines no more. But then the difference is, too, back then they had to earn their paycheck. Their paycheck wasn't earned by people just clicking, especially a bunch of haters of Xbox and fanboys of Sony, right? That would go and just give all this viewership, make them all this revenue, because they did a stupid article that says the Xbox Series X just gave everybody a reason to buy a PS5. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that's I didn't think about it in that way, but yeah, I see your point. That's actually,
And they know that will ultimately be the demise of gaming media as we know it.
oh, if only, right?
Right? Which, yeah, right. If only. But then again, here then lies the problem. The reason why we don't want things like E3 to end, which they already confirmed is ended or has ended, at least for the very near future, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is because the only people that will ever have access are the IGNs, the Kotakus, the fucking our boy Jeff Keighley, the so-called Windows Centrals that go on and then say shit like the God of War Ragnarok DLC is something that Microsoft should take note on in the very future, right?
Mm-hmm.
For their games. And they call themselves Windows Central. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, perfectly.
When we've all been sitting here since Xbox came on the scene, even doing 360, and we're the ones that got things like Hive Busters, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
For like $5, full-fledged game, amazing, an extension of Gears of War 4 and 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things like all the flight simulator stuff that comes out, from the expansion to the airport stuff to the Top Gun stuff, Dune, whatever, and just for a measly $5 or $10, or sometimes, in many cases, even free. But yet these guys are sitting here trying to tell you, oh, this is how you do a DLC for your fans for free. And no, like if it's Sony that's been doing this. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And have the nerve and the gall and audacity to call yourself an Xbox goddamn website. And you just had a very important interview with Phil Spencer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he told you guys a bunch of information and you guys got the privilege to announce it first and talk about it first. Fucking Jeff Gordon, right? Or Jez Gordon being one of the guys who interviewed him. To then go do a hit piece like that indirectly, talking shit about how they do business with their games and their game models. And you telling me, Phil, you didn't see that? You didn't see that? Bad press is good press in a lot of cases, but there's a point where you got to show that your time is what makes their time even valuable in any way or presence in any way. The fact that you went there, you made them relevant. But if you don't go there, guess what? They have no relevancy. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They lose their relevancy. If Phil don't give them that interview every year, like kind of like what he did with McCaffrey. After he did that stupid dumb shit he did where he was like, so Phil, what do you think about that beast of a console that is the PS4 in comparison to the Xbox One, right? Meanwhile, Phil knows deep down in his head and his heart that console doesn't even have no kind of quality features like the way that the Xbox did, and no game running at 1080p 60, even though they had like 3 titles or 4 titles on their belt that did, right? In comparison to theirs that were exclusive, and they were all just either 720 or 900, barely hitting 60, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet he did that to him, and what happened? Phil didn't go back for almost 10 years. He didn't let him interview him. And when you go,
was it 10 years really?
Almost, yeah. And then when you go and you see the interview, right, where he did it, finally got to interview, he's like, Oh my God, thanks, Phil. It's been so long. You waiting. You've been so busy. Always doing. Yeah, he been busy, all right, motherfucker. He cut you off. You got red flag, my nigga. He gave you a pity interview because now the narrative is changing and he knows you can't pull that stunt again. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. But again, that's why I kept saying in my video with the E3, for example, that
that was a good video, by the way, bro. I love that video.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
So I said, we just made our own bed. We cemented the demise and probably the very end of gaming. That's why I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Because now there's nowhere to go. There's only one place to go, and it's Jeff Keighley, right? Because he's the only one that's going to have the summer showcase. And his summer showcase, you know how the drill is. It's trying to glorify Sony or Nintendo, even though they don't do anything, and make everybody else look bad or like they're not important or like they're not really needed or necessary. You got a PC, you don't need an Xbox. That type of stupid narrative. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
When me and Unlimited last night or yesterday had a really good conversation about why it's not the same being a PC gamer versus a console gamer. And what advantages we really have over them that they never bring up and nobody wants to bring up and act like it's not real. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I gave them a perfect small example. So like the fact that we can record games in 4K with HDR, Dolby Vision, Atmos surround, and we don't have to buy a high-end, expensive, separate video card or capture card to do it. Because it's in the console, right? We don't have to go and look for emulators and different types of launchers for emulators in order to play 4th generation of Xbox games, right? Because they already provided that for us. On top of giving us free updates, free boost mode, so good that they're almost like damn near remasters that are being sold to you today, right? Or we don't have to go and worry about, hey, I want to play my games on a dedicated server because the console runs with dedicated servers, which are the Azure servers, and they're absolutely free for any developer. If a developer doesn't use it on Xbox, it's because they choose not to, because they rather sell you their game running on their servers so they can have the excuse of charging you more money because they're providing the services for you. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Things like that we don't have to worry about on a PC. We don't have to worry about, do we have the right drivers to run the games as soon as we get them? We don't have to worry about, hey, do I have enough heating system or a heat sink system that will keep my console nice and cool where it will not blow out or burn out on me? It's not like that on PC. You got to have the right heat sinks and the right heat sink system to make sure it doesn't burn out and overheats on it. Those little things are things that on console we don't need to worry about, and we still have access to it. Can you do more on a PC than a console? Absolutely. But it comes at a cost of price, nuances, learning curve, and a lot of frustration. It's not like that with a console. See what I'm saying? And just little things like that we talked about in our conversation. And again, I'm not hating nobody likes playing on PC. If you like it, nobody's knocking it, But yeah, like I said, 2024, it's just, I think, like I said, we already had the paradigm shift, like E-Rock calls it, right? Now I think we're going to cement Microsoft and Xbox is going to cement and give and secure the what Xbox is and what it's going to be for the next 20 to 14 years, right? Or 12 years. You know, where the roadmap's going and the quality of the games and what you're going to get, what you're not going to get, the diversity of games that we're going to get, whether it's smaller indies or independents or in betweens, you know, or things like that. You get what I'm trying to say? So I have a feeling that even starting as early as January, if they do a show, right, you know, it's going to be abundantly clear, because it's pretty much clear even now when you're looking at social and what they're doing, all the moves they did this year. But it's going to be, without a shadow of a doubt, abundantly clear what to expect from Xbox at 100%, with nobody walking, you know, talking down on them, nobody making false narrative, nobody saying, oh, that this is garbage or this is not good enough, or whatever the case may be, or that they're just doing this to steal your money, or, you know what I mean? I think Game Pass, with all those games being announced, and it's not even the beginning of the year, I think it's just going to give it more space for it to grow and grow. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's so many factors from, like I said, Game Pass features. And I really want them to have more time to concentrate on the features that the console offer themselves, like quality of life, to make shit more accessible and easier, and give us features that are been long overdue, you know, so that way we don't have to do any more podcasts trying to, you know what I'm saying, like trying to talk the future for them. I think it's going to speak for itself, right? And I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised. I think we'll have more surprises than we expect by having things come out that nobody saw coming, like we didn't know they were going to do when they were in the works of doing a new Blade game. We had no idea, right? Or even Indiana Jones before those documents actually came out, right? And I think, you know, all that together and all that messed up is going to actually make Xbox gamers and newcomers feel that sense of quality and that sense of we made the right choice, or protection, or that they won't have no buyer's remorse or regret of getting into the Xbox console or ecosystem, or even being on PC, on Xbox, or whatever the case may be, you know. I think it's going to be more satisfying for a lot of people, and I think it's going to be more prevalent. I think you're going to see more confidence on the actual gamers that play and fan base, and on the brand itself, on Xbox itself. I think you're going to see them throw more confident pieces, do more marketing where you see their confidence, see their arrogance, not their arrogance, but their what the power that they have to bring you something great, right? Without hesitation and worries. I just think it's going to be a process going to take a little while, especially, since things get started getting closer and closer to where it needs to be now, especially with that long, exhausting 1 year of the trial with the fucking Call of Duty, which we're all grateful is over. So now they can concentrate on what they need to do with future projects, these new developers, and the workload is not about, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? When can we talk about this? When can't we talk about that? Because, we have one of the, eyes looking at us in a negative light, or that we could be, cost on some type of not sacrifice, but some type of something that can criminalize ourselves as a company. You know what I'm trying to say, my brother?
Yeah.
All those types of things. Like I said, so far we know we're gonna get Hellblade. So far we know we're supposed to get Stalker 2. We're supposed to get Clockwork Revolution. Towerborn, again, this goes on and on. It's hard to remember. And again, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's going to be things there that we did not expect or not even know about that will show up, pop up, and we're going to be like, oh, that's awesome. Like the possibility of, because you can't take those cards off the table. Maybe Microsoft and Sega have joined forces. Maybe they didn't acquire them, but maybe they create a partnership. And that's why they're able to fund all these games at a higher quality level, because they have money like Microsoft's to back them up, and maybe build a roadmap with Sega with a lot of titles, right? Because I think even if they, to be honest with you, even if they did a deal with Sega, right? Even though from my point of view, and I'm pretty sure from yours, our mentality is fuck everybody else. Just if it's between us, it's between us, right? That's how I feel. I'm pretty sure, and that you feel the same deep down inside. But being that the situation is the way it is with gaming and how hard it is, as you just saw, that the developers from Banner Saga is closed down, and the developers from what was it, from the game Stray something that came out to Xbox. I forgot. It's like an action hack and slash. It's called Stray something, whatever. Those developers too closed down, right? So I would understand if, let's say, they did a relationship or partnership with Sega, if certain titles would be multi-plat, which is fine to me as long as they get the backing financially and they have good quality developers making the games and people with the passion for Sega titles and Sega themselves, and that want to see them, go back to their roots and grow even further and further upon whatever they've been able to bring to the table thus far and expand on that, right, in good ways. So again, even if they had to do certain games multi-plat, it wouldn't bother me, as long as, like I said, they could do high quality games with Sega and bring back all these great franchises and IPs that we haven't been able to, enjoy for 30 years almost now, brother. And I have a Sega video that I'm working on. I just haven't been able to finish because I want to do it justice, and I'm trying to figure out the right way of doing it, and I don't have that quite yet figured out, right? But if you know, you know. You're like me, you know. So again, like I said, I think that would be the biggest surprise of all. But the most wanted one. You know what I'm trying to say? The most wanted one from us, especially, that we've been wanting and waiting for and asking for years, about Sega and Microsoft partnering up. But we want it for the right reasons, not bragging rights. Most people that hear us talking about it, they're like, "Oh, you just want bragging rights to say y'all own Sega." No. In our point of view, is that we know at Microsoft money, Sega could be the true form of their former self, right or wrong. Right or wrong, brother?
I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I want Microsoft to pick them up, because they don't. Because Phil already said, look, if they get a company, and obviously Sega wants to revisit their old titles, Microsoft will support them, so we don't have to worry about it.
Well, that's the point of what I was saying, in case you didn't hear me. And I was trying to say that a lot of people may hear us talk about it and think that, they just want bragging rights because they want people to say, because Microsoft owns Sega also. No. From our perspective, is because we know with Microsoft cheddar, Sega could become a true form of their former self now in today's era with Microsoft's money, right?
Dude, when it comes to me, dude, I don't care what other people say. Honestly, I mean, they can say whatever they want to. They never put on this stuff, dude. Most of these guys never grew up in an arcade where I grew up. This is how I began. My relationship with Sega started on that level, not even the Genesis. So, I mean, this is dude. I'll be honest. Whatever people tell me about Sega, they can't unless it's you or Sega Man. Because I don't these people, man. Because they can't. Because I have no respect for their opinion. I'm just gonna be 100%.
Well, they give themselves away. When you got a guy that calls himself Dreamcast guy, probably one of the greatest generations of Sega consoles of all time, even though I still think Saturn was high up in that same bracket, but it didn't have enough time to be exposed for people to realize that, right? As opposed to Dreamcast, it was around almost 2 years, maybe 3, if you pushed it in certain areas. So it had a longer life cycle, right?
More if you modded it. So yeah.
Huh?
More if you modded it.
Right, that's what I mean. So it had a longer life cycle for people to recognize that it was a good sign. It was a great, amazing console.
Mm-hmm.
With Saturn, it was a great, amazing console, but it didn't have enough life shelf space or time for people to even realize it. You get what I'm trying to say? The comparison I'm trying to correlate here. And that's why I said that. For somebody to call himself that, right? And yet all they do on their channel is talk about Sony, and how much they hate Xbox. When Xbox and Sega have a great relationship, right? How can you believe and trust that community that says they so-called are Sega guys, right, are really Sega guys? How can you do that?
Yeah, I just think that dude's a clown. It blows my mind that that's his name. He should really change it.
Oh,
why is your name Dreamcast Guy? There's nothing about you that I've never heard talk.
I just pointed it out because that's how they give themselves away. There's no way you're going to say, oh, I love Sony, and say you're a Sega fan. You've seen that I've said that multiple times. If you say you like Sony or you love Sony and you give them man props and then call yourself a Sega fan, you are not a Sega fan. I'm sorry. Not a real one. Not hardcore like we were. Not like the way that man, that dude's a Sega fan. You get what I'm saying?
There's very few people, like there's a couple people I'll follow on Twitter that are Sega channels that are really good. And then there's you and Sega Man. But outside of that, dude, for me personally, dude, when it comes to this kind of stuff, my circle is very small for that particular reason. You know, it's just like listening to these guys now. This is why I had a hard time with Xbox guys or supposed Xbox guys, because I don't get that feeling from them that they're Xbox guys. That's the same. So that's So in that terms, with anything Sega, like to me, there's a certain type of criteria you have if you're a Sega person, if you're a Sega fan. And like you're saying, I mean, the fact that he shells so hard for Sony, that blows my mind too. So yeah, I get no credibility from him at all. The only reason I know about him is because he's on Twitter and people share his stuff all the time. That's about it. Oh, well, I'm pretty sure Hebot will be back. Yeah, but just to piggyback on what Hebot is saying, like it's like I expect Microsoft, as far as the shows and stuff like that to happen. I would like to see them. I know that there's talk about a developers conference, and then Hebot and Unlimited Productions talked about this as well. They talked about I can't remember who brought it up. It might have been Hebot, it might have been Unlimited. The Xbox show that they used to have. I mean, Xbox has that much content that they could basically put on a show every quarter minimum, if not almost every other month, every month or every other month. Hey, what's up, brother? I got you.
Fine, cool. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. When you were saying that on Twitter, you see some guy. Right, finish what you were saying, Alex.
No, just I see some guys on Twitter that I do follow, that Sega guys. You can tell, right? You know where they are. You know that they're true Sega fans, right? But then I'd see Dreamcast guy just because people share his stuff online, right? And it just blows my mind that he has the nerve to call himself a Sega fan, or just having that name Dreamcast guy. His name should be PlayStation guy. His name should be. I don't know why he says the things that he says. I mean, I kind of have an idea why, but I don't care. But I know that Joan Unlimited in the show. One of you guys mentioned the Xbox show that used to be on before.
Which one? The one they would that they host in Mexico one year. FanFest.
I think they had like a standing show, right? Like a news show. Like they would talk about Xbox Insider. Was that you guys? I thought that was in the podcast you did with them.
What do you mean? What was the question again? I'm sorry. What?
So Xbox Insider. I think one of you guys was mentioning they should bring that back as a show that Microsoft.
Yeah, I think it was in the show we were talking about. They were doing But remember, they also did FanFest. Remember that. But the problem with the Xbox Insider is they have to rebrand it because, Major Nelson was a big part of that, right?
Yeah.
So people adapted to Major Nelson, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is Major Nelson moved on because he has a different lifestyle and other goals. As you get older, you just got to do certain things different, even if he loves Xbox, right?
Right.
So to get people to connect with Xbox Insider, right? Again, you can't just be putting in a bunch of young guys that are all thinking the same with that shallow mentality of, only certain things are cool and other things are played out and old. You know what I mean? That every time they say something, words come out of their mouth, you can tell, even though they're an Xbox, project or it's an Xbox show, that they kind of show their ignorance or they're not an educated thought process or idea about Xbox and the community and gaming. So again, I think they need to find somebody that would connect with them first. Like if they would have kept on, I would have left. What's the girl that shaved her head on the side with the glasses that we've already familiar with her, and brought somebody in like that, or Morgan Webb, or even hire. As much as I think he's gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but even hire somebody like Adam Sandler. That when it comes to gaming, at least he appreciates it for what it is, right?
I don't think he'd do it because it's too brand. It's too on brand.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kevin Pereira, the direction I'd like them to go is I don't really need I'd actually prefer somebody that's just kind of a straight up. That's you remember Julie Hardy? I think that was her name, Julia Hardy. She would do a lot of the events for Microsoft. She's the British. I believe she's British. Yeah, she's the British host that would do the show. This was a couple years ago. But what ended up happening for her was she got attacked online because of the whole Forza thing. I guess she was holding the controller wrong.
Okay.
So people are attacking her. But I liked her. And if they're gonna do an Xbox Insider, I would like it to be more along those lines. You don't have I would actually prefer somebody like she does the shows and she knows enough about gaming to be competent. I don't need somebody to be like a total gaming savant. The one thing I like about her is that she's a good host. Right? Like she knew how to do interviews. It's kind of like Arsenio back in the day. You know when Arsenio did an interview?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or Greg Kilborn. I forgot the guy's name, but he did the Late Late Show. Like these are the people that they're very personable and they're actually interested. Like I always felt like when she did Julia, oh man, I can't remember. But when she did the show, she was prepared. Like she actually ran a few questions in her head. She was engaged, right? She knew how to move the interview along. Like if a person wasn't was kind of double, like they weren't getting the point across or they needed help, she would kind of push them, but nicely, right? Because I know that girl you're talking about, Charlie, and she didn't. The interview she did with our boy from that.
Well, I saw her interview Phil a couple times, and I think she did a solid job. You know what I mean?
When she does it's weird because she has this weird sense of humor that doesn't always hit.
Right. But I think it's because of her, because I think she's like, I think her beliefs are from the times of now, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, she's very, I think it's just her personality. And I don't have a problem. Like, I understand that is her personality.
Interviewed her too was, I think Legal interviewed her one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on his channel. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah. I'm telling you, because he would play Years of War with her a lot of times, right?
Oh, that's cool.
And I think he reached out to her, and she agreed. She did the show with him. Hmm.
I'm trying to look up this. Julie. Hold on. Julia Hardy is her name. So she's actively a presenter. But I would like to see Microsoft go along those lines with
Right.
the show, and I would like the show to be minimum half an hour.
Right. That's another thing. I think that's a valid point. Don't make it too long.
Yeah.
Short and sweet. I think it's more effective. And if they want to do other, video logs with developer diary and stuff like that, do them here and spread them out few and far between, or put them or just upload them on your YouTube channel where people can watch them at their leisure, and they don't have to feel forced that they have to watch it when you tell them to watch it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and I think they'll do that. I think they're totally on the internet. You know what I mean? They don't have to do.
All those developer features and featurettes, right? They should just be dumped on their channel to give it content, number one, and two, people go and watch it again, like I said, at their own leisure. But when you're doing a show, you need to be fast paced and keep it exciting. That's what they did so well with last year's show in January, right? It's fast paced to the point. You can make a little bit more point of conversation with developers and people, or with the presenters or the hosts. That's fine, but just don't overdo it, because that's when it becomes the borderline of, oh my God, people lose attention fast in a lot of cases,
But that's the thing, though, right? That's the problem I'm having, right? Because I think if they got the right person, like the girl I'm thinking of, she had the ability to. It would be interesting, right? Because what I miss the most about gaming is the actual getting behind the scenes stuff that they used to do before.
Like we love watching featurettes for movies,
right?
Even if they're 3 hours long. Here's the thing: there's me and you, and then there's everybody else. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Or there's me, you, E-Rock, and then there's everybody else. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but there's already everybody else, bro. So I want something for me, right?
Right. Yeah.
We have all this stuff already, dude. And they've been beaten and browbeaten over the head for years that this is the way they're supposed to do it, right? And I don't think that they have to do that. And there's enough variety, and they have so much content. Microsoft has a ton of content. And I would like for them, because look, I don't like IGN. I don't like any of our gaming media. So these guys are getting the interviews with Todd Howard. These guys are getting this.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. That's the fucking bad thing about not having, those magazines anymore, or not having E3 anymore. Because with those venues, it gives the ability and opportunity for the smaller guys like us to get an opportunity, not only ourselves, but to see other guys like ourselves that do a better job than an IGN or than a Kotaku or Jeff Keighley, for that matter. Because we all know when we go see it, it's always the same thing. It's to make believe, make it all sassy, poppy, like, yeah, it's all about this. But then the reality is they are catering to one side more than the other. And they're worrying more about making it into a money grab type of thing, as opposed to about a cultural thing. That's why you see when Jeff Keighley keeps bringing actors in there when you don't really need that, right? Because the reason why actors are in movies is because they're movie acting. They act in movies, do all kinds of things. When actors work in games, it's very few and far between because it's expensive to have them in games. Yeah, there's more actors and real world actors now in video games than it used to be before. But that's because the medium has grown so big and there's money. But it's not as important to have, let's say, Al Pacino presenting an award than, let's say, Phil Spencer himself, or Reggie Fils-Aimé, or or somebody like from developer themselves, or somebody that you see You shit. Seeing E-Rock with his satire up there. You get what I'm trying to say? Hello?
No, yeah, I hear. Yeah, but for me, I'm glad it happened. I'm glad that was the case because they deserved it, right? These guys want to be loved by Hollywood. They want to be accepted. They fancy themselves to be artists, and I have no problem with that, dude. I have no problem with them bringing this stuff, all this stuff happening and stuff like that. But that's just the way it's been. And nobody stopped it. Nobody said anything except for this year. Why? You know what I'm saying? I don't. Look, the great thing about Jeff Keighley's show was that Xbox dominated it. Right.
Right. Even though he tried to make it seem like they weren't the point of conversation, they still was.
Yeah. I didn't even watch the show, and I knew that because it's online. Right. It's viral. That's what everybody's talking about. Everybody's talking about Blade as if they read the comic book. But hey, if that brings you over to Xbox and that'll get you into Game Pass, that works out great for me. So.
Whatever it takes to get you in so that you can see for yourself what it really is about, what you've been missing.
Yeah. Well, I want them in there so that we all benefit, right? Because they're gonna help.
Oh yeah.
But for me, that's what I want, dude. Because I miss that about the like I can't talk to a lot of people about comic book stuff because I can't talk. They've never had the same type of experience I had. And they don't study it as much as I do. Like sometimes I'll say stories about Stan Lee that I assume people just knew because they're into comic books, but they don't know, you know.
Right.
And they're like, "Oh, how did you know that?" I was like, "Well, I just, read it." you know, when he gets interviewed, I read his interviews. You know, I follow it, and I'm a Marvel fan from back in the day for over like 40 years. So that's my point. I would like for them to, because I think it's important. For us to start to get people into the gaming aspect of the gaming industry.
Yeah, the gaming part of it, right? Instead of the glam and the fucking the spectacle of what they think it's supposed to be, right? Meaning that they only think something's worth something if it has a $300 million budget. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the generation of people that are in now that's killing it. So I think we need to go back to basics and get people to enjoy, the stories of the developers and what it took. And I think the Bethesda, when they talked about Starfield, they did that special for Bethesda. That was awesome. That got a lot of people excited. You got it on the ground floor, right? And then you got an idea of what they want to present.
And I think that will help generate so much people's interest when it came out.
Yeah.
I think it helped.
I would like to see Microsoft help going back to that, because if not, we're going to lose a generation of kids. And that's more to me, because one of the things that's upsetting to me, and I push this all the time, but it's because I want them to be honest, and I don't like Sony. But the thing is that once we get past the whole Sony thing and how they lie, then we can start looking at the real numbers of how many people are actually playing games. Right? Like, what's going on? Are people actually playing these games? Why are these studios shutting down? Right? I understand we have a bad economy and stuff like that, but given the hobby that gaming is, and it did grow during the pandemic, right? Because people were locked up, but why didn't that continue? Like, how do we keep those people engaged? Like that kind of stuff, right? Because we don't have, like, my kids aren't in tune as Aria plays a lot of games, right? But for the most part, they're not hardcore like we were, bro. Like when I got $5 from my auntie one time, I walked for like 2 hours just to go to the arcade. Play games. That's what I do. Because for me to get $5 was unbelievable. And the first thing that popped into my mind is I gotta go play a game. Well, the arcade was on the other side of town, and I had to walk, right, for 2 hours to get to that arcade, and I did. Right, put my $5 in. That's the time when you get $6 for $5, and I played all day, and I had change to spare. But it was like a wonderful day, right? And so these kids aren't going to have those stories, right? Because gaming is different now. You see what I mean? What I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And I think that's at the core of what gaming is. Like they're not making. I'm not saying it has to be our experience, but they're like having no experiences on that level. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I love Game Pass now because I'm actually, like, E-Rock was on the podcast earlier, and they were talking about RoboCop and how much they like it. So I said to E-Rock, hey man, you might want to look at the publisher, man, because they make this game called Sherwood, the game you like, right, or that you have. And I said, go and look at it, E-Rock, because I know he likes Fable Legends. And I told him go take a look. So what's happening with me now is I'm just not playing games, bro. I'm looking at the game, who's developing the game, the people behind the game, right? It's like what I did back in the day, man. This is why I love Sega so much, because I knew who all the people that worked at Sega. You know what I mean? So I knew who the developers were. I knew the guy who was responsible for the actual game, right? Like the head of Sonic team, Yu Suzuki. I was a huge fan of Yu Suzuki. I can't remember. I'm getting old, man. I can't remember the other guy's name. But he did
Yu Suzuki. Yuji Naka.
I don't know. Yeah, he's on Sonic Team, but the guy who did D4.
Who?
D. He did D4, D3. Oh, what is his name? He passed away.
The one who did D?
D?
Which one? D4, you mean?
Yeah, let me look it up.
That's what you're talking about?
The creator.
Who did D4 or D3?
I'm going to look it up. Oh, no, Initial D. It was...
Oh, Initial D. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Where is it? Oh, this is so sad, dude. It's not even money. He was the creator, man, and I love that dude because he did yeah, here he is. Kenji Ino. Jeez, I can't believe I forgot his name.
Well, you have Yuji Naka too. You have Shinji Mikami, the guy who did D4 or the D series.
Yeah, but this dude, I follow him because he was so eclectic, man. And then he was a combination of he liked the music as well. He was just offbeat for a Japanese developer. You know what I'm saying? Development of D lasted 1 year. Oh yeah, work president Kenji Ino. Man, this dude was the. So I mean, this is what I find myself doing now, right? I find myself actually diving back into like following Humble Games and Focus Entertainment. And, I feel like it's like when we were growing up, dude. That's what it feels like to me now. Well, this treasure trove of games and developers they're working with right now.
You're keeping more of interest in the other parts of it that are always kind of ignored, like the developers, their history, what kind of games they've done. What I've done for years. That's why when you ask me, most of the time, 95% of the time, I know who you're talking about. I know the developer. Oh, dude, just as ask Eba. He knows because that's something that interests me. Because if I knew who were the good developers, what games they did, then I knew what games to pay attention to. You know what I mean?
It's also like a pop culture thing.
What was that?
So like if you have like for example music, right? Like you like the band, and who the lead singer is, who's the bassist, who's the guitarist, stuff like that, right? It's just kind of like how we grew up, right? We just didn't. It wasn't just face or surface value, right? You actually did. You actually dug deep. Because you're a fan. That's what it all boiled down to. Like I wanted to know who made the games out. That's why I'm such a huge Yu Suzuki fan, man. Or not Yu Suzuki. Yeah, Yu Suzuki with Virtual Fighter and the games that his arcade cabinets and stuff.
Yeah, Yu Suzuki.
Yeah, Yu Suzuki. I was like, dude, I need to know who this guy is. You know what I mean? Like, how is he coming up with this stuff? Dude, this dude must be like a genius. And then you get to.
I hope you tried the Air Twister.
Are you talking? What did you say?
I hope you tried the Air Twister.
What is that?
The game that he did, the small game that he did. I have gameplay. I just haven't put it up on my channel yet.
Oh no, dude! I never. If it wasn't in the arcade, I didn't play.
Yeah, Air Twister. He did it. It's on the Xbox Store.
Air Twister. Let me look it up. Oh man, what year did he? Oh, this is like, what is this? An PC game?
No, it's a homage to It's an homage to fucking Space Harrier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Space Harrier I played. Air Twister is a rail shooter video game developed by YS.
Yeah, it's a homage to Space Harrier.
Oh, so it was released in 2022?
Yeah, it's brand new.
Ah, no, I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's brand new. It's brand new. It's brand new.
It's on Xbox? I could check it out.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's brand new. I'm gonna put gameplay because I had it already for a while. I haven't been able to put it up.
Okay, I'm actually looking. Go to the store. What? I want to search on my cart. They really need to work on this. Why am I? Oh, here we go. Here.
Dude, I gotta charge my phone for a little bit.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. And we can wrap it up because I think I want to go check this out.
Oh yeah,
cool,
it's really good.
Air Twister. Oh wow, it looks nice.
Music is incredible. Like I said, it's just awesome.
Wait, did he make this game? I thought.
Him and his new team.
Oh, dude, sometimes he makes me mad, bro.
At least he put it on Xbox.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I should. Okay, sorry.
He didn't skip it this time, like Shenmue 3.
Yeah, well, after Shenmue 3, hopefully he learned his lesson.
Shenmue
I love it.
Shenmue 3's in the bargain bin for like $3.
Yeah, but I told you, man. That's the reason why I didn't play Yakuza, man. I was so mad.
I mean, I think Yakuza's overrated. People like it way too much.
Well, I mean, I love it, but the reason I stayed away from it was because every time I looked at it, it reminded me of Shenmue. I was like, dude, this should be like Shenmue should have like all this. Remember how many chapters you wanted to do and all that stuff, dude? And then nobody said, right? That's what pissed me off. And I'm like, well, now you guys gonna give me Yakuza? And more worse, I was pissed because it was on PlayStation.
Right.
The guys who didn't buy Shenmue.
Wow.
This looks super nice, dude. Yeah. Wait, now we can go, bro. I gotta roll anyway, but I want to check this out, dude. I'm glad you told me about it. Wait, did you tell this? You told Second Man about this game, right? I think you guys were talking about it on the podcast.
Mm-hmm. I told a couple of people.
Yeah, I think it was on the podcast. I remember because you said Space Harrier.
That's why I send you the Clockwork Aquario also.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got that, and then even I something. But I just haven't had a chance to. That's why I was planning. That's why I wanted to do the podcast today, and then I'll play games. I told T Reaper that we'll play.
I also send you. I think I send you the bundle pack.
Really? For what?
With like 3 other games.
Oh, did you? Oh my goodness, I gotta look, bro. I seen the Aquario one because it stood out to me. I was like, oh wow. Okay, let me get this. Yeah, okay, bro. We can. Yeah, I'll message you then on Xbox. I'll go double check.
Let me know.
Yeah, I don't like using the controller, but I'll message you on. I'll go on my computer. I can't type with that controller. Man. It's so irritating.
All right, just let me know.
All right, brother. Well, shout yourself out, and then we'll wrap it up. Ah, he left. His phone probably died, guys. But it's cool, man. I'll wrap it up, dude. Thank you guys for sticking with me for all this time, man. I appreciate everybody being in. Thanks to Fireboss for being here. T Reaper, of course. Hebot dropped in. Got E-Rock, the Don King of Xbox, man. I haven't talked to him in a while. Unlimited stepped in as well. I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody, guys. And then, of course, to the chat, man. You guys are always awesome. That's why I like doing this kind of stuff, man. Because it's always good to, like how like 100 will jump into the chat and he comes on. But Gogo, man, appreciate you rocking out with me. Other Zinc, man, strong member of the Xbox community. And then we had, hold on, I don't want to miss anybody. Yes, 800. T was in here. I know there was a couple. Oh, Flip Money. Yeah, Flip, man. Thanks for coming in, bro. Really appreciate it. And then Anthony Chipmunk, man, as always, bro. You're always rocking out with us, man. I really appreciate that. Box was in here, dude. Box, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. And thanks for sharing that information, man. So I know there was a video. I know there was a video for that, the controller thing. And yeah, I am a little bit disappointed. Just a little bit, man. It's just I think the quality control could be better on their controllers. Because I just bought that controller and I'm already having issues. So probably got a bad batch, like Sink said, but it shouldn't be that way. You know, they should come correct all the time. Yeah, Flip Money. Thanks for being here, brother. I know I mentioned you already. And then, yeah, I know it was OG Madlocks, man. He said Pepe Le Pew is an Uber chat. In this day and age, yeah, dude, he would be. But welcome to the podcast, man. If you ever want to stop in, man, you're more than welcome. And Toolman, dude. How can I forget Toolman? Thank you, my brother. Thank you for being here. But anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap it up right now. We've been running about 7 hours strong. You know how we do these marathons. But Working Coup Cross is coming back. That's going to be the long one. All in Cast won't be as long next time because that'll just be me. That might be the one I transition just to me talking to the chat and then just having people come in. But yeah, man, hopefully you guys are enjoying your gaming. Sega Forever is my gamer tag. Write it in the comments real fast. If you guys want to look me up. And if you guys see me online playing. Right now I'm playing, I want to get back into Redfall. Starfield before the DLC drops. I'm going to be jumping back on COD to level up. I'm going to check out Halo this weekend. And also I'm going to still be playing Warhammer. Definitely going to check out Lies of P and then the new Yakuza game that released in Game Pass, as well as a bunch of others. And don't forget, guys, to check out the sales that they're having. They've got some deals on some really good games. Unfortunately, I already own most of them, but they're super cheap. A lot of those games are really great games. I know from experience. And that's another thing, too, man. You don't necessarily have to buy games day one, especially if you're hurting financially. I tend to do it just because it's my hobby, especially if it's a game I like. And I try to support the devs, but remember, you're also paying for Game Pass, and Microsoft makes these deals with these guys. So, again, 2024 should be huge. Definitely think they're going to be 4 to 5 times bigger than what they did in 2023. Definitely look at for more acquisitions, more partnerships. Roadmap dropped on social media for Game Pass. I think that's just a fraction of what Game Pass is going to be in 2024. Looking forward to the games that they drop from the first-party studios. All the stuff that Microsoft has been building up until now, we're going to get a big, I won't say surprise, but it's going to be a big year. It's going to be a big year for Microsoft. Man. And if you're Xbox strong, Xbox all in, and you bleed green like we do, it's going to be a good year for us. Good times, man. Anyway, Xbox all in channel, host Sega Forever. We are.